good about the micro in life. The macro is still kind of starts with S, ends in show.
It certainly does. And unfortunately, I don't know that it's going to get better on any fronts. Briefly, I wouldn't say briefly, but last week we discussed the Fauci hearings, the Bill Gates Q clearance. I actually got some clarification on the supposed Fauci diary. That diary was all online using government servers. It wasn't like, he had yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it wasn't like a handwritten book that he was writing in at night, and that it was clarified. I saw it in the River City's Reader, actually.
Mm-hmm. And what's really disturbing about this whole thing is the fact that the mainstream media has refused to report on it in any meaningful way whatsoever, have not mentioned any of the emails. You had that Dana Bash, RFK Jr. Confrontation that went semi-viral last week, but I mean, that's about it on the coverage of Fauci. And meanwhile, you had a multitude of quote-unquote scientists come out and sign a letter for Fauci. And the only thing that it reminded me of was when they did that intelligence officers and intelligence analysts letter about Russian interference in the election that was just totally fake. They had 50, I think, maybe even 60 plus officials on that. I think this is 150. And it is just crazy to me that anybody at any point right now could defend Fauci or this pandemic response. It is insane to me with all of the stuff that's in the public arena that the media refuses to cover it. And it is even more insane to me that even today here in Iowa, I should say yesterday here in Iowa, people are still wearing masks, Aaron. People are still buying in to the Fauci nonsense. I had to drop something off over at the FedEx drop-off of Walgreens, and the worker there, full mask on. I'll go hit the Goodwill, and I'll see a woman and a man in their 50s and 60s, full mask on. These people are toast, man. They're gone.
I mean, look, I see people driving with masks by themselves in their own car. And here's the thing, Jason, let's go to a big city. Quad Cities, I love the size of Quad Cities. I couldn't, like this 500,000-600,000 kind of total service area thing. I think it's phenomenal. Yeah. It's good because you have a little bit of everything. It's kind of, cut out by the river. It's all good. I love our city. But you go to a bigger city, and for instance, when we had all the ICE stuff going on, and all those people were out protesting, there was a picture of people like storming the car around one of the ICE things in Chicago. And I remember counting of the 50 or 60 people in the picture, 15 of them were wearing masks. Like the percentage in the big cities is still much higher. 1 out of 4, maybe 5. I don't know. At least in certain demographics, I guess. Let's put that caveat on it. But it is definitely it's guano, man. I don't understand a lick of it.
And the way that it's been presented as partisan politics, right? You just mentioned that at these protests, you kind of see more of it. And it's these people that are super invested in this left-right paradigm. I saw it on my own Facebook page when I was simply, posting memes about the Fauci emails or the Tulsi Gabbard release of the files. People just completely and totally unwilling to even take a glimpse at reality because they've rolled up their sleeves, they locked down their lives, they shut down their businesses, and they want to believe they were doing the right thing. They want to believe that CNN told them the truth. Well, I've got news for them. They didn't. And the media is just so dishearteningly dishonest when it comes to the vast majority of the major issues. I mean, it is over the top, and I understand why people no longer believe anything in one side of the spectrum. And somewhere in the middle, the truth lies. So many of these stories that get played up by the media, they may not be telling you the truth, but there is a hint of reality there that you definitely have to go out and seek the rest of the information for yourself. Right now, for the spin on the other side of the spectrum right now is this just lunatic figure that Kash Patel just put out that the FBI has foiled 715 planned terror attacks since last year. And that's coming directly from Kash Patel. You believe that, Aaron? I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, the thing, you hit the nail on the head. So, the thing is, the majority of people, and then let's just say those are the people 45 and older or whatever, when you grew up, what you saw on the news, you believed. Mm-hmm. And also, they weren't allowed to present partisan news. The modernization of the Smith-Munn Act during the Obama administration has allowed them to make politics part of news and push people in directions, and mostly it's push people against each other, right? That's what you want. You guys all fight it out together, and then we'll be standing here and we'll pick up the pieces at the end, or whatever. But ultimately, especially your older folks, they're going to believe what the news tells them, even and I think local news does a pretty good job of staying out of that for the most part, but it's just crazy, you know what I mean? And then you don't want to believe that your country would deceive you for a giant money grab that COVID really was, and not saying it wasn't real, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying they blew everything way out of proportion. The way they handled it was inter-expletive there. Yeah.
Well, let me say this.
I don't want to believe that, but I know it's true.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because, when you strip away the layers, and I was saying this back in the beginning, especially when they were presenting the hate and lie shots as the only solution. I go, you're telling me that you're going to lock down my life and restrict me like you're my daddy, when your government, okay, my supposed government, created this thing through the university/private contractor /DOE DARPA system. And we've got news on that DOE system. I did an entire video, not only on Bill Gates's Q clearance, but that Musk obviously also has to have a Q clearance because of his work with Tesla and CureVac and the printing of the shots via the bio-nano micro factories that they built. No one's asked that question. And the DOE is actually going full throttle. I did a full video on this yesterday, but there is a new thing out there, and this is completely towards a total and complete slave grid. It's the good people at NASA, the Defense Department, which is now the Department of War, and the Energy Department, among 20 other federal agencies, for what they are calling the Genesis mission. Okay? And on their own website, and this is pretty brand new, the Genesis mission unites DOE national labs, because again, they're the heads of the bioweapons programs, okay? So we're going to unite the DOE national labs, never got in trouble, industry, academia, and more to harness AI for breakthroughs in energy dominance, discovery science, and of course, national security. And that is the key. They are a modus operandi for national security, for the compartmentalization of things, and have been since the Manhattan Project. And right on their front page, I played the video inside the Genesis mission directly from the Department of Energy. You kind of have this AI slop created video. I mean, a lot of it looks like it's not necessarily, the visuals, not necessarily AI, but a lot of like stock footage. But the voice sounds AI. And what language are they using? Oh, it's a public-private partnership. And this is why I continue to lean into the idea. Exactly. It's a public-private partnership.
It's a public-private partnership. What? Is it called oxymoron? Because that doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's the language that was used a lot by the World Economic Forum and these other globalist organizations during the COVID-1984 nightmare as a cover for techno-fascism. That's what that is. That's what a public-private partnership is. They talk about the academia aspect of it. Again, when you look at COVID, where does it start? It starts from grants via the government to UNC Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. When you look at other universities, especially when we're talking about the more astute ones, such as Harvard, et cetera, and Stanford, they're recruiting centers for the Central Intelligence Agency, for the National Security Agency. When I got to sit down and talk to John Kiriakou, the CIA whistleblower that went to jail for exposing waterboarding and torturing, we had a discussion about how he was recruited into the agency in the first place. And he was recruited by a college professor who was a CIA agent posing as a college professor. He even told me the assignment that got him recruited in the first place. And this is how they did it with him, is they told all the students in this class, and it was a rather small class, that they wanted them to, if they had a job, they could do something different, but he did have a job. They wanted them to tail their boss and essentially write up a behavioral paper on their boss, what they were doing, where they were going, their viewpoints, et cetera, and then submit that. And it was after he did that on his boss that he got taken into the teacher's office there and said, look, I'm not real. This whole professor thing is a front. I actually work for the Central Intelligence Agency, and we want to recruit you. And that's how they brought Kiriakou in. I think he was, in his early 20s at the time, might have been 2021. So the university system is set up as Spook Central. It is also set up to project these narratives. Again, Bill Gates had this Q clearance because he was directly working with DARPA Technologies on this one, but it wasn't just, for the COVID 1984 nightmare. I believe he had that clearance that we know about from 2014 to 2022 in the heart of the pandemic. Well, that means that they knew that this organization was going to be working hand in hand with the DARPAs, with the BARDAs, which is the medical DARPA, on these bioweapons programs. And this Genesis mission, it just reeks to me of a track, trace, database society that goes beyond the Internet of Things and even all of these flock cameras that are complete disaster into the Internet of Bodies and bio-nanotechnology and your medical records, the full nine. Meanwhile, they talk about AI breakthroughs for energy dominance, right? Energy dominance. Well, it might be energy dominance as a nation state, but you and I are paying more and more than we ever have for electric, for gas, obviously for oil at the pump right now. I mean, my goodness, once again, we're breaking that $5 mark on premium, and I don't see it really going anywhere. I don't see it shifting down to, the $3 mark that it was before all this. Forget about
oil.
Yeah.
You don't want to get me going on this, Jason. Like, I've been doing this show for 10 years, and I've been reporting the cost of oil compared to the cost of gas all those years, and it's insane. The ratio keeps getting weirder and weirder. It used to be $70 a barrel oil meant $2 a gallon gas, and then $70 a barrel oil meant $3 a gallon gas. Now they're flirting with $70 barrel oils, a little closer to $4 gas. But when you consider the fact that America goes through 300 million gallons of gas a day, a few cents here and there adds up pretty quick, buddy.
Well, just the idea that the Genesis mission is going to bring us energy dominance when they know damn well that artificial intelligence and these data centers are not only going to take up a massive amount of energy, but they're going to take up a massive amount of fresh water, and already are. And one of the reasons they're also integrated into this is that many of these data centers already have plans for mini nuclear reactors on their large-scale sites, and all of that is under the Department of Energy. It's time to kind of lift the veil on the DOE and what they're really about, because most people are just completely ignorant to their role in the quote-unquote deep state or black projects, and they're at the epicenter of all of it. And I get the people that are concerned about flock cameras, for instance, when they're talking about cops spying on their ex-girlfriends or ex-wives, it's those type of things. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad we're pointing that out. Those are a microcosm for the massive data harvesting that is happening. They're not destroying the data, especially the metadata. That's all being run through AI systems. And, I just saw a news story. I posted it yesterday where Wisconsin has made it A-OK to check the flock cameras for people driving into Michigan to get marijuana. And they're now going to use the flock camera activity as evidence for people going there to get marijuana. So,
wow.
Exactly. So they might not have any other evidence other than your car left your state, went to a certain area where they sell the product. They might not even have a picture of your car in the parking lot. They can still start an investigation on you through these methods. All right.
So we just talked to Sheriff about this today, actually, and he said, there's some flock cameras, I think, in Sterling, but they don't use any flock camera technology in Whiteside County anyway. And he said they wouldn't have the capability to write tickets or start investigations based on anything they saw there. The only thing they can use it for is if someone is wanted, and it's based on the license plates, if the car is owned by a person who's wanted or has a warrant, and if the driver matches the description of that person, then they have the right to pull them over.
Yeah, they're full of it. I hate to tell you, this is the spin, and I think we do, especially Scott County has a better sheriff's department than most. In Davenport alone, they sold us out for $50,000. Nothing, 50 grand. That's all. That's all it took, guys, was 50 grand to start putting them here. Moline has exploded with these damn things, and I don't know if you've seen the video yet of the police officer that came to a couple's home and accused this blonde woman of stealing a package off of somebody's doorstep. Have you seen this yet?
No.
All right. Well, again, this is something people need to understand and see. So this guy comes in. He's so sure of himself. He's like, we've got you on camera. This is we've got you. We know you did this. And this woman is like, no, that's not me. I didn't steal any. They show her the video. She's like, that's not me. I didn't do that. Well, your car is in that neighborhood. We've got it. We've got you dead to rights. Now, they didn't have her car in front of the house when the thing got stolen. They just had her in the general vicinity, et cetera, et cetera. They refused to allow her to submit Ring camera footage from the neighbors proving that she wasn't even there at the time until after the fact. And you guessed it, Aaron, she was not the one that stole that package. So this person who was so sure had used flock cameras in the wrong manner, thought because, again, her car was in that general vicinity at certain times, they could just go and arrest her, and they falsely arrested her. These things, and that's just a small little example of how these things can be used in a way that's not for law enforcement, okay? But this is a track trace database police state they are trying to create with these flock cameras. And I want to give it up to former WWE wrestler Kane, a.k.a. Glenn Jacobs. Glenn Jacobs is the man. He is the man. He is the man. He has banned the flock cameras. He turned down a $1 million deal to install hundreds of these things in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he is the mayor. And he is now working on legislation to completely and totally ban the technology or anything like it in that area. That's the kind of guy we need running for the president of the United States. Now, look, Glenn has gone kind of smaller than some politicians on the scene. Not that Knoxville, Tennessee isn't big enough, but, it's not mayor of New York City. It's not a congressman. It's not a governor. And I think that's...
Donnie get booed off the stage?
I did.
Yeah.
Not shocking. Again, it's not like he's overtly popular in New York City, just like Kathy Hochul is not overtly popular in New York State. It's this facade or illusion that they have this, giant backing. when in fact, the voting there has been so corrupt for decades at this point, where you just have no idea what the real vote is. And we're not fixing it. I know people are talking about the SAVE Act. Even if you were to pass the SAVE Act, they're not getting rid of the machines. Let me repeat that. They're not getting rid of the machines. If you don't get rid of the machines, a system in which you cannot do a honest audit, and that's the thing. After all these fiascos with Tina Peters and the 2020 election, especially on the conservative and Republican end, for them not to be kicking and screaming and saying that they want all of these machines out, they want Dominion and every other private entity out of the voting system, they just have no idea what the true issues are. Not that the SAVE Act is going to pass, Aaron, but it's still just a smokescreen, okay? I don't want people that aren't citizens voting in my elections either. But once again, that's almost a moot point if we can't hand count the votes and then double check those through checks and balances of other human beings, which we can't do. Like, we don't have access to these servers. They act like these things are not online. That's not true. They've brought them to DEF CON, which is this hackers convention, year after year after year, and they are exploited and hacked within minutes, not hours. They're exploited and hacked within minutes every damn time. So, Glenn Jacobs, maybe it's time to step into the national arena. I know you're pretty cozy over there. But many moons ago, Aaron, back when I was over at InfoWars, well over 15 years ago, Glenn actually contacted me on MySpace, which is supposedly making a comeback. And I really tried to get him on the show. He would not come on the show. He was just like, well, what are we going to talk about? And this is when he was, still pretty deep in the wrestling business and had not announced a political career. It wasn't until years later. But that's the kind of guy that you want. You want a guy that is financially stable, yet outside of the special interest groups, right? He's not part of some rich family or hedge funds and that type of thing. You want somebody who's self-made. You maybe want somebody who's physically intimidating. He certainly fits that bill. And somebody that's reluctant to have any kind of power, that isn't saying that he wants to be a career politician. And I know the buzz right now is around the picture that was put out there with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, and others, where they have alluded to creating a third party. But third party politics are tough. It's very hard, even with name recognition, to get on the ballot. Even with a third party, I don't know that saves us from this corrupt left-right system that seems to empower an executive within an executive. I think that you can utilize that as a tool to possibly strip a certain amount of votes in order to get other candidates in. That's really how it works in European nations. A lot of these people that become prime minister, not only are they not voted on by the people themselves, but they vote in the party system that then designates who's going to do that. And sometimes they get like 20, 25% of the vote, and that's all they need because it is so fractured. You see it in South American countries as well. And I just don't know. I get why people want different flavors of this, but until we get any type of criminal prosecutions for high-level global crimes that are literally right in our face, I don't know that any changing of the system is actually going to matter in a meaningful way.
What do you think is going to happen when AI technology gets into those voting machines? You know what I mean? Like, AI is already hacking out of its own stuff. And some of these incidences they're telling us about, and I brought this up earlier, imagine what they're not telling us.
Yeah.
There's stuff happening that they're not telling us. Oh, this AI robot actually broke out and this is what's happening. And we know you tell us every week how the AI robot lies, they're deviant. There's just over and over and over and over. How long do you think before they get into voting machines? Come on. And then as far as somebody running for office, really what we need, if you look at the classic or the standard old school classification of wealth, okay, there's a lower class, there's an upper lower class, there's a lower middle class, upper middle class, there's lower even Bezos, they're lower upper class because they're new money. But really, in my opinion, you need someone, honestly, probably from the middle class to run for office, because otherwise you got your fingers in so many things already with so many businesses, especially the upper class people, the old money people, that you're never going to get a straight shot on anything because they always have those interests in the back of their mind. Over and over and over again, we're seeing it. And I mean, I feel like, President Trump, I don't know if he ran again to try and fix things or if he ran again to just pull off the world's biggest hustle. Because, I mean, they are raking it in. His family is, and not that this doesn't go on with every president, but this has been a little bit more of an extreme situation. And then real quick, back to what you were talking about the recruitment at college. So my son, his junior year at A&M, he's an honor student and all that stuff, and I don't know if he hit some sort of, took a survey and hit some sort of curriculum. He came from divorced parents and all this other stuff. I don't know, but they invited him to a training camp, basically for FBI, the three-letter agencies. He was invited to a training camp by a recruiter who got his information from someone at A&M, and he was going to get paid. He was going to go for 6 or 8 weeks. I don't know, it's pretty good money. They were going to pay him $10,000 just to go to the training camp, and then he's staying at wherever, I don't know, and they were going to put him up I'm guessing it would have probably been a college dorm or something like that. It was physical and mental training, and to see if he was a good fit. And then we talked about it at length quite a few times, and he decided he didn't want to mess with it or didn't want to get into it. I'm like, all right, completely support that. But yeah, that's out there, man.
As far as AI getting into the voting machines, I do think eventually they would like to program it into it. I'm extremely skeptical about any of these stories where it supposedly breaks out of the system.
You talked about that last week.
Yeah, I think I have a good reason to be, especially if these large language models are being worked on PCs that are not connected to the internet, which a lot of them are not. For instance, one of the caveats with this whole Genesis mission, the DOE, DARPA, NASA, is quantum computing in general. And remember, NASA and Google have been partners in quantum computing and declared quantum supremacy all the way back in 2019. So they've been doing this together for a decade plus. There's almost no recent news stories on their lab, on their experiments, on what they found in the last half decade plus. Very hard to find. But just 3 weeks ago? No, I guess it was in late June. Trump signed an executive order calling for powerful quantum computers and a supercomputer targeting 2028. Okay. And again, as I just stated, Google and NASA and really DARPA have been working on this together for a very long time. Google just kind of silently put out a study a couple months ago that suggests that AI will never be sentient, despite hiring philosopher to work on consciousness. And as I've stated this before, and I'll state it again and again and again, AI will never be conscious, and no matter what they tell you, no matter what's been projected on you. And look, Google has been one of the ones that's kind of projected this idea of an emerging consciousness from artificial intelligence, or that the quote-unquote computers are waking up. But I read portions of this, and it was published in May. It's actually pretty spot on. It's basically what I've been saying for a very long time, that we don't even know as a human species what consciousness is. We have never been able to either isolate nor create consciousness on any level. And the idea that we are going to somehow harness individual consciousness and upload it into a cloud is absolutely insane. It is not possible. And I think it is a trick for the general populace to eventually convince them that it's time to euthanize themselves and upload themselves into the cloud where they can just be or do anything they want. Now, that might be 30, 40, 50 years down the line, but we've certainly been prepped up for these type of things with all these Western euthanasia programs, such as in Canada, See, now when you're like depressed or upset and they say, maybe you want to kill yourself. We've had these discussions. Now it's like, oh, you won't really have to kill yourself. Actually, we're going to upload you into the best possible reality you could ever imagine, where you're going to be able to do anything you want. You're going to look any way you want. You're going to feel any way you want. And it's going to be the best thing since breakfast. I've got news for people. When you're given literally everything you want, and it won't even be you because you'll be dead. It'll be a digital facsimile. But let's say they could even do that, which they can't. People usually become pretty unhappy pretty quickly when they're given every single thing they want, and there is no longer any type of adversity whatsoever. Because when you don't have adversity and challenge, you lose a significant portion of what it truly means to be human. And I'm not trying to lose that. Look, it's tough all over, Aaron, right? Those bills keep coming.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
AI, the problem, like you said, it can't go out on its own, but people can, take it, put it somewhere out, you know what I mean? I'm more worried about the people behind it, I guess, than robots taking over. Robots could take over if they have people behind them to help, to initiate that. I think would be, something with that. But I don't know. It's just all too much. You know what I mean? I don't know why we need all this stuff. I don't know why. I don't know why we're putting AI data centers ahead of people. A lot of it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't feel. I guess the overall feeling is the direction we're moving as humanity is not a good one for humanity.
Yes, exactly. And meanwhile, I think that's more than fair. In fact, it's the evisceration of humanity and what it means to be human if you let these people have their way. For instance, Musk is out there talking about not tens of thousands, not 100,000, but 1 million satellites surrounding the planet. And we've discussed this, NASA's discussed this, as the artificial skin of the planet. And the thing is that these things are only in orbit for like 5 years. And I get why people are concentrating on the, environmental aspects of that, because it's an easy attack. But how about the surveillance grid aspects of that? And there was another story out there today that, or not today, but this week, that leads to me to be ever so skeptical of NASA and Musk and SpaceX. So one of these rockets that was deploying, I believe it was the Starlink satellites and possibly some of Starshield. It's not exactly clear. One of the Falcon 9s that they sent up there. It didn't do exactly what they wanted. And one of the stages of the rockets supposedly just slammed into the moon's surface. So when I saw this, I just put it out there really quick. Hey, is there any video footage either from a satellite or a telescope showing this happening, even showing the rocket itself, right? That supposedly did something that they didn't want it to do. Nothing. There's no way to prove any of that. It's just scientists say that the rocket hit the moon. Meanwhile, I asked that of my fan base on X, and somebody just sent me a computer-generated video of something slamming into the moon. None of it's real. So, again, my big question would be, well, I understand that space is hard and that things get a little off track and out of control, but it only seems to be happening on the unmanned missions that they're admitting to it, but then they can't even provide evidence that it happened, right? So,
well, there's no flock cameras in space.
Not yet. Not yet, Aaron.
With time, and we'll have the evidence we need. We'll get some flock cameras up there, and away we go.
Yeah, well, maybe those flock cameras in space will work as well as the cameras did in Epstein's prison cells.
They were turned off when he died.
Oh,
ironic. I don't know. Coincidence.
I think last week I quickly discussed Sorrow Ranch and how the new owners of Zorro Ranch had an exorcism, a 3-day exorcism performed at Zorro Ranch, and they plan on making that into a Christian retreat. Okay, you can't make that up.
Talking about that.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah.
What I didn't mention is that there is now this interview out this week of I guess he's a famous Mossad assassin, and I just want to say this: I don't necessarily put a lot of value into famous Mossad assassins telling the truth, but he gets asked some pretty specific things where his answers, at least on the surface, if he's not reading off of a script, are pretty alarming. So, for instance, one thing that I'll totally agree with the guy on is he talks about, whether or not Epstein's alive. And he says, no, Epstein's absolutely dead. And he goes, some people want that story out there and it's fantastical and it throws people in the wrong direction. But they sent somebody in there to kill him. Okay, so not that he killed himself. Then he goes on to say that he actually knows the person that killed Epstein. Okay, so
really,
yeah, again, you can't make this stuff up. He literally says that he knows the individual that actually killed him. Okay, that's pretty interesting. I would have thought that more people would have jumped on that one. This is on the Danny Jones podcast, by the way. And Danny Jones also asks him about the material that Epstein had gotten, the pictures, the videos, the hard drives, and essentially where is all that stuff? Well, the Mossad operative refuses to answer, but acts like he does know where that evidence is, obviously alluding to the idea that the Israelis have it all. I would assume it's not just the Israelis. I would assume that the Central Intelligence Agency at this point probably has it, as I believe at least some of it was in the hands of the FBI during these raids. But he talks about how one day it is going to come out. He also talks about how it wasn't just the island, Zorro Ranch, the New York facility that was rigged up with these cameras, but also the planes themselves. Now, if that's the case and the planes were also rigged up with cameras, I mean, we're talking about a multitude of blackmail material if you believe any of the accounts that are publicly out there on what went on those planes. So, I don't know that we're ever going to get that material. Blanche is still being sued by the New Mexico DOJ. Trump has basically said that, there is nothing more to it. It's a total hoax. But Trump's gone off the rails. You know what I mean? I mean, there's not much that he's saying now that is resonating with those that joined the base for anti-war, for cheaper gas, for more prosperity, for the tariff check. Yeah, everything he campaigned on. And instead, they're going to these Johnny nonsense headlines that somehow, again, the FBI has foiled 715 planned terror attacks over the last year. That's almost 2 a day. That's almost 2.
Well, maybe their definition. So, did you know? Not a light topic, but just a something that's similar. So, school shooting is considered, if there's a school shooting, or if someone is even just caught with a weapon at a school, that's considered. It's in the same category. It's considered a school shooting. And we found that out earlier this year. There was a student at Rock Island that got caught with a gun, and I just kind of rabbit holed into what I'm like. So is that? I'm like, he was shooting. They just caught him with a gun. But that, according to the statistics that we see about that stuff, they consider that a shooting. So maybe this is a similar thing where they're like, oh, it was a terrorist attack, but really it was just like a guy sent a text message and said he was going to blow some stuff up, and that's a terrorist attack.
Well, I think you're 100% right on that. They're trying to inflate it. Even the subheadline said the attacks were aimed at places of worship, schools, and businesses. But the bottom line, that doesn't meet the definition of terrorism. Terrorism is extremely specific in that the modes of terror are for a political outcome. Okay, And I'm sorry, but a school shooting is not there for a political outcome. You know what I mean? And they've definitely conflated the issue. But when you get down to actual terror attacks, look, for instance, they just said that they caught another crazy person, pretty severely armed, wanting to assassinate Trump. I think that's real. I think that there are plenty of people with TDS and mental issues, and the president of the United States has always been a target of these things. But
you're talking about the one in California that just happened?
Yes.
Because it's like once every other week. I mean, if you look for it, and who knows what they don't tell us. Again, I heard that there was, during the Obama administration, there was a lot of things that went on that they never even talked about. Attempts on his life, or people that were, like this guy was hanging out watching the security and what they were doing, and they were like, what are you doing? And then they found some hollow point bullets in his pocket, went to his house, he had body armor and all this stuff. So, who knows, again, how much of this is actually reported or whatever. I mean, if somebody got really close, they probably wouldn't tell us anyway. But, you got a president who's divisive and could the Iran war have gone worse?
Well, no, it's about to get worse. Listen, this guy has set himself up for another assassination attempt, and that they'll blame on Iran if they're successful. He's literally said that the Defense Department, the Department of War, has direct orders to basically flatten Iran if he dies. So in other words, before there would be any investigation into how Trump was taken out, etc., they're ready just to bomb Iran on a level that we can't imagine, possibly using nuclear weapons. That's insane. That's I always talk about how there's been no evidence of a dead man switch, right? You always hear that, oh, well, Epstein would have had a dead man switch and da-da-da-da-da. There's never been any evidence of a real dead man switch where somebody is taken out or dies, and then all of a sudden a trove of information about others comes out. People were saying things like John McAfee had a dead man switch. No, not real. This is the ultimate dead man switch. This isn't a dead man switch where supposedly you're going to get a bunch of information, but a political one where if this guy is taken out, then immediately we're thrown into a war like no other, that could last, not just years, but decades. So I'm blown away. I don't know who's still going to these rallies. I kind of understood why Trump was doing rallies during his first term as presidency, because he was running for a second term. But now there is no third term, nor should there be. Okay, and frankly, with Congress and the War Powers Act, and I think they were only like 4 shy of trying to stop this Iran thing. If you wanted to impeach the guy for war crimes, I'm with it at this point. That's a real thing. What is going on in the Middle East, not just with Iran, not just with Lebanon, not even just with Palestine, but with what's going on in Syria, with Saudi Arabia starting to get involved, with Israel openly talking about Egypt being a target down the line. It's time to pull the plug on all this. I think the real problem with that, though, is that even if you were to successfully do it, and Trump has a huge cult following, I don't know that you would be, J.D. Vance is not the dude. And he's the guy that they're propping up, and he's very intelligent. He's very well spoken. He's gotten into this podcast sphere via Rogan and Theo Vaughn. And look, I like those guys, but they're not challenging him on the big questions. They're kind of allowing him to talk around the Epstein issue, to talk around the Iran issue, and not give definitive answers. So Vance is very good at that. That's extremely frightening because he's also very young, and he could easily do 8 years as the president. And I don't know what our nation, look, I don't think they're necessarily going to put anybody in there that's not pushing forward into this very technocratic agenda that we see forming around us right now. But, Vance's origin story comes from the Palantir verse of Peter Thiel specifically. And when you look at Palantir, Alex Karp is a madman. Alex Karp is a out and out crazy person, in my opinion. And he has no qualms about talking about might is right and what Palantir is doing and hopping around looking like he's all methed up while doing it. And remember, this guy is another guy that was brought up through this Ivy League system and through a guy like Peter Thiel. I've been going and getting old school clips of Thiel from back in the PayPal days. And I mean, the guy, he's very smart, but he's a stone cold businessman. He's a stone cold technocrat. He also has to hold all sorts of security clearances just being involved in Palantir alone. And that's another thing that I don't think people get. All these companies and businesses that are trading on the stock market, when we're talking about the national security field, when we're talking about the bio-nano field, when we're talking about really any field of importance, these people have security clearances. They are an extension of the government agenda through private contracting, and it needs to be called out. And somehow we need to rein in some types of checks and balances on these systems, or we're only going to push further and further into this technocratic tyranny.
Well, you kind of summed it up there, didn't you? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's I don't know. I don't like things that are happening with society, with humanity. I'm frustrated that I don't know, had all the success in Venezuela, whatever, 10 minutes, and I still believe I'm not a Pete Hegseth fan at all. I feel like he's a big part of the problem. And, hey, we're just like Venezuela, let's go to Iran, we're going to take out the leader, it's going to be awesome, yeah, Department of War, woo, woo, and, not so much. And now we have the hardline people from Iran, the people that are, even crazier than the Ayatollah was, they're in charge. Mm-hmm. And really, they're in better shape than they were. I mean, the country's obliterated. We already said we're going to pay to fix it, whatever, $300 billion or whatever. But politically, they're stronger. Right now, we're fighting over the control of Hormuz to have a final ceasefire deal, right? Well, before, this wasn't even an issue. Nobody was trying to control it. And now someone's gonna, and they're gonna make money off of it. And from my understanding, that's the breaking point of the negotiations. We want control of it. They want control of it. Well, okay. But I mean, in my opinion, if you read what's going on, Iran seems stronger. I mean, like they're a little higher in the echelon now because they've held us off.
Yeah, no.
And
well, the thing is,
Ukraine's a little higher because they've held Russia off now. It's been with our help, but still. And now Iran has held us off. We were supposed to be able to clean this up, no problem. Here we are 5-6 months in and appropriating money for another year. And why? Does Israel said so? Or, you know what I mean? Or Pete Hegseth said so? Like, stupid.
Well, I think that it's pulled the veil back. That although we are a military superpower, that doesn't mean that we just get to say and do whatever we want throughout the world, and that there are no other superpowers in the world.
Yeah.
Again, most people don't understand demographics. They don't understand 90 million people in Iran. They think that the vast majority of those people are Muslims when the vast majority of those people are Persians, right? They don't understand that before.
A lot of people don't know the difference, buddy.
Which is crazy.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Even with, I was talking to somebody about this just the other day when we were talking about the internet itself and how ignorant people, something people use every single day that is so a part of their life, and they don't know where the internet came from, right? They don't know that DARPA created the ARPANET, that it was the Defense Department through their Advanced Research Project Agency that brought you the internet.
No, it's Al Gore. Just ask him.
Yeah, it's Al Gore and vacuum tubes. Again, the idea that you're not taught that in school, right? Yet you rely on it every day on the Chromebook they give you or the little scroll box is totally and completely insane. In fact, if you walked into a school right now, grades, let's give it middle school to high school, grades 8 through 12 or 7 through 12, how many of those kids could articulate anything close to what I just said about the creation of the internet? I'd say it'd probably be well under 1%. And that should be at the apex of the type of things that we're teaching kids. If you do not know your history in any significant manner, you're not only doomed to repeat it, but when it's repeated, it's going to be that much worse. And that's really why I have such a problem with artificial intelligence in its current iteration. It's not artificial, it's programmed. It's not intelligence, it's narrative management. And it's doing so around the most important issues, where if you ask it certain things outside of the spectrum regarding 9/11, regarding Epstein, it just straight up lies to you. It makes people up, man. Like it literally makes, and it does so, it makes dates up, it makes people up, it lies to you to protect a narrative. And you have to know what you're asking, and you have to essentially know some of the answers, or you're never going to get anywhere near the truth. And look, Google, again, really came up through NASA and DARPA and the National Library Initiative, and harnessing all the world's printed knowledge. And there was a time, Aaron, where I would search something that was in a printed newspaper, okay? And Google's search engine would take me to the scans of the printed newspapers that they had scanned in. They're all gone. They're all gone. Okay, so what happened to all that information? It's been siloed. They didn't destroy it. It's somewhere on their own servers that are outside of the internet. And that's why it's so scary, that story I talked about last week, where they're buying rare books, they're scanning it into their systems, and then they're destroying those rare books.
Yeah.
That is.
I wonder if they're going after the old microfilm machines in libraries too.
Sure.
Because that would be there. And honestly, I have watched the watering down of the educational curriculum in the United States happen in my own household. Between my oldest kids and my youngest one, in a 10-year span. Like I see it. Like I see it happening. But yeah, I don't know. We've been talking to my youngest daughter. We're going to do some side things like read some books together, talk about stuff like that. And it's not our teachers' fault. We have great teachers here. We got a great school system here. But the curriculum that the state wants taught is not the same as it even was 10 years ago. And again, it's all, lean on your computer, ask the screen what it is, what to do. And scary, man.
And it is scary because, again, that screen is now lying to you on a level it never did before, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't want to give you the primary source documentation. It wants to sell you on the great narrative that's being projected by the media and politicians of the day. And that's where we're at. And you may be, again, kind of curated towards a certain perspective, but they keep you in these left and right boxes, and they rarely present information that would allow you to break free from those systems. And that's what we really need to do. We need to break free from those systems of control. We have to realize that, the Democrats, the Republicans, honestly, they're not really the true enemy, because most of those people are your neighbors. It's the people at the top of those organizations that are being bought out by tech oligarchs, by old money, like you were talking about, generational wealth.
Upper class, yeah.
Yes, on behalf of whether you call it the Great Reset, the New World Order, a globalist agenda where the vast majority of us are managed by this artificial intelligence, aka programmed narrative system, and it intersects with every aspect of our life, including our healthcare, including our mobility. I mean, again, these flock cameras going up, they want to restrict your access to the roads. That is some of the ultimate goal. Like they just shut your car off. You know, I was talking. Who was it I was talking to? I was talking to somebody just about OnStar, my buddy Mike. And his wife had said something to him where she goes, you know, I read that they're going to set it up so they can just kill your car. They can just turn your engine off.
No, new vehicles with AI, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's 30 years ago. Like in certain vehicles, you know, like my brother bought one of those used cars from you know, a dealership that had OnStar, and this is back in, I think we took it back to OnStar started in like 94, maybe even 92. This is probably like 97 to 98. My brother buys a car. Guess what? Didn't make his payment on time. Tried to go outside and get in his car. He's locked out. Can't start the engine. Okay, that's been going on for a long time. You know, take it out of the hands of a private business and put it into the hands of government and see how corrupt it gets, Aaron.
Hey, welcome back, Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Glad everybody could tune in. Thanks for tuning in last week. Going to do something a little bit different this week, something I normally don't do, just because I'm a little salty about the issue. This week's episode, I've been working all week, spoke to the DOJ several times, pulled a lot of reports, worst of the worst. I was going to talk about the U.S. Attorney's Office work in the District of Arizona with ICE, Border Patrol, local law enforcement. I was going to tell you about the 1,032 illegals they scooped up off the street and out of jobs and out of criminal activity. I mean, 602 illegals were charged with felonies. 360 were already felons that had been deported before and let back in under Biden. A lot of good stuff there, a lot of real criminal activity, but we got to put that on hold. Like I said, I normally don't do this. I try not to respond in anger. I try to put information together that nobody's really talking about, people haven't seen, mainstream doesn't cover. But the last couple of days, and capping it off to this morning, where I'm getting these emails on my state email that some are just benign canned emails saying that we're not funding education, we're taking money out of families' pockets, we're hurting teachers, we're forcing teachers to buy equipment. That's just not the case. And I'm getting sick and tired of to save our schools, teachers unions, and all these other these liars. I can't. There's no other word to describe these assholes. They are just flat out lying. I'm going to bring the receipts today. I'm going to prove to you that public education in Arizona is funded, fully funded. And just think about it. We've got fraud and access, over $2 billion to sober living. We have $2 million sent from the housing program to fraudsters. We've got the pay-to-play scandal with Sunrise. We got this governor that's full of fraud. We got election issues. We got all kinds of fraud going on. We make Minnesota look like child's play, but yet public schools, we're supposed to believe K through 12 education is squeaky clean. There's not enough time in the day, nor could I cut and paste every single investigation the Auditor General has performed in Arizona, finding schools that are not in compliance, missing money, doing illegal activities. And as a matter of fact, you can look at it yourself, because it's probably, if you're not an Arizona resident, you're in another state watching this, you can probably go to your Auditor General's website, find that same information, because you can do it here in Arizona. The Auditor General's website is very easy to navigate. You just go to the website, you push in education. We'll put the link on the screen. I'll throw a screenshot on there of the Auditor General's website and where to look, and it will show you all of the investigations to include the universities, the community colleges, K through 12, charter schools. All of it's there. All of it's there. And for these assholes to send me this kind of email, and I'm an elected official, soon not to be, but you have the right to criticize me. You have the right to mock me, call me names. I don't care about any of that. But you do not have the right to lie about our work. When we perform the work that needs to be done and we do it to standard or above that standard, you can be critical of it if you don't like it, but you cannot lie about it. Why? Because I got the receipts, and we're going to get into that next. So I want to get this out of the way, but I don't want to diminish it because we are partnered with a new group called Sound Money. These guys have kind of reimagined what owning precious metals is like. So super easy. Anybody can do it. You could do it from $1. It's not a paper transfer. It's not a certificate. It's actual metal. So you can buy actual metal, gold, silver, what have you, and you can have it shipped to your home. No problem. You can have it in your hand. You can sell it later. You can do what you want with it, or you can get up to free storage for your first $500, and that's in the precious metals vault. Now, if it's stored in the vault, real easy. You get the money that you put into it. You want to sell it. You got a piece of gold sitting in the vault, you sell it back to them. Super easy, quick liquid cash. You don't like that idea. You want to hold it in your hand. You want them to send it to you by discreet protected courier. You get it in the mail. You stick it under your mattress or wherever your personal vault is, and you win. You still win. So your account includes the vaulted storage, insured storage up to $500 in metals at zero cost. You don't like it, like I said, you just have it sent to your house. Visit Sound Money /TalkRed, Sound Money TalkRed. We're going to throw that on the screen. Take a look at it. Something you should do, at least take a look at it. No harm, no foul to look. Get it sent to your home. Get it stored in the vault. Liquid money when you need it. Okay, let's get back to the story. All right. So let me just cover the email first, because that's where this needs to start. So like I said, some of them are canned, and I know you can't see it down here. I've got my computer. And this is one of the canned emails. This is the one that, just benign, everyday Democrats read and say, oh my God, the Democrats are doing everything they can. The Republicans are taking money out of schools. That's why they're broke and kids are not learning. So this is what I get from obviously somebody that has no freaking clue. They're just pushing a link and forwarding an email. State Representative John Gillette, I urge you to ensure our state local school budgets are fully funded and cover the essential school supplies students and educators need in the classroom. Families should not be required to purchase basic materials such as pencils, notebooks, folders, papers, headphones, tissues, cleaning supplies as a condition of participation in public schools. With that statement, I agree, and I'll tell you why later. Teachers should not have to use their salaries to fill gaps created by an inadequate education budget. That pisses me off, because I will prove to you that the budget is more than adequate, and the teachers union and all these administrative state people that are running the schools are just a bunch of liars, and we'll prove it. Shifting these costs into families and educators deepens inequity. So there we go with their equity nonsense again, because the poor kids can't afford pencils. You know what? The poor kids are going to get pencils. Nobody's being held back on a pencil. Schools and whether communities can rely on private donations as well as funded parent organizations. That's something else right there. That could be a whole episode. When you go to the grocery store and the teller says, would you like to support public education? Just press the button there and you can donate. That money is being solicited from a grocery store, whatever entity it is that's collecting money from the schools. So they collect a bunch of money and they give it to the schools. Now they're collecting the money from shoppers. They give it to the schools and they say, well, we donated to the school. That's a huge tax write-off. The school gets all this money that they're not taxed upon anyway, but they already get taxpayer money, bonds, budget money, and now they're collecting from the public. What do they do with that money? That's money that's outside of the budgets, outside the AEL. Where does that money go? We have zero accountability for people that get duped into, my kid's in school, I'll give a few bucks. You already gave. You gave at the office, you gave at home, you gave with your taxpayer money. Don't give them any more money. That is the problem. Last paragraph. Please support dedicated funding for classroom supplies. Require school districts provide essential materials for every student and establish a reliable reimbursement process for educators who make approved classroom purchases. Okay, let me start breaking this down one by one, because once I do, and you figure out, like most of us that have dealt with the budget, how these public schools are just a financial scam and a total ripoff, and we're not getting any bang for our buck, you're going to be as angry as I am. Like I said, I don't typically change my programming. I research something for the week. I find something that people aren't talking about, but this is taking priority because we're in an ESA battle right now where a judge is going to decide if a bill that, quote, Save Our Schools, Teachers Union Outside Influence, have put petitions together to limit our ESA program. The ESA program is the backpack funding we spoke about for years. This is where the money, your tax dollars, follows the student to wherever you want them educated. The parent's choice. That's what they're trying to kill because, well, that hurts public schools. They're taking money out of my pocket. We are not, and I will prove it. So let's break part of this down. Please support dedicated funding for classroom supplies. That's not our job. That is not the legislature's job. That is the school board's job and that superintendent. They write their budget based upon the appropriation they receive from the legislature. So now you could say, okay, legislature, shorten them out. No, we give them the money. They build their budget. They build their budget, and they could put that in the budget like that. They could write a line item in there, $500 to each teacher for school supplies, and put the burden on the teacher to do the actual shopping that supports their classroom. Or there's a myriad of ways they could do this, but they have chosen not to. So establish a reliable reimbursement process for educators who make approved classroom purchases. Again, not really our job, but we've given them a pathway to do so. There is a pathway to do that is lawful. If a teacher spends their money or needs some additional training, we have put a pathway in the budget, a legal statute that allows them to do that. I can't force school superintendents and school boards to do this, but maybe we should. Maybe we should do their job for them because they seem to be so inadequate and ill-informed, not even understanding the budgetary process, that we get emails like this. Now, I argued with this guy, sent him back, and I'll give you snippets of what I sent back. But in his email, he sent me the canned email and made other claims. Arizona's 49th in I can't say it, 49th in per pupil spending. Okay. Yeah, if you tally up all the states, that could be true. I don't think we're actually 49th. It could be true though, because you have California, New York, Massachusetts. You have all these high tax, high cost states with a high cost of living. Obviously, they're going to put more money into their education system, their per student spending, because it costs more to live there. Now, if you have a lower tax base and you have a lower cost of living, that money that they're putting in, that $20,000 a student, is equivalent to the $13,000 a student we put in here, because our cost of living isn't as much. Our cost of goods and supplies is not as much as it is in California and New York. But let me bring this to your attention. I know you can't see it, so I'll hold it up. This is the Arizona budget book. This giant big book right here. This contains the Arizona budget, something that I've been involved with heavily for 4 years. We have a law, 15901.1, and it talks about the establishment of Proposition 301, which was passed a while back, and it's the base level spending. So in Arizona, every year we already have a 2.0 inflation adjustment built into the budget. And then with 15901B2, we can go up to 7% increase. So whatever whatever the cost of spending is, whatever the budget is, that's what we can add. And that's what we do add based on this funding formula. But of course, these boneheads sending the emails, they have no idea any of this is going on because they don't read, understand, or even know the budget. So from that, let's go to the next part. I said, it's misleading. Teachers Union, Big Ed talking points. It relies on the narrow national metric. Now, what does that mean? That is a metric put together by the Teachers Union and all these organizations that establish a hierarchy ranking of funding. They don't do it on economy. They do it per student only. That is their metric. It's a very narrow window of what they measure, and it's meaningless. So, hard fact, Arizona has increased K-12 funding every year since I've been there. And I look back on older budgets, we increase K-12 funding every single year to include the statutory 2% inflation increase. So we have backfilled so much money in public schools that they should be swimming. And you say, oh, well, we hear it all the time. They're not swimming, but they are. At the beginning of this budget year, Arizona schools had $8 billion, so 7.7, I believe it was, 7.577, almost $8 billion in dead cash they cannot spend. Now, I took the time to look at all the large school districts in the state of Arizona. There is not one school district, not one in the state, even schools with 40 kids in it, that opened this school year in a deficit. On average, schools opened the school year with over $1 million, just sitting there waiting to be spent. But yet they said they're broke. They can't afford pencils and pens. They can't reimburse their teachers, all these things, but $8 billion across the state. Now, myself and other representatives, we wanted to claw that money back. Hey, schools, you screwed up. You collected too much in taxes. You couldn't spend the money. It needs to come back into the general budget because this bonehead governor, Katie Hobbs, has spent us from a surplus to a deficit. And that $8 billion could really, really help. But we didn't get that done. Too much pushback and feasibility. It will happen under a Republican governor. We will right the ship. So what I want to specifically talk about involves partially this email, and I talked to a lot of teachers. I talked to a lot of people. Teacher pay in Arizona is it's not bad, but it's not great. And we want good teachers. We want good teachers to be in school. We want to pay them a good living wage so they stay in that school and they grow. Now, there's other problems there because you get the admin bug like anybody. Everybody wants to excel in their career. So at some point, the teachers that have been teaching for, the average is 12 to 15 years, they start wanting to move into administration. One, because they get out of the classroom, they earn more money, they get better degrees, and they move into that upper rung of school administration where they make the big bucks, like the superintendent that makes, $300,000 a year, take home car, all the benefits in the world, travel pay, all this nonsense to run a school. So there you have it. That's kind of the flow, but your starting teachers that are good and your teachers that have been there for the 7 to 10 year mark that are really on their game, they can assess pretty much every student in their classroom and figure out how that student needs to learn and kind of work with those kids and get them there. Those are the ones we want to retain. The woke liberal purple hair with the pride flag in the classroom, we want them to go to McDonald's where they belong. But let me get back on track. So the Classroom Site Fund, that is the law that funds teacher spending, and the teachers added in, the teachers unions added in a little kicker to that. And we shouldn't have allowed this, but the Classroom Site Fund is a state law and it is in the budget. I'm going to read verbatim. I have the digital copy right here. So 2025, 1.53 billion. 2026, 1.1 billion. 2027, 1.13 billion. And that increased the per student amount given, but it also did something else. This is the fund that pays teacher salary, teacher training. Now, the schools, they didn't like that. So they added in a part, well, we can also use this money to reduce class sizes. What does that mean? We don't know. It's up to them. They just make shit up. And previous legislatures allowed this to get in there because it sounds good. Oh, we want to reduce the size of class. We don't want little Billy sitting in there with 25 kids. We want little Billy sitting with 13, 14, 15 max. That's it. So yeah, we'll throw some money at this. Maybe they can expand some classroom or hire new teachers so they have a better teaching base. Now, this is what these knuckleheads are emailing us, and they haven't once taken a look at our budget. Now, K through 12 spending in Arizona is half of our budget. We typically have anywhere from between a $16 and $18 billion budget. Half of that goes to K-12 education. They say they don't have enough. So I asked Representative Gutierrez, who is part of the teachers cabal. She's all in on the woke leftist nonsense. I asked her on the floor once, well, how much money is enough? You're saying we're not funding you. How much money do you need? Put a financial figure on it. Put a metric on that. How much money do you need to teach kids to grade level and graduate them? Of course, they don't have a figure. They just want more money. So let me throw this at you because this is what pisses me off. And you can see I'm a little salty today because of all these emails and talking to these people, just the absolute freaking lies that the teachers unions put out, SOS puts out. The teachers believe it. They believe this. Some of the board members believe it, and they're supposed to be writing the budgets. That tells you right there, school boards, there are good board members, don't get me wrong, but the majority of your school boards need to be absolutely flushed. These people need to be gone, barred for life, done. They can't read a budget. They don't understand a budget. That is their sole function, is the budget, and they can't do it. They need to be gone. They're there for their woke ideology or, well, we need to inclusively. No, they need to do a budget. That's it, budget. But let me get back on topic here. So 2026, this year, and 27 being next year, 1.3, 1.2 billion dollars in the classroom site fund. If you were to take that money dedicated to the classroom site fund with the number of teachers in Arizona, number of certified teachers in Arizona, which is about, it fluctuates, it's around 6,700 teachers. You could give every teacher in the state a $6,000 pay raise right off the bat. Now, they typically get between 4 to 6% on the high side, but that is sure ain't $6,000. And if you squeaked it a little more, you could give $8,000 a year. So that's what we funded. This is what we funded. So the classroom site fund has grown 3.9% or more every year. Now, the schools have a ton of money, and we see how they spend their money. We see the budgets. The Auditor General sees it. She writes a report and says, nope, you misspent. You're not in compliance. Hey, where's this money at? My own district here, they couldn't tell us where $24 million was. They were withheld funding for a couple years because they moved it around, spent it. Who knows where it went? We know where it went. It went to a solar project that wasn't approved, but they did it anyway. And they took money out of maintenance and operations and some other funds to build this up. And they put some solar on that will never pay for itself. So this year, the 2025 budget that we passed last year and this year, $9.5 billion, over half the state's budget, like I said, goes to public schools. Next year, $9.72 billion. We do a 3-year budget. That's $174 million increase in public schools in a year, but we're defunding them. And what they do is they blame it on the ESA program. That's our empowerment scholarships. Like I said, that is your parents' choice backpack funding, where the student goes where the parent wants the student to go. The taxpayer, me, my money doesn't go into the public school system. It follows my kid to whatever school they want to go to or whatever school I deem necessary. Now, the public school cabal says that money is theirs. They are entitled to my tax money for other kids. But if the point is to educate kids, I'm doing it, or the parent is doing it at half the cost because the ESA only goes up to $7,000. So on average, we're at like $13,500 per kid in the classroom in K through 12, but ESAs does the same thing for $7,000 for half of that. But yet we're taking money out of public schools is what they keep saying. That's the message. We're robbing public schools. But you can see from the budget, and you can go to azleg.gov, go to the JBL website. You can pull up the budget. It's online. It's digital. You can print the thing out if you want. It is all there. The numbers are there. The facts are there. I'm going to post this clip right here so you can see a snippet of the budget, see what I'm talking about, find the right page. You can see that public schools are funded. They are actually overfunded, but you'll never hear that from the public school cabal. You know, I've got a bill, and since I'm not running again, I'm giving this bill to one of the representatives taking my place, and he is a school board president, former school board member, who's done a wonderful job, found their hidden money. He did. He found their hidden money, millions of dollars in the budget, and he reallocated into the school system. They're flush. They're doing fine. He found their stinky money hides. So what my bill is going to say, and what it does say, I've got a copy of it just about done, still working some tweaks out, but I encourage everyone to contact your state representative and tell them you want a superintendent's bill. And what is the superintendent's bill? For those of you who don't know, most states, a school superintendent, a K through 12 superintendent, is a 1099 contracted employee to that school district. They're hired by the board, salary is negotiated in a contract, and they're paid. But they are paid with taxpayer money coming out of these very coffers, and they are paid very well. You'll rarely find a superintendent that is paid less than a couple $100,000 a year. You know, teachers are at the 40 to 60 level while they're making a couple $100,000 to supposedly do the budget and make sure the classrooms are stocked properly and the curriculum supports what we need in the future. Now, we haven't even talked about academic levels yet, and we'll get there. So with the ESA program, teaching kids for half of the cost of the public school program, that's a win right there for the state budget. We keep more money, but the schools continually say that we're ripping them off, even though their budget has grown. Now, here's another kicker. The public schools, based on all their woke ideological bullshit, their agendas, their poor performance, their LGBTQ support, their grooming, they're taking kids out of the classroom to protest ICE. Parents they're done. They're fed up. So the public school numbers are in steep decline. You have districts that are closing because they can't meet their financial obligation because they don't have enough students. That should be a signal right there. Schools are still a free market. We must make them a free market. So the good schools live, the bad schools die. That's how it needs to work. We were number one and two in the world until we got the Department of Education in DC. And then we started a decline, and now we're way down there. So academically, I'm going to put this graphic up right now. This is the Auditor General's accounting of where kids are graduating. Now, you don't have to take the Auditor General's word for it, because this graphic shows the 12 News accounting that they did in their reporting. So Arizona Public Schools, mainly Maricopa, Pima, the larger counties, are graduating kids that cannot read. You've heard this before, and people, oh, that's not true. Maybe their reading isn't as good as it was in our day. But no, they literally can't read. They can't do math. And they're graduating them at the 10th and 11th grade level. They're walking out with a diploma. That diploma says, hey, I graduated high school. I completed the bare necessities. I met the minimum standard to enter the workforce as an adult. but they can't read or do simple math. That's the product that we're getting out of public schools. And they want more money for a product that sucks. And then they've got the audacity to tell me that I've not done my job when I have been in depth in the school budget. We have in my county alone, we have a county superintendent of public instruction that was called to the carpet by former Senator Sonny Borelli and Representative Gress that sit on the JLAC committee dealing with school funding. They called him in to answer about his broken budget and his poor failing school that the Auditor General found. So they called him in to testify in front of a committee. What does he do? He brings his lawyer. He doesn't want to answer any questions. He's failed. The money's not there. He said it's just some simple accounting errors. And then we elect this guy to county superintendent. Then he doesn't show up to work. Now, to top that off, his ex-wife, now, I mean, he has no control over his ex-wife, but his ex-wife lives in Washington State. She flies to Arizona to be a superintendent in Arizona, part-time, a couple days a week at $650 a day. You cannot make this shit up. This is unbelievable that the schools waste this money and then blame us and blame taxpayers for not funding them enough. And then they have the audacity to send a note home, well, we need all these supplies. Now, if you're going to a private school on ESA program, okay, I get it. You're only getting $7,000 a kid. Teachers are making a decent living wage. You need to have some say in the game. You're going to a private school, your kid's held to a higher standard, higher academic standard, higher standard all the way around. You got to have a little skin in the game. I get it. That's private school. You made that choice. But for public school that's supposed to be funded by the taxpayers, they already took your tax money. They already took it. The school's got billions of dollars sitting around, and now they want you to flesh out some more money. While when you go to Kroger's and put your card in, would you like to donate to public schools? No, I would not like to donate to public schools. I already gave them clowns a bunch of money, and they pissed it away. So, and I don't want to give you a tax credit because eggs and milk are still too high. Not at my Kroger's. Mind you, Kroger's, better prices. Meat's getting up there a little high. So, Don, if you're watching this, work those meat prices, buddy. They got to come down. All right. I'm about done with my rant here. I'm going to put those graphics on the screen so that you see them. But I really do. If you're a parent at home with children and you have these concerns, especially if you're in Arizona and you're watching this court case right now and you see the rhetoric put out by Save Our Schools and the teachers union, how we're just shortchanging these kids, it is not true, not rooted in one iota of fact. Now, not even covering the people they use to collect signatures, felons, out-of-state people that have had their voting rights taken away. Yes, convicted pedophiles, fraudsters. That's who they use to collect signatures. So while you're out there walking into Kroger's with little Billy and little Sarah, and the mom's going into shop, you get this guy comes up, hey, would you like to sign our petition to save our schools? Well, yeah, I've got kids in schools. They don't know that the guy's a pedophile, a convicted pedophile, and he's right there in front of the kids collecting signatures. That's the kind of crap you're getting out of public schools. If it's me, I'm getting rid of all public schools, and I'm taking those buildings and I'm giving them to private school educators that know how to run a school. Now, you might say I'm a little jaded or, too draconian on these issues, but having spent a lifetime in the military and watching the DoD schools, having been a course manager and schools sergeant major, I see how the military runs their schools. They run it. TRADOC spends a little bit of money, but they run on a very efficient, tight ship. Now, did I know anything about schools? No. I know about operational flow and design and personnel management. I get the right people in. So in the particular school that I was working at, we made drill sergeants, medics, PAs, and nurse practitioners. I'm not a PA or nurse practitioner, but you know what? I know where to find surgeons in the military that have their PhD in education. And I call them up. Hey, Colonel, we need an instructor at this schoolhouse. You fit the billet. Let's bring you over here and put you in this academic environment so you can train our future warriors to do this job. Hey, drill, you're getting kind of old on the trail there. You've been doing this 15 years. You're E7. Let's get you a promotion. Let's make you master sergeant. You come teach these new drills everything you know about training troops. That's my job. I find the subject matter experts that teach that skill. I make sure the funding's there. I make sure the commander's intent is followed, and we run a tight ship with 9 people running thousands of kids through a cycle in multiple disciplines. 9 people in that schoolhouse, not including the instructors, 9 administrative folks. That was one of my previous CSM billets before going back to combat arms. So CSMs don't get to pick a billet. And I'm like, why are they sending me here? Oh, yeah, I've been an instructor. I was an instructor at sniper school, instructor at SWAT programs. Yeah, I've been an instructor, but I don't know course management nonsense, but apparently you do. If you've been there and done that, you have the experience. The Army understands that. They put you with a commander that needs some experience, and you make things happen. 9 people run a school that makes high school look. I mean, we're moving equipment, we're moving soldiers, we're moving big resources, we're doing big things. And schools, the kids go, they sit in classrooms all day, they fiddle with their phone or computer, and they go home and they don't learn anything. And we're paying more for that than we are to make medics, drill sergeants, and nurse practitioners, PAs in the Army. Unbelievable. All right, folks, that's my rant today. Sorry I went off on it, but getting tired of these emails, getting tired of the school lies, and everything they're putting out, especially in election year, is ultra amped up because they say that we're defunding the schools. We have given the schools more money. If I've left nothing else on you other than, okay, is this guy, does he sound legit? Don't take my word for it. Just go look at the budget. Every year increases, cost of living increases, statutory increases, CPI increases. Every single year, the schools have gotten more money. The ESA program is expanded as well. Yes, those kids are flourishing, but the schools didn't suffer. They say they're suffering, but they didn't lose a dime. They gain money every year. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up. Thanks. Have a nice day. Next week, we'll get back with the 1,000 people that have been moved off Arizona streets that are criminal activities and illegals. Until next week, train like they hate you, because they do.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the vice commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
Law on Mamdani is taking heat from some immigrant groups. His office released a map highlighting the neighborhoods that make up New York City's melting pot. But Some long-established communities were left off. Senior Fox News correspondent Eric Shawn takes a look at that.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is being accused of erasing some of his constituents off the map. Literally, Mamdani's office released a map called New York City Immigrant Enclaves, citing 30 spots, but did not include Italian, Jewish, Irish, or Greek neighborhoods.
He goes and he created that abomination of an ethnic map, and he excluded the Greeks that they worked for him and they've been friends with him for so many years, and he just exclude us. We don't exist.
There is a Little Palestine for an Arab American street, two Little Africas, Central and South American neighborhoods, and even a Little Boot Tibet. But Manhattan's historic Little Italy and other heavily Italian neighborhoods are absent. Lawyer Gerard Maroney, vice president of the Italian American Civil Rights League, says the oversight is offensive and wrong.
When we saw that, we were really shocked. We were really taken back. We were offended. We felt disrespected. Italian Americans built this city. He left out Little Italy. How do you leave out Little Italy? And not only that, he left out so many other important ethnic groups.
Mamdani claims leaving anyone out was unintentional.
Clearly not an exhaustive list of the more than 200 ethnic communities that call our city home, and we're going to be making additional changes in the future to reflect that, and that includes adding Little Italy to the map.
But Maroney says all New York City ethnic groups should be recognized.
Together we can make New York great again, but he can't forget about the ethnic groups, the Italian Americans, the Greeks, the Jews, all these different ethnic groups that built this city, that were so important to the city. He can't forget about us. And if he does forget about us, we're going to make ourselves known.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. Well, folks, you just saw it with your own eyes. The New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani, the self-described democratic socialist, but really the Islamic Marxist communist who thinks the American flag is optional, released an official city map of immigrant enclaves for the World Cup and deliberately erased Little Italy, the Irish, Jews, everything that he hates. And that's the problem. The neighborhood that helped build New York, Little Italy, the streets where our Italian-American grandparents and great-grandparents arrived with nothing, worked themselves to the bone, opened shops, raised families, and became proud Americans. That's what they're saying there. It's gone. It's not on the map. Meanwhile, Little Palestine, Little Yemen, Little Egypt, front and center. This is not a clerical error. He's a liar. This was a cultural erasure attempt, an attack on the very heritage that made this city and America great. But here's the good news. Italian Americans aren't taking it. The Italian American Civil Rights League is fighting back hard. You just heard from their vice president. And now the Irish are joining the fight. And that's right. The same two groups who built so much of this country side by side are teaming up again. Because when you mess with one of us, and I'm Scotch-Irish, you mess with all of us. So joining me right now is Mike Byrne, proud Irish American and the brand new official Irish American delegate to the Italian American Civil Rights League. Mike, welcome back to the show. Let's talk about this Islamic communist mayor's war on our heritage and how you guys are going to stop it.
Glad to be here, Rob. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So what did you think when you first saw this, Mike? This
well,
map?
It's unfortunately it's to be expected from the likes of Comrade Mamdani and his ilk that have infiltrated City Hall in New York. They have an agenda to replace those who made New York and America great. And they made that very clear with this map, leaving off the Italians and Little Italy and Arthur Avenue up in the Bronx. They left off the Irish enclaves of Hell's Kitchen and Woodlawn and some of the areas out on the shore. They left out the Polish, they left out the Germans, they left out the Jews, they left out all the different constituencies that came together in the melting pot of New York in the late 19th century, early 20th century to build that city, put it on the map, and make it great. And it was not an accident. Had he left off only one group, maybe that would be an accident, but he left them all off.
What do they all have in common?
Well, I guess what they all have in common is they're the groups that were targeted by Ted Kennedy in the 1965 Immigration Act, and the others in 1965 that wanted to limit immigration for some bizarre reason from Northern and Western Europe and open up immigration to all other parts of the world, to communities and cultures that don't necessarily align with the West. And that's an agenda that's been in place for a long time, since 1965, and it's something we have to fix or we're going to lose our country.
Yeah, exactly right. The other thing that strikes me is that they're all white Western civilization folks, is what their demographic is, and that is striking. That he took this scalpel and tried to cut them out of what they created. But that's typical of Islamists, isn't it?
It is very much so. Yeah. When I get together with my Italian friends, they often remark in a jovial way that, they'll say St. Patrick was Italian. And what they mean, of course, was that he was born during the time of the Roman Empire. And, so we all trace our heritage in this country, especially to Rome, Greece, to Rome, Athens, and Jerusalem. That's our heritage. It's not Mecca and Medina. But Comrade Mondami wants to replace Rome, Athens, and Jerusalem with a way of life that is wholly different from what built this country and made it great.
Yeah, Mike, you've been active in politics for a long, long time, much longer than I have, and worked all kinds of different jobs inside political campaigns and organizations and those kinds of things. But one of the other striking things about that video was what the Greek fellow said about, well, we worked for him, we're friends of his, and that is true. A lot of these same folks voted for Mondami for mayor. What are you hearing from folks that did that inside these groups?
Well, there's a lot of people that have their heads buried in the sand over what's happening in this country, and you certainly see that in the Jewish American community. A lot of cultural Jews that don't understand that their necks will be on the chopping block first, and you see that with other groups too. They don't have, some members of different ethnic groups don't have the courage of their convictions. They don't want to be ostracized. They want to be seen as egalitarian or woke or whatever the case may be. And for whatever reason, they go down these roads, electing people that are going to bring about cultural and national suicide for us. And, we have to resist them. We have to be the real resistance to save this country.
Yeah, what are the things that that we, because New York City is not the only place that has, as a matter of fact, just this week last weekend a story broke where there is an actual municipal judge that wears the hijab that's just been appointed in a very small town in central Mississippi, of all places. So we now have our own hijab-wearing Yemeni American female judge at the municipal level. I mean, it's not a lot of power, but that's all it takes is one to get the ball rolling, and that's what happens, isn't it?
100%. Wearing the hijab is one thing, but is this the canary in the coal mine of Sharia law in small town Mississippi? We already have it in Dearborn, Michigan. We have it in Minnesota. We have it in parts of Paterson, New Jersey, and New York City and elsewhere. And they want to do it in Texas. There was an amendment to ban it in Texas on the last primary in March. So it's a big problem. It's antithetical to our way of life in this country. And, I don't know I don't know where this is going, but I don't have a good feeling about it.
So let me ask you, you said that you have it in New Jersey?
Well, Paterson.
Sharia law?
Well, certain neighborhoods, right, in Paterson, Dearborn, Minnesota, New York. There's certainly there's the light enforcement of Sharia law, the police in, I believe it's Patterson. If it's not Patterson, it's Passaic, 2 cities adjacent to each other, are wearing Palestinian flags on their police uniforms. They call it Little Palestine. So, I mean, this is, listen, there's no group, I would say, with all due respect to my Italian brothers and sisters, I would say there's no group besides the Irish that have been more involved in law enforcement in this country. We never wore an Irish flag patch on our official uniforms or asked the entire New York City Police Department to wear an Irish flag on the patch. I mean, it makes no sense. It's insane. So, I mean, this is, I don't understand exactly who's allowing this and where we're going, but there's going to be a reckoning here, and we're going to have to stand up if we want to save this country for the next generation.
Yeah, there seems to be, what I've encountered, especially the last week, is there's a lot of confusion between what Sharia law means, what religion is, and then this relationship between the Islamists and the communists or socialists, whatever you want to call them, they're Marxists. And Mondami's like the poster child for all of that. He comes from a Sharia adherent family. We've seen him, even though he says he's not that religious. We see him doing religious things in the governor's mansion, in the office, out on, having people pray in mass in Times Square and blocking traffic, and those kinds of things, and being able to get away with it for what's supposed to be a very, very small segment of the population for the most part. But the relationship between Islam and the communist or the DSA, whatever you want to call them, that's what he is. And his policies are aiming in that direction. How do we educate folks on the different things that I just talked about, Sharia law, the Islamist and Marxist connection, and how it translates into policy? Because quite frankly, I don't think people believe me.
Well, that could be the case. We have to. It takes one followed by others to speak up about these concerns. There's a lot of people that are, maybe afraid of being bullied, afraid of being intimidated. They want a virtue signal. They're concerned about bringing up any kind of concern about another religion. But we can't be afraid. We simply can't be afraid. What this threat represents to this country, the way that certain aspects of Islam, buttressed by the communists, as you correctly point out, the way they speak about the takeover, their intent to take over and to remake the country by force if necessary. We have to be willing to talk about it, and more and more people have to be willing to talk about it, so that those who aren't paying as close attention understand, that this isn't an attack on anybody's peaceful practice of religion, but we have to be concerned about the forceful practice of religion and how it could affect us.
Yeah, if you're an adherent to Sharia law, you believe in stopping other people through various means, anything ranging from attacks to killing them if they don't convert, to make sure that Islamism is prominent, preeminent, and in charge of whatever land you're on. And that's not the way things are going to work in the United States of America. We got to take a break, Mike. When we come back, we'll see a little clip from Mike Crispy, the president of the Irish American Civil Rights League, about this issue and some of the things that the group is doing that we all need to help them with. We'll be right back with Mike Byrne.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work. Try to see a doctor this week or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home. Went to bed.
With this message here, we were here before Zoran. We will be here long after Zoran. Little Italy will not be erased. Why do you feel that it was important to send that message and send it so strongly?
Well, Little Italy won't be erased because we built the city. The people who have done the hard work in this country to build the country, coming to America, doing it the right way, not making excuses in the face of prejudice or discrimination, which Italian Americans experience. That is the message of America. It is about the American dream. It is about thriving for something better. It is about having the courage, which our ancestors did, to pursue a better life with nothing in their pocket, coming to America. That's the story of America. And if you erase that, you erase America. And all these great groups of people did it, including Italian Americans. We made New York the greatest city in the world. And nobody, not Zoran or nobody, are going to change that. That is why we can never erase and forget about places like Little Italy and the other enclaves who have made this city great, no matter what Zoran does or pushes.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the Italians that built New York City. It's actually incredible it was left out. Mike Crispy, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Truth Thursday on the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview YouTube and our X Spaces simulcast. My guest today is Mike Byrne, who is the Irish delegate to the Italian American Civil Rights League. That was Mike Crispy you just heard from there on Newsmax, the president of the IACRL. And Mike, the IACRL was on this very, very rapidly. I was impressed with their responses, both initially and over the longer term. I mean, this happened in mid-July, I think it was, is the closest date I could figure out. What are the kinds of things that they are doing actively on the ground to combat this?
Well, you're right. The Italian American Civil Rights League under Mike Crispy's leadership was on it within hours. Had a press release out. Mike had a video out on Twitter, and very soon thereafter had announced a rally, which we held on July 31st in Little Italy, with hundreds of members of the Italian American Civil Rights League. And we were grateful to be joined, frankly, by the gubernatorial candidate in New York, Bruce Blakeman, who came and spoke in support of preserving Little Italy and preserving the influence of all the great Western countries in America. I think in the future, what you'll see from the Italian American Civil Rights League is additional delegates will be named from other groups, and we're going to have additional rallies. We're going to obviously be focused on preserving the Columbus statue in Midtown Manhattan, which has been threatened by the woke left repeatedly over the years. We're going to preserve Columbus Day and the Columbus Day Parade in New York and other cities in the Northeast especially. And I think there's a rally planned, an event planned at the end of October as well out in New York by the Italian American Civil Rights League. And as I say, I think you'll see delegates, you'll see Polish delegates, you'll see German delegates, Jewish delegates named as well, because we're all in this fight together. And we have to remember that, a country that was sort of discovered by Columbus. You have the Irish were involved, as I know your family knows well, in the Revolutionary War. You had General Pulaski supporting the Continental Forces. You had General von Steuben supporting the Continental Forces, Lafayette, of course. So this is Western Europe came together to create this country, and this country has preserved Western Europe through 2 world wars, and we're all going to have to stay together if we want to preserve it for another 250 years.
Oh, absolutely right. Make sure you pass to Mr. Crispy that if he needs a Scotch-Irish delegate from the South, my family, as you know, has been fighting for this country since before the beginning. I'm a volunteer, happy to do it because we almost have to create a league of Western civilization
Yes.
representatives to protect America's Western civilization, don't we?
Yes, I think that's right. I think that's right.
What are the are you hearing anything in your neck of the woods in New Jersey from other ethnic groups that want to band together and create multi-state actors as part of this? Or
Well, I don't know that I've heard about it in New Jersey. I mean, I think Mike Crispy and the Italian American Civil Rights League, sort of based in New York as a national organization, they're right now, I would say, the galvanizing force. I mean, there is, I know that some of the, some folks from the different ethnicities we just talked about have already been in touch with them, and that, those appointments will be coming soon. I think we'll have to look at, I think we have to look at as Western countries, as you're indicating, we have to look at our education system. This has been a perennial problem for a long time now, where kids are coming up, whether it's through the public schools, even through some private and parochial schools, without an appreciation for what the West has offered the world. And I think, I think the fact that children and others don't necessarily see how impactful the West has been, see how special the United States is, when they don't love the country and appreciate how different it is, how unique it is in world history, I think that provides an opportunity for others to come in and drive the message that maybe it should be replaced or it should be changed in ways that will ultimately lead to its destruction. So that's something we have to focus on. And you've seen that with Columbus Day, in certain towns and states where they've tried to eliminate teaching about Columbus, teaching about the founding of or the discovery of the continent. And we can't allow that. We can't allow that.
do you think this is one of his methodologies to connect critical theory wokeism, which essentially teaches kids that people of color are the oppressed and the bad white people are the oppressor? Nothing can ever change that, and we need to erase the bad people from our history and from our communities. Is this one of those ways that Mondami's trying to do that?
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Why, why wouldn't it be? He can say what he wants, and he can try to talk around it, but it's what he does. It's their actions that matter. Listen, when this guy was first sworn in, it was only a week or a month later that there was a new archbishop installed in St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. Mayors have always gone to the installation of the Archbishop of New York, the primary spokesman for the Catholic Church in the country, basically. He didn't show up. And then he didn't show up to the St. Patrick's Day parade.
No, he didn't.
A month later. No.
Oh.
I believe I'm right about that. No. So he's avoided all the traditional places that mayors go as they relate to the ethnicities that built his city, and he's done that deliberately.
Yeah, I think it's deliberate too. I'm trying to help people understand this connection between Islamism, Sharia law, and Marxism and communism. And I think Mondami's the right person to study because he's been in government. And I do believe he's trying to use all three, but I believe the Islamists are wearing communism as a skin suit, and eventually they will get to the point where they're trying to charge the jizya tax, which is the tax on other religions like Christians, and it's not just paying the tax either. You have to show and demonstrate public submission to Islam and pay the tax and you get treated as like second, third class citizens. You don't have the same privileges of law that a Muslim does. You can't do certain things. You have to stand up if a Muslim comes into the room where you're at. I mean, there's all kinds of things, and they try to take over churches and turn them into mosques. That's part of how Islamism conquers, and Marxism is closely associated with that because they want to, delete the past essentially in history in order to replace it. And I think the Islamist piece of this is treating the communists as their own useful idiots.
Well, I'm sorry to say they're doing that in my hometown in Montclair, New Jersey, the home of our illustrious governor, the home of Stephen Colbert and half the New York Times editorial board. And this is a town that was largely a Protestant town. I think there's traditionally about 50 different churches in town. 4 of them are Catholic churches. They're and I include in that synagogues, but largely lots of different Protestant denominations, Methodist, Anglican, Presbyterian, and so forth. And there's a little Protestant church a stone's throw from our high school on Park Street. And it was just announced that it's been sold and will become I don't know if you would say it's a mosque or a Muslim center of some sort. And they're going to be taking that over. I think you saw that right after 9/11. There was an effort to build a mosque down in downtown New York, which I think was defeated at that time. But no, it's these things are indisputable for those who are willing to look and speak up about them. And the tax, of course, that tax, it's you'll see that proposed sooner or later in certain locations. And the question is, will there be enough of us to stand up and fight back?
Yeah, I think the what's the tax called? It's a French term that he's trying to put on the wealthy folks that own a home in New York City, but own another one. Second apartment. I forget what the French term is for it. I think that's the beginning. It's only the beginning of these attempts to tax people that he disagrees with.
Well, and he's talking about reparations too. So all these things are sort of attacks on the past, and they're a way to gaslight those of us in the present that we're not as good as a culture as we are or could be, or that we have to be replaced. We have to make changes for whatever may have happened. But we have to fight all of this because if we lose this country, we're going to lose the world. I don't know where your kids, grandkids, it's not going to be pretty for the future.
Yeah,
and it's happening very fast too. It's very disturbing how fast this is happening.
It's happening very fast, Mike. I think I've got a hand in the audience. We'll get it in the next segment. It's happening very fast. I told you about the Muslim judge appointment that happened. It took people by surprise here in Mississippi. But I've been helping do some of the research on investigative journalism side of it, and I discovered that there are mosques all the way from the northern end of Mississippi down to where I live on the coast. They're west to east to west, north and south. They're spread out all over the state. But they say there's only 3,000 Muslims in the entire state, and there's even an Islamic center on Keesler Air Force Base. I discovered this morning. I didn't believe it when it popped up. So I went to the actual map, and there is an Islamist center on a U.S. military Air Force base. That surprised me very, very much because that's a political issue, in my opinion, because Islam is not a religion or a faith. It's a political ideology, and everything we're talking about here and how it works doesn't describe a religion. It describes a political ideology in a form of government. You got to take another break.
And the key political a hostile political ideology.
Yeah, very hostile. I want to get into that in the next segment. We'll be right back with Mike Byrne. We're talking about the erasure of Italians and Irish and Jews and Greeks by Mondami in New York City. It's incredible. You got to stop it. We'll be right back.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
Mayor Mondami, I give you a year. You are not a New Yorker. You have no clue.
I'm Isabella Reggi, and today we are here in Little Italy asking the locals how they feel about one of the oldest immigrant communities, Little Italy, not being included on Mayor Mamdani's immigrant enclave map.
I don't consider you to be my mayor.
I think it's disgraceful for what he's doing. He's got to be fair to everybody, and he's not fair to everybody. He's not fair to the Jewish people, which he makes everybody notice he's not fair to the Jewish people. He's not fair to the Irish people. And now he hates the Italians. For what reason? What do we do to him that he should hate us?
They always sort of pushed us to the side. I got it, yeah. In other words, Little Italy, they take care of their own problems. And we're always pushed aside. And I think it's about time that we have to be firm about this. Otherwise, we'll totally be forgotten.
If you understand what took place here over 100 years ago, between 1880 and 1920, when the mass migration of Italian immigrants first came, this was the stepping stone for the Italians.
Well, the Bari family came here 120 years ago from Sicily. They were immigrants. They landed down in what's known as the 5 Points. Grandma started the San Gennaro Festival. That right up there, that is Grandma. That is Grandma. Grandma from the Bari family. Okay, she is the heart and soul of this neighborhood.
My grandfather was on the Society of St. Gennaro, which happens to be this year 100 years. So it means a lot to me, Little Italy, you know?
There's no such thing as left or right down here. Both sides of the street are beautiful.
And what makes New York City such a special place is a collage of many different cultures. People from all over the world come here and settle. And they need to be recognized for the contributions that they brought to this wonderful country.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show on Worldview Tube, when we're live on our X Spaces simulcast, and we're telling the truth here on Truth Thursday. My guest is Mike Byrne, who is the Irish-American delegate to the Italian-American Civil Rights League, which is leading the charge in response to Mamdani trying to erase Little Italy, the Greeks, the Irish, you name it. If they're from Western civilization and built this great city of New York and this country, he has erased them off his map. Of course, then he denies it and everything. And that's because he's an Islamist, Marxist, and that's what they do. Mike, we got a question in the audience. I want to take that real quick. Let's go ahead over to Shell, who's hosting our X Space. Go ahead, Shell.
We have Moonlit, sir.
Hello, Colonel. It's a pleasure to meet you. I learned today that, where do we go? President Eisenhower on August 24th of 1954 signed the Communist Control Act, which declared the Communist Party. Do you know about this?
I do.
How do we get it implemented? I'd love to hear your guys' opinions on it.
Well, Mike, if you haven't heard of the Communist Control Act, it's still on the books, and it prevents communists from doing things like holding public office.
I'm embarrassed. I should know more about this, but I don't know about it. I need to look into that.
Yeah. Part of the problem, Moonlit, and thanks for the question, it's a good question, is that we are no longer enforcing the Communist Control Act, even though it's still a valid law on the books. And I would say that it also needs to be amended to include Sharia adherent people to prevent them from doing things like holding public office too, because Sharia adherence is not just faith. It's not a religious faith. It's Sharia law. And a Sharia adherent, for instance, the judge that I'm talking about here, regardless of whether she takes an oath to the Constitution of the United States or the state of Mississippi and says, I will be loyal to that law, her thinking is having been raised in a Sharia adherent family all of her life. She wears the hijab. That is an outward symbol of compliance with Sharia law because they're obligated to follow it. And her line of thinking and reasoning is going to be tainted by that environment. And we can't allow that environment into the law of the United States of America. And the places where it has been allowed, like Texas, New Jersey, New York, Dearborn, Michigan, it is a disaster for civil rights and freedom, I think.
Well, two things. One, in terms of that, the act, the Communist Control Act, I wonder, do you know, does that apply to federal office holders or local and state as well?
I believe it's for federal office holders.
So we need to extend that. That should be extended in some way to apply to everybody. And then, in terms of this, you bring up the idea of taking an oath. Well, that's all fine and good, but there are certain strains of Islam or Sharia law where it's part of the teaching to be disloyal to any oath you take. It's an honor to make a commitment and not follow through on it if it means advancing the causes of a political or hostile takeover. So that's that needs to be examined too.
Yeah, it does. Another part of this is the concept of taqiyya, which is for any objective of Islam, you're also honored if you lie in order to achieve it, which is closely linked to that oath issue. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's just, it's impossible to not have Sharia law intertwined in your thinking. I just read today that Abdul Muhammad Al Said in Michigan, the Democrat nominee in Michigan, he's on video saying he's obligated to follow Sharia law, and that's when he was running for governor of the state of Michigan. So why would we allow someone to hold public office in the United States of America that has that belief system and that legal system ingrained in them, and that they're going to follow it and not follow the legal system they're sworn to defend?
No, this country is built on the Magna Carta and St. Thomas's Summa Theologia and the law of the Old Testament. That's where our law comes from. The Old Testament, Summa Theologia, and the Magna Carta. It does not come from these other cultures. And, that's not, we just have to be comfortable saying that and driving that message, because if we're not, the other side's going to win, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Are you guys, do you know if the IACRL is looking at state level legislation on these kinds of issues already? Have they taken that banner up?
Well, I think it's something that they'll probably expand to. I don't think we're looking at it quite yet. It's much more of a messaging movement so far to say that we're here, we're not going anywhere, we're not going to let you force us out. But no, I think we have to. I think it's all hands on deck in all aspects of society and culture. If we're going to save the country, we have to be involved in education. We have to be involved in legislation. And we have to be involved in government. And so it's going to take people like Mike and you and others to continue lobbying or being elected and driving the message and passing the laws that will preserve the country. I don't think our founders realized or would have thought that there was going to be such a significant influence from so many different parts of the world that are not naturally aligned with Western Europe, and it's a problem now that is going to have to be addressed, particularly in light of the Constitution. And we're going to have to, the Constitution cannot become a suicide pact, as one of the justices said 100 years ago. We're going to have to, our way of life has got to be preserved, and the Constitution has to preserve it, not at the cost of the country.
Yeah, I think originally, at least for most of our first 250 years, at least 200 of them, we limited immigration pretty strongly from non-Western civilization countries, and even from Western civilization countries for a while, and we opened it up briefly for short periods of time to allow more people in, mostly from Western civilization countries, until recently. And I think the first three presidents all recognized that Mohammedanism, which is what they called it back then, Islam, was like a virus and dangerous to the American concept, the republic.
No, I think that's right. I've been reminded a lot lately of, if you remember the movie Dances with Wolves, and Kevin Costner is speaking to the great actor Graham Greene, who we lost about a year ago. Graham Greene, Kicking Bird. He's constantly asking Kevin Costner throughout the movie, how many more are coming of the white soldiers, the Americans, whatever you want to say. And Kevin kind of avoids answering the question until he sort of gets increasingly comfortable with the tribe. And he finally tells Graham Greene, like the stars. And obviously, that's what happened. That's what happened here. And, I think we have to be concerned about that ourselves. I mean, the influx of Islamists into Western Europe and into this country could simply overwhelm us in numbers. You saw what, 50,000 in one day crossed from Morocco into Spain in one day.
Yeah.
And of course, many of them are apparently have been turned back, but Western countries can't accept billions of Islamists and still preserve their borders, language, and culture. And our borders, language, and culture are worth preserving.
And like the Spanish spent about 700 years pushing the Moors, the Islamists, back out of their country. And now Spanish leadership's letting them back in. That's why those 50,000 showed up, because of the message from the head of the Spanish government, isn't it?
That's true. What's going on in Spain is unbelievable. And the numbers that are reported in terms of foreigners are really underreported, because they're giving out citizenship so quickly that now there's so many Islamists that are now on the books considered Spanish, quote unquote Spanish, and the number of immigrants is being underreported for that reason, because it's only reporting those who have not been given the citizenship yet. So it's a terrible problem in Spain.
Yeah, and we've essentially seen in the Biden administration, like the Haitians at the southern border that had been living in Portuguese-speaking areas in South America. Were rallied up to come storm our southern border in the tens of thousands. Do you think that the current administration will be successful in their efforts to stop the non-government organizations from doing this kind of stuff?
The Trump administration?
Yeah.
I don't know anyone else who would try besides this administration, and we're going to have to hope for the best. But you see even in Ohio, the so-called Republican leadership of Ohio crying about the repatriation of the Haitians who were only supposed to be here under a temporary status, and now it's been 10, 15, 20 years. So again, the first virtue, as Aristotle told us, the most important virtue is courage. And people have got to have courage to speak plainly, candidly, honestly about the problems we face. And if we don't have courage, we're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, one of the first media pieces on this judge issue down here from a corporate media, a mainstream media that I saw was they used the word bigotry is leading people to protest her appointment. It has nothing to do with bigotry, but that's the smear racism and bigotry. People are afraid of that, but be not afraid, folks. God is with us, and God's always been with the United States of America. His divine providence that led to this, and we will keep it by speaking up and having courage. Mike, we'll be right back for our last segment, and we've got a question from the audience we'll take then.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
Hey everybody, Mike Byrne here at Trump National in Bedminster. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mike Crispy and the Italian American Civil Rights League for doing me the great honor of naming me the Irish American delegate to the Italian American Civil Rights League. You know, the Irish Americans and the Italian Americans have so much in common and have contributed so much to American culture, whether music or parades, architecture, food. But the one thing that I think distinguishes the Irish and the Italians more so than anything else and what they've contributed to America is the fact that they always put America first. They cherish their traditions. We cherish our traditions that we brought from the homeland, whether it was Ireland or Italy, but we put America first. We love America and we want to preserve America for the next generation. So I'm looking forward to working with Mike Crispy, the Italian American Civil Rights League, as a partner on behalf of the Irish American community, and I'm looking forward to making America great again.
Welcome back to True Thursday on the Rob Maness Show, and my guest today is that man, Mike Byrne, today discussing this issue because it's critically important. And the reason why I wanted to play that clip, Mike, was because you brought in what all of us that work together and know each other around this country, but not only believe in, but know in our hearts, is that Americans, whether they're immigrants or born here, put America first. If you believe in America, you put America first, and you fight to protect it and defend it so that it's there for our children and grandchildren. So I appreciate you bringing that in. Let's get a question from the audience. We got one left over there before we get to the end here. Go ahead, Shel.
We have IC, sir.
Hi, Shel. Thank you, Colonel. Okay, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. So how do we go about, and do you have any ideas on how to declare Islam a political ideology that simply exists to conquer the world? Because they're using our First Amendment against us. So how do we go about that? Because I think that might set our way of dealing with this and putting an end to this serious threat. This is a critical conversation, and I am so grateful for you holding this space. This is so important. So thank you so much for the mic.
Thank you for the question. I think that's the core issue, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, I think it is. There's a saying that when the people lead, the leaders will follow. So it's good. Before, I think government is likely to make any sort of pronouncement, as the caller suggests. Groups have to do it, whether it's community groups like the Italian American Civil Rights League or Patriot groups or the groups like the America First Republicans that I co-chair in New Jersey, maybe even at the formal parties, the Republican Party at the next national convention should pass a plank of the platform. But groups have to speak up first, and then I think you'll see we're going to have to see the government follow suit.
Yeah. Do you think do you think that it's possible to get the still loyal Americans that exist, and I in my heart I know some still exist in the Democrat Party, to come on board and step up, so we have voices from across the spectrum in our citizenry to say no, this is wrong. We have to put a stop to it. Is that possible today, even?
Maybe for a handful of folks. I mean, you always have a handful of patriots that realize that the party's going too far. I remember Zell Miller's great speech at the 2004 convention, speaking out against John Kerry and Ted Kennedy. So, you could probably find a couple pockets of people, but I think at the moment, the derangement, as we say, that people have for the leader of the country right now is and frankly, the way the Democrats seem to always put the Democrat Party first in large measure. I don't think you're going to get a lot of that, but I think you can always get some, and we have to.
Yeah. Do you think we'll get enough on the Republican side? I mean, I've been shocked at some of the voices that I've heard over this last week since this broke in Mississippi that minimize the issue, say it's not a big deal, throw in the First Amendment. We can't outlaw someone's faith, misconstruing the Sharia law aspect of this and the violent Sharia law implementation of this. I've just been absolutely shocked at the lack of lackadaisical approach to this by some, not all, but some. The base understands it.
Well, that's that's frankly the more important issue, and that's the issue in a lot of aspects of the law, is that you have to hold Republicans accountable first. We got enough problems, as you indicate, with weaklings and rhinos and patsies in the Republican Party, that if we don't hold them accountable first and keep them on board, it's not even worth going after the Democrats in some cases. That party is largely lost at the moment. It doesn't mean there can't be some sort of reversal in the future, but we have to you have to go to, Republican conventions and get involved in your county committees and your town committees and hold those groups accountable so that at least one of the two main political parties is fighting on our side on this issue. But you're right about that. I mean, it's probably for a national audience to hear that it's a problem in Mississippi. That's, it's kind of wild for me to think about. But I know it's a problem here in New Jersey in significant aspects of the party, where they don't want to stand up for the cultural values and mores that made this country great, and you have to hold them accountable.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed with this judge, and what made the story break, is that Amy Beck from Texas, who runs the Rare Foundation, their team saw the media coverage in the Islamic media, even Sky News Arabia, which is a Fox News Murdoch type organization, was picking up, and its celebratory nature. That this judge, even though she's a municipal judge, I mean, you're talking like traffic tickets and stuff, but they were celebrating this as so much so that it makes you believe that they now think, hey, even Mississippi can be settled by Islam and overtaken by Islam. That's how much they were celebrating. But the folks that I talk to that want to minimize this, or that we hear from, don't seem to care. Or think that's significant. I think that's very significant. You don't see that every day.
No, and you get lulled into complacency. I mean, these people are not, they're not stupid. They know what they're doing.
No.
You get lulled into complacency with these very small steps. I mean, you had a situation the other day, I believe at St. Peter's Basilica, where an Islamic gentleman rolled out a prayer mat and faced Mecca within St. Peter's Basilica to do his daily prayer to Mecca. I mean, would this be allowed? Could we ring the Angelus bells in Mecca? I don't think so. Then you have in Ireland. We started out talk about the Irish American delegate to the Italian American Civil Rights League. There's a beauty contest every year, the famous beauty contest, the Rose of Tralee, and they, just like Miss America, they crown the Rose of Tralee, and different cities around the world are represented, different counties in Ireland. The Dublin Rose is a Somali girl. I'm sure she's a nice person, but why can't the Rose of Tralee be preserved as for Irish and Irish Americans and those of Irish descent? So it's these small things, these small little incidents, these small little anecdotes in history, and then they just it's like the camel in the nose of the tent, and all of a sudden you've lost everything. So
yeah.
No, municipal judge, you got to be careful. Municipal judge becomes a county judge, and then all of a sudden she's a Supreme Court judge. So
yeah, well, you have a lot of experience in local action and local organizing and all that. Let's just spend the last few minutes talking about that kind of activity and how people that haven't been involved before, because that's what we're asking for. You and I mean, our folks, we're on it, but we need to get people that haven't been involved before involved. What advice do you give folks up there on how to get involved at the local level? Because I think that's where the impact's going to be felt the most.
Well, it's what the president has talked about. It's what Steve Stern has talked about. It's what many people have talked about. You have to get involved at the local level. And what I alluded to earlier, if you are a Republican, get involved in your precinct, in your town, or your county committee. Where I live in New Jersey, it's the county committees that are corrupt, the most corrupt, and have the most influence. We have 21 counties with 21 county chairmen, most of whom are involved for their own personal profit or their own personal objectives to become judges or appointed to some sort of high-paid position. It could vary in other states as to what level the real power is. But here in New Jersey, it's at the county level. You've got to get involved and take your municipal organizations back, your county organizations back, because they often have a huge say in who gets elected to local and state office, and then those folks often move up to federal office. And we're all very familiar with, most of us probably watching this show are very familiar with what's going on in Washington and who the real fighters are out of the 535 congressmen and senators. And there's not enough. We could probably name the real fighters before the end of this show out of those 535 people. And if we don't replace the weaklings with strong America First fighters, people who work their way up from the grassroots, we're not going to achieve what we've been talking about in this show, which is preserving our culture and our country.
Yeah, exactly right. So Mike, let's just close it out with this. What's your message to the Italian Americans out there and the Irish Americans on the way forward on this and the activities, the tempo? I mean, just how aggressive do we need to be?
Oh, we need to be extremely aggressive, and we need to stand together. And if you are an Italian American and you want to get involved with the Italian American Civil Rights League, you can email the group info@iacrl.org. You can follow them on Twitter, the IACRL on Twitter. You can follow the national president, Mike Crispy. You can follow me on Twitter. I think you'll have my handle up soon. And you can reach out to us. We're happy to help you get organized in your communities. We're happy to help you found a chapter of the Italian American Civil Rights League. If you are Irish and you want to get involved as a part of sort of the Irish auxiliary of the Italian American Civil Rights League, I'm happy to talk to you. And as we debut other ethnicities that are a part of this movement, I know we have a Jewish gentleman, Dr. Soloway, who's going to be announced soon. We have Polish, we have Germans that are going to be coming on board. And we all have to stand together as
Absolutely.
Americans who put America first and who cherish. We're happy to bring our cultures from Western Europe to be a part of America, but we all stand together here, united as Americans, putting America first to save America and save Western civilization.
Absolutely right, my friend. If you go to Little Italy, go to the Cafe Palermo, owned by a great Italian American. Baby John is what he goes by. I got to have dinner there with Mike and him right after the inauguration last year, and it's phenomenal. So
the cannoli
habitually
king.
go to
He's
this.
the cannoli king.
Exactly right, the cannoli king. I'm glad you said that, Mike.
Podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
I love the pain because the pain is the truth. The hurt is the truth. And realizing my hair is all going to fall out, my teeth are going to fall out, and I'm going to be brought low.
Welcome to the Tom Likely Podcast. As always, happy Thursday. We got a great show lined up for you tonight, and I don't know, that pregame, that was very funny. The first one, obviously, is like modern liberal women. They'll stop to save a snail as they're driving on their way to the abortion clinic. How are you guys doing tonight? You guys doing good over there?
Very good.
Yeah, good.
Better after watching the Alex Jones.
Yeah,
you know.
that is like the speech I give myself every day.
It levels me.
I love the pain.
Yeah.
The hurt is real.
I love the pain because it's real.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's great. We got another updated kind of like set. You can see with our side-by-side, we got a little Japanese city in the background. Switch it just to me. And then you've got, this beautiful little cityscape. I think it looks, it's more our
it's after dark, baby.
Yeah, our style.
If you give it a big enough rumble rant, we'll make that your face be the background.
Yeah. We'll put all the names of everybody who rumble rants behind me.
Yeah.
For a whole show, your face.
Yes.
Oh, dude.
Like stretched out.
It would be crazy.
It'd be great.
It'd be crazy. All right. Well, the teaser for tonight, our little opener, is we open up with a little comedy gold here. We got ICE wanting to spend up to $20 million on electric shock gloves for its officers. Then we get into Iran joining the BRICS Bank, Kushner heading to Israel, a worn-out aircraft carrier, British drones pinging to China, and two big campus rulings. I know Tommy's favorite topic tonight is going to be the gloves.
I thought that was so funny. Like, honestly, like, imagine, Joe, you're holding the guy down. You're like, turn him on, turn him on.
Yeah.
They literally turn them on before they go, and they just...
Yeah, and when I was reading the article, they said it was... One of the officers was saying it was so bad that he said that he just automatically like put himself on the ground to make it stop. And then they claim though that it can't go through clothes. I'm like, I don't know, man. That's pretty bad.
What happens when like the officer has an itch somewhere and itches himself?
Oh, dude. You got to make an adjustment?
Yeah, what if he has to readjust something?
I think, though, just out of, like, the pure propaganda, though, it's a pretty great idea. Like, people knowing, like,
oh yeah,
when an ICE officer goes by and he's got, like, a pair of gloves, even if it's not the electric ones, but it's, like, winter, they know in the back of their mind, like,
they're like
they
normal,
might turn them on.
They're like normal mechanics gloves,
This is like something you could equip in, like, Resident Evil or something. It's like an item you can find.
Yeah, well, it'll be equipped on our ICE officers, so that's
Taser
cool.
gloves.
Yeah.
So the Department of Homeland Security is moving to buy up to $20 million worth of CTG5 G-Love devices. They're called G-Love.
Love it.
Generated low output voltage emitter for ICE officers and agents, marketed as a de-escalation device.
Yeah.
That'll de-escalate, or it'll escalate you. I don't know. Depends on where you get
according to the officer, it did not. He was scared.
Delivers a lower voltage electric shock on contact than a taser, designed to look like ordinary gloves, so it's low optics, so they look better on video.
Yeah, that's important.
It actually is important. It's cool.
Company says the shock can inhibit coordinated muscle movement. One police chief who tested it said he went straight to the mat and only wanted the pain to stop.
That's when you go up to your buddy and you ask for a high five.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, shake my hand.
You know, the worst part about these gloves is the acronym. I hate when people make an
G-Love?
acronym on
Yeah.
purpose to like
be
a word.
It's kind of funny though.
I like it actually.
G-Love
I think
glasses.
it's yeah.
Or glasses, gloves. Dude, G-Love sounds like a radio station. It's like the Christian station in California, K-Love.
Plus, you can say like turn on the G's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you can like
give him some G-Love.
Yeah.
Whoa. I'm gonna G-Love you, brother.
Yeah, you could be like holding him down and just say like, give him the love.
Give him the love. Training required every 2 years. Manual says not for punishment.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You're trying to get him into the back of the cop car, and he's kind of resisting, and you're just like,
yeah.
Not on. You're not supposed to use them on the elderly, small children, pregnant women, or severely handicapped, and limited duration.
Again, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, yeah. ACLU and former ICE officials call it alarming, especially because most immigration violations are civil offenses and recent enforcement has already been aggressive. Critics say it makes pain too easy to apply with the press of a button. Well, what do you think a taser is? Okay, that's painful.
Yeah, but you have to aim, and then on
Yeah, but
top
you
of
just
that,
press a button though.
There's
Bop.
like user error though, because like a lot of time people miss when they get the taser. Even when they're pressing it on the person moves and makes the gun.
Yeah, but I don't see what the difference though with the glove.
No, because if I
mean,
grab Joe, like it's pretty hard for him to like wiggle off. You know,
That's-
especially if he's pinned down.
that should be a good thing though.
I agree. I
That's a
think
good
that they
thing.
should. This is the one time I want the government to actually buy this contract.
Well, they have civilian versions I can buy.
Yeah, right. Exactly. DHS insists the goal is safe arrests and that everyone is reviewed for policy compliance. Like Joe said, we'll see about that. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
I love it.
Yeah, I think this is kind of cool.
I think
Honestly,
that they
like
should
if,
buy as many as possible and equip every ICE officer if he.
do you think
wants
cops
them.
should have it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think too. It's like a fear tactic. If everybody knows, like
You're gonna get the gloves, dude.
yeah, they're gonna be more willing to participate in the.
Be compliant.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I'm down for
I
it.
think the cops have enough toys and gizmos.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. Here's the hippie.
The anti-flock hippie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean, we're all anti-flock, so you know.
I don't think. But the thing is, though, I feel like with like a lot of officers, they're actually fairly limited in a lot of things that they can do, especially since they got rid of like the choke holding stuff after George Floyd.
Yeah.
So having like a tool that is, I mean, it's not going to be lethal unless you hold it up to somebody for like an hour. Okay, like then they'll die. But having
Well, what would be interesting actually is if you glove them like on the chest because it's like a direct shock to your heart.
yeah, but they said it's very low voltage.
It's low voltage. Yeah,
like they
yeah.
said that you can't even like if it's through like loose clothing, like it doesn't even really work.
Mm.
So
It might be like one of those like muscle tensor, you know, those things you can put the contact patches on your like
Yeah,
arm,
yeah, yeah.
and give it a voltage, and it like hurts.
Yeah, if you put it to like 10.
Yeah,
it
maybe
hurts.
it's like that.
plus, I
Yeah.
feel like there's specific scenarios that this would be very useful for, like especially when people like stay in their cars and they have to like rip them out.
Mm.
Well, if they're grabbing them with those electric gloves, they'll just like lock up and not be able to do anything, and they'll be able to pull
That's
them out
true.
easier.
No,
you
that's
know
a-
what I mean?
that's a good
Usually
point.
they have to like use a dog to
Yeah,
get them out
yeah,
because
yeah.
it's pretty hard to get somebody out of a car.
Yeah, because they got a lot of stuff they can grab onto.
Yeah, yeah. You shock them.
Yeah. Give them a little G love.
Yeah,
you know?
give them a little G love.
Get them out of the car.
They'll loosen their grip.
Yeah. So, yeah, we just wanted to start with that because that's really funny. By the way, since everybody's on right now, just want to give you an announcement that we will be doing special election night coverage Tuesday, So that's the first night of the podcast for next week, Tuesday night. We're going to probably start around 7:30. That's what we're thinking. So that we could cover what's going on with the Florida elections.
So many big things potentially happening.
Yeah.
Fishback. We got new agriculture person,
New
state senators.
Yeah.
Lots of big district stuff.
I hope it'll be a good night. I hope it'll be a good night.
Yeah. I don't think Florida's the only state.
That's what I'm looking up right now.
That is
Oh,
having
there's a couple
primaries. So this is going to be potentially, usually a Tuesday night election. It's multiple state wide. So this is a pretty big night, though. We even have like a lot of our local people here that are up for election that we've been supporting.
Which we have people from the church that we
shout out to DeWitt
Yep.
and
Posey
and
Winkler.
Yep.
And one more. Her first name is Ludmilla. It's a Northport thing, so I couldn't vote for her because I'm in Venice, but I can't remember her last name. But
we're out here supporting you that night.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big night. Hopefully lots of victories.
All right, we got 3 states that night. It's Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Florida, obviously, you got a governor race, Senate race, House seats, obviously. Wyoming is also governor, U.S. Senate, U.S. House, and then state positions, just like ours. Yeah, because Harriet Hagman is up for re-election for U.S. Senate in Wyoming. And then Alaska is also governor, U.S. Senate, Dan Sullivan.
We're not going to see those till way later, though, because of the
US
time
House.
zone, right?
Yeah. So polls are closing in Florida at 7 p.m., which is why we want to start at 7:30. Alaska is also 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. Sorry, but that's 8 p.m. for them, so that would be 3-4 hours behind us, something like that.
3, I believe.
I don't know. California's 3, but Alaska's. I don't know if they're in the same.
Maybe
time zone.
parts of Alaska are.
Yeah, and then Wyoming is also 7 p.m., but that would be like 9 p.m. our time. So it'll start with Florida. So that actually works out better anyways because, we care mainly about Florida. So
Yeah, we'll be shaking with you guys that night.
Yeah, and we're thinking maybe we'll dress up.
Yeah.
Give you a little costume party.
Yeah, instead of wearing like dirty white t-shirts like I normally do, we'll like
Tommy always looks like a slop when he comes in here.
We'll all like
Except last night. Last night you had that cool pink shirt on. That was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll be wearing like I don't know, something like suits or something nice. Maybe
Give some
just
suggestions
outfits.
in the chat.
Yeah, give us some
I don't
suggestions.
have a costume.
Maybe like a Halloween outfit or something.
Yeah, give us some suggestions. What do you want? How do you want us to dress up? I was thinking I would do like a suit, and then I jokingly said that I would dress up like Byron Donalds, but we'd get banned immediately if I like made my skin black. That would be a no-no. Even though it would be
you would do an amazing Byron though.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
I would put a pillow in my chest. So I'd big fat. I've got a beard like he does. I'm bald. It's perfect.
Yeah, especially if you grew it out. Like if you stopped right now, it'd grow out like a little bit more.
Yeah. I won't shave it for Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely.
People are saying to dress in red, white, and blue. Yeah, we could do that.
No, I think I'm gonna wear a big red top hat, guys. That's gonna be. I still have
Uncle
that one.
Sam.
I think from the Trump election. So
Yeah. Yeah, gotta
Me
have
and Joe will
something.
be one again.
See, here's the thing: is like I appreciate the red, white, and blue because obviously it's elections, it's America, we love America and all this stuff. But we're trying to be like funny.
Yeah,
trying to do something
while
funny.
trying to like class it up a little bit at the same time, like kind of the vibe. I feel
Well,
like.
it's funny is what I liked about J.P. Sears is him doing that news broadcast, basically dressed up in like it was like a suit and tie, but his tie was like the Israeli flag, and he had like blood on his shirt. And so,
Oh
that's
my
funny.
gosh,
that's
dude.
funny. I
Oh
like
my
that. That's
gosh.
really funny. Yeah, JD Joyce is Uncle Sam. So maybe, Tommy, you got to dress up like maybe Uncle Sam, get a muscle shirt on, top hat.
Maybe. Yeah.
Skunk said each of us draw names, and then we got $20 to thrift store shop for each other.
Oh,
Pick
dude.
each other's
Does $20
outfit.
even get you very far in a thrift store
Well,
nowadays, Joey? You go to them frequently.
So you can get shirt and pants and like maybe one accessory with $20.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Israeli flag yarmulkes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Actually,
that's pretty good.
If
I don't know if I
Fishback
can wear a
starts
yarmulke
losing,
though, dude.
If Fishback starts losing, we don the yarmulkes.
Dude,
and we
we
start
join
playing
the new
the
regime.
Dude, I'll throw up. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know.
That's funny.
Maybe
My hand will like be fighting against me as I'm like trying to put it on.
Bro, I might dress like a like a Sephardic Jew
Oh my gosh.
with
dude.
the curly.
Oh
Yeah,
my-
That's gonna get us shut. That's gonna
Yeah,
get us
that'll
like
get us
hunted.
shut down. That'll get us shut down.
But
We
it'll
can't
be
doing
such
that.
a good
Like,
run
the
before.
brakes on our cars are gonna be cut.
That's dude, and I'll put the Israeli flag behind me.
Oh my gosh.
You
No,
can't.
dude.
You can't.
No.
There's no way.
We'll die.
That would have to be a Rumble exclusive.
Well, before we die, maybe we'll get like 0% interest loans. You know?
We'll just be hearing like a beeping out in the distance, and then
We'll all come in with like beepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad.
So yeah, I'm getting all these. It's funny. There's all these people.
I'm
saying
excited
how
though. Genuinely, Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. It's
yeah,
gonna be
Tommy,
fun.
you voted today.
I voted
Hey,
today.
James Fishback reposted Tommy's
Shout out. That
Instagram
made my
story.
entire day. I am so happy about that.
That's
That
pretty
was
sick.
Me and
It's
Crayon.
on his story right now.
Yes.
A picture of Tommy.
Let me see. Hang on.
So
I'm
funny.
gonna try
There
to pull
we
it
go,
up.
baby.
I'm gonna try to pull it up.
The
Let's see.
goat. The goat. The
Let's
dark
see if I can
triad
find it.
himself.
You're probably not gonna see it very well on camera, but
you can see it.
you probably see it.
But it was a big deal.
Our equipment is pretty good here, so
He had to balance out the Instagram because he posted like multiple like babies and like girls.
okay.
all, like,
So let's see. There's a baby. There's
Yeah.
him, and then
boom,
there's
baby.
Tommy.
There we go.
Yeah, let's
There
see if
we
it'll.
go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah,
The
that's
goat.
awesome. Heck yeah. So Tommy made it on James Fishback's Instagram
I'm
story.
so jealous.
I know.
That was great.
Well, it was
I'm
funny
happy.
because so we were talking about this before the show, and I had tagged him and posted him on X, but nobody cares about X, so he didn't see it. He didn't repost it. Nobody gives a crap. I was like, because I'm like such an unk now. I'm like a millennial unk that's just like I'm still on, the golden days of like Twitter. I just wish that it was still Twitter.
Well, X is brutal, man. It's like so hard to even get a following on there. It's
Nobody
not-
goes on there anymore, but yet the usage rate is higher than when it was Twitter. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I feel like it's just like almost. It's like a weird like farming scape of like people trying to get like bots to follow them.
Yeah.
And like never following anybody else.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
just saying inflammatory things to get. other
Do you
people to
think the
follow them.
usage numbers are actually accurate on X? Because I don't.
I don't either. I think a lot of it. I think I read something where it was like 50% or like is bot activity on X.
Which is crazy because when Elon bought Twitter, that's basically how it was too. And I can't remember how many billions of dollars he spent on it.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like a scam because he bought it for that price because part of when you purchase like a social media website, app, whatever, part of it is its daily active users is part of why you spend as much as you do. And then once he bought it, he realized like half of the user base was all fake. It was all bots.
Yeah.
But I feel like the engagement was more back on Twitter days. Because even me with like no followers, I have more followers now. I have like 900. Back then I had like 200.
Yeah.
And I got way more engagement when it was Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's all fake.
I basically don't believe anybody is real on X unless they have a blue check mark, because basically anybody that I know
Yeah.
who is real on X has a blue check mark because everybody wants to know that.
Yeah,
they're-
you're verified.
Yeah.
I just let
verified.
mine expire because it was so expensive, dude.
Skunk said Rumble is also bots, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
you're right about that.
No, it is
100%.
100%. Well, that's why they just had their like Q2 earnings report just came out, and it was like the highest ever. It's like, well, yeah, because you purchased a bunch of bots. That's why. That's why your daily active losers.
Daily active losers.
Holy crap, that was a Freudian slip there. Their daily active users like went through the roof, and I'm like, well, that's because it's fake.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I say that, and I like Rumble, but
I
it's
do
true.
too.
It's
Most of
true.
our viewers are on Rumble, and I appreciate everybody watching on Rumble, but it just, like, the idea of Rumble is better than actual Rumble. The idea is great, but I don't know. It's just not working out.
It hasn't translated yet. I feel like it actually, in some ways, slowly does because, you have people like Nick Fuentes on here, Dan Bongino.
Yep.
Even more middle pack people like Russell Brand.
Yep.
Jordan Peterson when he was
Yeah.
like mentally stable.
Mhm.
People like that.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I had to let my blue check mark on X go because it was like so expensive. So I was paying for like Super Grok. It's like $300 a year or something like that.
What?
Yeah. So I had that for 2 years, and I'm like, I got another kid on the way. I can't spend $300 a year on. I mean, you divide that up, and it doesn't sound like that much, but $300.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, $1 an hour raise is like $2,000 a year. Okay, 300 that's
Yeah.
almost a quarter of that. That's
Getting
crazy.
more expensive to have your AI.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I know, which sucks because I'm still using Grok for stuff for research for the podcast and everything like that, but I'm limited now. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. It's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
absolutely.
Yeah. But all right. Well, now we're going to get into the main block of tonight's show, which includes Iran, Israel, and the Middle East as a whole. First part of it is the story that we were going to get to last night that we didn't end up getting to, which is Iran joining the BRICS banking system, which for those of you who don't know, we have covered this on the podcast before. BRICS essentially is a response to the American banking system, which is the SWIFT banking system. And essentially, whenever we try to put leverage on other countries, we put sanctions on them, we are able to do that because we control the banking system. So we can essentially say, you'll be cut off from SWIFT, China or Russia or whoever, if you try to trade with or do any type of deals with Iran. And so then Russia, China, whoever it happens to be, goes, okay, well, we don't want to get cut off of the world banking system, so we have to like comply with that, even though we don't want to. Well, BRICS essentially is supposed to be a new banking system that countries that are sick of us controlling are basically joining. And so BRICS stands for the first 5 countries that were on there. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They're the first 5 that started it. And now Iran is going to join.
It could be iBricks.
Yeah. Oh, there's now, let me see if it tells me.
Yeah, I got it right here.
How many are on there now?
Yeah, Brazil, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Iran, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, that's a lot now.
A lot of
That's
a
when we
lot of
first covered
countries.
it. When we first covered it, it was the original 5 plus like 2 or 3 more had joined.
Yep.
Okay, well, it's more than that now. What is that, like 13?
Yeah, something like that. They're
13
getting
or
sick of the petrodollar. Not good.
Yeah. Yeah, which is literally what holds up our economy, by the way.
Yeah, they're trying to destabilize us. That's what it really is.
It's working.
Yeah.
It's working.
They're basically forming their own because they know that the US is the unstoppable superpower.
Yeah.
So they're just combining so much that they can become the unstoppable superpower
Correct.
themselves.
And listen, China could easily be more of a superpower than us, but they can't because we control the banking system. So them being a part of BRICS makes it to where it's like, oh, okay, well, they got new options now.
Yeah, I think they're going to basically like transform Africa into their like giant industrial like resource super state that they control, and then
they're resource rich. So
and suck all the resources out and use that to fuel their banking system. I think that.
Well, yeah, and they're already
military.
they're already working on that too because of the fact that they have their Belt and Road Initiative where they go over. It looks like aid, right? This is what we were doing with USAID. Is it looks like aid, but what it is it's a way to control. So you come in and you say, this is what China is doing. Oh, we'll rebuild all your roads because Africa, let's be honest here, like most of their roads is just like dust.
Yeah.
So then they come in and they say, well, we have a way of making roads very efficiently, cheap, quick, easy, and you'll all have nice paved roads. You'll be like a first world nation, all the different countries in Africa. And for that, we get leverage, we get control because they're coming in almost like an aid package.
Yep.
But they are getting stuff out of it, obviously, and they're trading the roads for resources. It's where they're able to get like lithium mining for lithium-ion batteries, whether it be for phones or Teslas or whatever. They need all those resources, and again, Africa is resource rich.
Way more resource rich than even like China or like basically like the Asian continent.
100%, 100%. I think we're pretty resource rich as well. Not as much as Africa, but Africa has a lot. So does Ukraine. Is got a lot of like natural minerals and stuff like that that are.
Well, the
used
thing is too is there's parts of Africa that are still untouched, so we don't even know how resource rich like
they truly are.
They truly are.
Yeah.
Like you have like the Congo that's not even. They don't even know what animals live there. Okay, like little do they
That's
know
true.
what gold could be. Sitting there. They could be sitting on like a gold mine never before seen. So.
Well, yeah. Go watch the movie Blood Diamond. You'll see.
That's funny.
Central Bank Governor. This is a crazy name. Let me see if I can get this. Abdelnazar Hamadi. I think that's right. That sounds right. Announced that Iran will soon join the New Development Bank while attending BRICS finance meetings in India. Also pushing for a dedicated BRICS financial corridor and linking national payment systems for local currency settlement. So again, their national payment systems set up for all of their individual currencies, because obviously it has to translate. So the Chinese yuan, the Russian ruble, I can't remember what the Indian currency is, but all of those have to be able to work with the BRICS currency and their banking system. So they're getting that set up, which is like, that's the main thing. Once that's set up, it's working.
Do you think they're going to have like a gold standard for themselves?
Like gold-backed currency?
Yeah, or some sort of like resource-backed.
No, I don't think so.
Or do you think it's going to be like social credit system?
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of like how the dollar is just based off of like speculation and stuff. where
Interesting.
The dollar is only as valuable as you think that it is.
Yeah,
essentially.
It's a social construct.
Yes, correct. But yeah, and that's the thing is, gold-backed currency, it was backed by something that actually had value. Now, I went to the gas station just before the show and bought this energy drink. It's a good Full Throttle, Red Apple, Feel free to sponsor us, Full Throttle, if you see this podcast. 0% juice.
0% juice.
0% juice. But that was like $4.06. Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm able to buy this drink for $4 is because the gas station says that my $4 is what that drink is worth. But it really is not. It's just, we just pretend that it is.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the video game where everything is like nuked and you use bottle caps to pay for
Fallout.
Fallout.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like that. It's like in the game Fallout, there is no currency anymore, and we all just agreed that you pay for things with bottle caps, like soda bottle caps.
Fiat currency.
Yeah, and so if you agree that a loaf of bread is worth 10 bottle caps, then if I have 10 bottle caps and give it to you, then I can get that loaf of bread. That's the US dollar. That is everybody's currency at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in a way they need to like do something better than because it's got to attract other countries to it.
Yeah, to bring them
in.
in.
I wonder what the attraction is. Maybe it's just to not be part of the U.S. Maybe that's the attraction.
That is the main attraction at this point,
to
I think.
avoid sanctions.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the whole point of it. It's
Correct.
not that they don't want to use the dollar because they just don't like it. It's because they need like financial freedom to
They want
not get
control.
like choked out whenever they do something that.
Yeah, but
America
like
doesn't
I would want to know like if I'm avoiding U.S. sanctions and stuff. I would want to know though that their currency is backed by something. That way, I know that when I put my currency in there, it's not just going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
'Cause then that's just the same as being sanctioned, basically. So
Yeah.
like, I wonder what they have.
They can't though. They like can't even do that. I don't think.
Yeah,
Like,
well, and
no one has that much like gold.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, and you have China devaluing its currency in order to prop up their economy. So maybe because China is a part of BRICS, they will assist other countries in doing the same kind of bullcrap.
Okay.
To make themselves look more valuable. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would work out, but
Interesting.
the idea was initially raised by India in 2012. The agreement was signed in 2013. The treaty was signed in July 15th, 2014. And it's the alternative to the World Bank and IMF, which again is essentially run by us. $100 billion capital, equal shares at launch. The HQ for it is in Shanghai, and it became operational between 2015 and 2016. And Iran just joined the broader BRICS group in 2024, but they were a part of the group, but not necessarily a part of the currency and the banking system yet. So now would be a great time for them because obviously everything that's going on kind of like promotes them to go further quicker.
Yeah,
like
100%.
exponentially like grows that. So
they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, driven by sanctions and wartime economic pressure. So again,
why wouldn't you join?
Yeah, that's
if you were them.
Yeah, they got a lot of
100%.
nukes now too. Think about it: Russia, China.
Oh yeah.
Iran will have
India.
nukes.
India has nukes.
India.
Yeah. So all these countries. Yeah.
Joining the banking system is like halfway as good as just being like allies with them that would come to your defense militarily.
Kind of, yeah. And
It's
here's the thought too,
pretty
because
sweet.
the IMF is actually mainly controlled really by Israel. So it's actually an anti-Israeli banking scheme as well.
Really?
Because Israel's not going to be a part of BRICS.
No
They
way.
won't invite them in.
No
So you're
way.
saying Gaddafi was just ahead of his time?
Yes. And same with Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
And
Also
same
other
with
people.
Yeah, and other people.
Yeah.
Who
And
America had to go in and liberate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always weird. Yeah, let's get into that real quick. It's always interesting that all the countries that we decide to attack are countries that are trying to make their own currency and make it gold backed.
Yeah.
It's always very interesting.
Trying
it
to
even
escape
happened
the
with
central bank.
Yeah.
It even happened with Napoleon. Napoleon, when he forged his empire and decided to liberate his country from the other European nations, then they all worked together to destroy him. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
I feel like
It's
I've
funny.
seen that before.
So it's almost like all these wars are just bank wars.
Yeah, bankers' wars, you might say.
Yes, bankers' wars, for which you will die, and they will be like eating their steak and having a glass of Merlot.
I believe, I don't know this for sure, but the British Navy was funded by the Rothschilds. I'll do research on that in just a second, but the British Navy that fought in Waterloo was funded by the Rothschilds.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Which makes sense
I would
because the
believe
Rothschilds are they're British, but they're Jewish. They're Israeli.
And they have their hand in every major conflict spanning back to
since they've been around.
Funding both sides and
Correct. Yep, 100%. Yeah, and that's the thing is when you start a war, if you fund both sides, it doesn't matter who wins or who loses.
Yep,
you just want the war to keep going.
I was right. Nathan Mayer Rothschild financed the British war effort by smuggling and transferring gold to pay the Duke of Wellington's troops to fight against Napoleon.
Weird. Isn't that weird?
Yep. And
why is it always the case?
And then the history books insult Napoleon by calling him like a midget.
Which, yeah, and that if I'm not
he's
mistaken,
like average height.
Yeah, I was gonna say is not even close to true.
You got to smear them, you know.
They were also
after you
smaller
defeat
back
them.
then. Like
Well, yeah,
people
yeah.
were naturally smaller. They were more starved.
Yeah.
Food became harder to come by. Like they
Except
needed
for like
less resources.
Vikings, they were
Yeah.
like always huge.
But they needed less resources. That's my point.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
people
No,
needed less
100%,
resources.
100%. Yeah. Pretty interesting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what
Yeah, it's
happens.
pretty crazy.
I don't know. Arby's is pretty cool. All right. Some people will get that joke. All right. Well, next on the agenda for tonight, the docket is Jared Kushner's heading to Israel next week for some Gaza talks.
Yeah, very
Got some-
interesting.
yeah, we got some more.
Another Abraham Accord being forged.
Yeah. Yeah, and Israel already declined to join with Trump's Gaza peace plan, so I wonder what Jared's going to offer them.
Hey, he's a good. He's learned the art of the deal. He's
yeah.
good at forging alliances, and
Yeah, that's the problem.
last time he was there, he did pretty well for himself.
Well, he tried with Iran, by the way, and he failed. And then they sent J.D. Vance, and he failed. So
Yeah, well, they I don't think they're willing to talk to anybody. So
yeah,
and I don't think they will be ready to talk to anybody until later this year. It
Yeah.
won't matter anyways. But he could be doing things with other countries like Egypt.
Yeah, yeah.
Egypt's pretty pissed off.
Oh yeah, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia's pretty pissed off.
Yep.
So there's a lot of wiggle room for him to go back and forth between countries and possibly forge alliances.
I got corrected in the chat. Vikings were actually on average around 5'7". So
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're pretty jacked though, right?
yeah,
I think they're pretty,
yeah.
I think they're well fed.
Yeah, warm and well fed, as the
Yeah.
Bible would say.
Lots of villages.
Yeah,
You know
so
who that is? It's
No,
Gavin.
of
It's
course
Gavin.
I know it's Gavin. Yeah, that's his gaming tag.
We just doxed him.
Yeah, we just doxed Expo in the chat as Gavin.
Yeah, everyone. And
That's
his
our-
address is this.
Yeah, you can find him on PlayStation Live or PlayStation
PSN.
PSN PlayStation Network as Expo as well. If you want to play games with Gavin.
He's our Milwaukee supplier.
Yeah. He's the one. Yeah, Gavin, you are the one who supplied us with the Sawzall to be able to cut down that flock camera.
Yep.
In Minecraft.
Sorry about it being in an evidence locker now. We're trying to get it out.
Yeah, Joe. This is Joe's last week here in the United States, so hopefully.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa! Just kidding.
To get swatted. Oh man.
Axios reports that Kushner plans to visit Israel next week for Gaza talks. There's 5 different sources that say that. Central to Trump's Gaza efforts and the Board of Peace, which so far has 0 for, I don't know. I don't even know how many attempts they've made.
Too
but
many.
Yeah. Netanyahu has publicly resisted key parts to the 15-point plan, especially full Hamas disarmament. Private talks have been tense. So, I don't know. What do you think the offer is going to be, Tommy?
I don't really know what they can offer to the U.S. We don't have any money.
Right.
I guess we can just create more money.
Yeah, true.
Well, I guess what we do have to offer is technological expertise. So maybe similar to the Kingdom, where we're offering to build them nuclear.
Nuclear power plants. And
Yeah,
stuff.
maybe it'd be something similar
AI
to
data
that.
centers.
Yeah, or we offer them weapons.
Or we offer them access to our CIA and You know,
Don't they already have that?
Yeah. Well, it hasn't passed the Senate yet. Passed the House.
Yeah,
So-
I just don't see anything where we get anything out of this. I think what it is it's almost like a setup for later. Like, I'm here to talk. I'm here to break the ice.
Yeah.
Let's see where we're at in like 6 months from now. This is kind of the offer that's on the table.
Yeah.
But like, obviously, we need to see what happens in the future.
Yeah. I want to see what
because we don't even know where the midterm elections are going to lie after this.
Well, that's what I was going to
so.
say. Carry on for a second. I'm going to see what the 15 points are of Trump's peace plan.
Yeah, speaking of the midterms, how do you think the midterms are going to go? Do you think that Republicans will keep the Senate in the Congress, or do you think it's going to flip one way or the other?
It's gonna be probably a mild, medium to large blue wave because no one likes Republicans anymore. Even half of the Republicans don't even like Republicans.
Yeah, but do you think like the Senate will stay like 50-50? Because right now it is 50-50.
I don't think so. It's going to be blue.
It's like 51-49 or something like that.
Oh, really?
We're going to lose a little bit. And
that's
because of this war, and that's because of Trump. Like a lot of Trump supporters like us, we feel like he changed.
I just wonder if we lose both the House and the Senate, though. I feel like we'll keep one of them.
Really?
Yeah, I think we'll keep the Senate.
Well, that'd be cool. Then we could just have like gridlock for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, technically
which might be honestly might be fine with me.
I feel like we'd hold 2 out of 3 seats of power, though, like because the presidency, the Senate. I mean, we won't be able to pass any legislation, but
Right.
You know, we'll be able to like not.
Well, if we lose the House, they'll definitely impeach Trump again. So because that starts in the House, and
that
then
doesn't matter. Nobody cares about that.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just stating the obvious. So if we lose the House, which honestly I couldn't care less about, but if we lose the House, they'll probably impeach Trump. But if they So the way that impeachment works, obviously, is a trial. You can be impeached but found not guilty, essentially, which is what happened. You get acquitted. That's what happened with Trump for the first two impeachments, which is crazy because I think he's the only president that's been impeached twice.
Yeah.
And he was one, I think him and three others got impeached in general. But I think they'll impeach him again. But the thing is if they vote for impeachment, the trial is heard by the Senate. The Senate is who actually finds you guilty or acquits you.
Yeah.
So if we lose both, then you could actually find an impeachment trial that goes forward through the House, and then they do find him guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors. I don't know what they would use to impeach him at this point.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll come up with something. And then he could actually get a guilty impeachment trial, and then he would actually be, like, gone.
Yeah.
So that's all it takes. So that's why this stuff is, like, it's actually important.
Then would we have Palantir Vance?
Yep, exactly. You will have Palantir Vance. He will step in.
Yeah, I don't think that would even... Well, I mean, what's really the difference between J.D. Vance, though, and Donald Trump?
No, in
I mean,
some ways, JD's actually worse.
I think that he is worse in some ways, but he does get affected by, like, the public. I mean, when everybody was calling him fat, like, including me.
He lost a bunch of weight.
He lost a bunch of weight, so it clearly has, like, an effect on him.
And when people like Nick Fuentes were commenting on his Indian wife and stuff like that, when's the last time you saw her?
That's what I'm saying. Like
she's like gone. She's like in the shadows.
Like when we point out these things, like with Flock and Palantir, it seems to have some sort of effect on his like image. And,
yeah, he's
like,
more
he
populist.
Yeah,
like, well,
Trump,
he still is going for like a presidential run, though.
Correct.
That's why.
Correct. So he is trying to do what it takes to kind of like save face.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But like Trump, like 2016 Trump was more populist. Obviously, he cared what people thought. Now he doesn't give a crap. He's going to do whatever he wants. Whether
he's
you
got
like
nothing
it or
to
not.
lose now either.
Yeah.
I mean, this is his last.
Correct. His last hurrah, and he'll burn MAGA down to the ground with him because he is MAGA in his eyes. There is no movement after him.
Yeah, yeah. I just think with like JD, I don't think it's weird because he has like some values. It's like when I was watching him on the Rogan podcast, and he was like dead set on having like the 10 Commandments, like and having that stance, it actually hurts you overall. Like that is not a benefit to him. So clearly he has some sort of like weird principles in mind, because if he was just like trying to make everybody happy, he'd go like, no, we should, let people worship whatever they want, but keep it out of the schools,
Yeah, yeah.
And he could even say like, I don't want any religions at that school. Like,
Nobody pushed for the 10 Commandments though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He isolated a lot of potential voters because of that.
Yeah, for sure. for sure.
Because even Trump like appealed to like gays, and he tried to like appeal to everybody. That does not appeal.
That
to
never
everybody.
works. Yeah. Skunk71 asks, has Congress declared war? Nope. We're in day 160, 70, 80. I don't even know anymore. It's too hard to keep
Come
track.
on, the drone king himself, Obama. He never needed the Congress.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't even need the Congress anymore. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. The president can just do whatever he wants now. I'm sure the founding fathers would be very pleased with the way that America is going right now. Most of whom were Christian, and they were all men, and
They weren't Catholic either. That is where I
No.
disagree with Nick Fuentes.
Nope.
It's like he's always Mr. Catholic this, Mr. Catholic that. Okay, the people that founded this country, there's like
Protestant.
one Catholic. Okay,
Yeah.
the rest were all Protestant. So
Yep,
you know,
exactly.
Weren't they like fleeing the Catholic Church or the Church of England?
It was the Church of England. Yeah, the Church of England, it wasn't Catholic, it was Protestant.
Right. I remembered that as I was saying it.
But
Yeah.
the Church of England still is similar to Catholicism because they
Yes.
don't allow like freedom of worship and things like that.
Well,
so
yeah,
they were
they-
fleeing so that they could worship the way that they wanted.
They
to
were like
worship.
another corrupt version of
Catholicism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they were just trying to find a way to worship the way that they wanted.
Well, and
to.
again, the Church of England, the way that it was set up essentially was that the king could rule however he wanted, and the church would back the king's rulings so that the people would comply, because the people were all part of the Church of England. And if the church says, "Oh, God told the king to do this," then the people were like, "Oh, well, if God said to,
Yeah.
then that's fine."
What's the reason why? I can't remember what king, but he would every time like he would get a wife and it wouldn't produce like an heir, he'd just kill her, and then like the church could back him.
Yeah,
and
it
just
was
be like,
fine.
well, it's just designated by God.
Yeah, it wasn't God's plan. Yeah, it wasn't God's plan for him.
New wife.
Yeah, in fact, actually, God's plan is for him to have your wife. So He's coming for your wife.
Funny how that always works.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like those cults. It's like the first thing with a cult is all the men are driven out.
Yeah,
It's always weird. It's always weird. You
Well,
always
it's the same
gotta
thing
wonder.
with Trump, how he says that he hates young men. It's like funny how you hate young men and then you always like have women on your staff. It's crazy how that works.
Yeah, young women too. That
it's funny how
let's
that
be real
works.
here. They're usually very attractive. So
Yeah,
it's
funny how
like,
that works.
Weird.
He doesn't want young men.
Yeah, very odd. Young men who are watching, Nick Fuentes and stuff. They're like groypers in the government, and he's like, "We don't like them. We want the women.
Ribbit.
Bring in the women." Well, I got his 15-part peace plan thing. I'm not going to read all of it because, oh my gosh, I'm scrolling through it. It's a lot. But I'll just quickly hit it. Number one, all parties reaffirm their commitment to President Trump's comprehensive plan to achieve peace in Gaza. Number two, Israel shall fully complete, without delay, all remaining commitments under the Sharm el-Sheikh Protocol, particularly the cessation of military operations, as detailed in blah, 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 blah. Progression from one phase to the next shall be contingent on the verified completion of the commitments the previous phase. Okay, so 3 is saying to do 2, phase 2. 4, Hamas and other factions agree that all civilian governance and security functions in Gaza shall be handed over to NCAG in accordance with Donald Trump's comprehensive peace plan. Number 5, upon fully assuming its responsibilities in Gaza, NCAG shall maintain continuity as civilian. Yeah, so basically saying like America will control your elections. Yeah, this is like kind of boring, so that's fine. Feel free to look it up
What
when you.
Jared is going over there for? Or
I think so. I think it's to push that 15-point peace plan.
Yeah, not great.
No. So
it's not going to go anywhere. It's
I don't
fine.
think so.
He's
Like
just
what,
there to
like-
loosen them up. That's all he is.
Yeah.
He just needs to put that peace deal out. They'll reject him, and then he'll come back 6 months later. And if he has a stronger position, like somehow we win the midterms, then he'll have leverage.
well,
That's
maybe
the
if we
goal.
have anything more than like empty threats, because Israel has been able to just like destroy Lebanon unchecked and unchallenged.
Well, and that's
then
part
we
of
just
the-
keep saying, please don't do that.
Well, that's part of the problem is that we'll say things like, to be fair to Trump, I'm going to actually give him some kudos. Some of his peace plans that he has put forward up until this point have really actually been like a middle ground of, okay, we're going to say like Hamas can't do X, Y, and Z, which is bad, but Israel, you have to also stop doing X, Y, and Z, which is bad. And sometimes Gaza rejects it, the Palestinian Authority and all that stuff, they reject it. And sometimes they actually accept it, but Israel's like, no, we're going to keep bombing Lebanon and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, the peace plan can't go forward because Hamas is also thinking like, Okay, well, we don't want them in the region doing any type of bombings and stuff. So part of what they want is for Israel to stop attacking Lebanon.
Yeah.
But Israel doesn't want to stop attacking Lebanon, so obviously they're going to say no.
Yeah.
So then, okay, well, the plan is scrapped now.
Well, and
100%.
they have no like repercussions. It's just like
Correct.
They just get like a stern talking to.
At this point, Israel probably won't accept any peace plan unless they can continue doing whatever they want. That is essentially what I'm like getting off of this, the vibe that I'm getting off of all these peace plans. So, all right, well, that's it on Jared's little visit to Israel. Next, this is kind of, we were talking about the Patriot missiles and how we're running out of them. Well, this is also concerning. We have a fresh carrier that's heading to the Middle East because the strain on the Abraham Lincoln needs to. It's been over there for so long that it's like, okay, this ship needs to be like, repaired, restocked, all that kind of stuff. So the USS George Washington is set to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln. The Lincoln was deployed over 250 days ago, 200 days-ish without a port call, which is a modern record.
Wow.
It's been not in a port for over 200 days.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Reports of food and supply shortages, water contamination, plumbing problems, mental health strain, deck safety issues, lost mail, and one sailor went overboard in early August and was luckily rescued.
Wow.
Bipartisan concern from Congress, Pentagon disputes some of the severity. Of course, Pete Hegseth is like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Holy crap, that's
so they're
crazy.
like living in their own filth on this carrier that hasn't seen like a cleaning crew since like last year.
Yeah. That must mean that there's something going on that we don't know. If that aircraft carrier is having to sit there and guard something, there's a reason why it is and why they're having to.
Well, yeah, it's over there for the Middle East conflict. I think it's been over there since. Well, it's not since. It was shortly after Fordo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The attack
when
on
we
the,
realized that we wouldn't just like get away scot-free with that one.
Correct. When we realized that Iran was going to reciprocate, we're like, send in a carrier.
Yeah.
Put all the men in there.
Well, it's just interesting. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said, what else can you do? Like, it has the capability to sit out in the ocean. So, I mean, like,
that's basically
that's
all
what
a
it's
carrier
doing.
does.
Yeah. You know, it has a nuclear. Don't they have like a nuclear generator? Like,
I don't know if the Abraham Lincoln does, but a lot of them do. I mean, they usually use nuclear
I thought they all
power.
did, so they could basically like be out at sea for as long as supplies last, and then they can just get resupplied by like planes and helicopters.
Yeah, probably.
You could just sit in the Gulf there just forever.
Yeah.
Well, what I always find interesting is like why it's there and why they're so desperate to keep it there to where it's like literally it's falling apart. That means like we don't have the equipment to even really necessarily
That is our equipment.
It. Yeah, to replace it.
Yeah.
And, it's getting so bad that like somebody like, cracked a rail and fell,
well,
fell overboard.
Carriers are like insanely valuable.
Yeah,
because it's like a whole airfield. It's like basically a whole like
it's
Air
like your
Force.
Air Force. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we don't even focus on building battleships anymore. We focus on aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the aircraft carriers are so big that we can put weapons technology on aircraft carriers now. So
Yeah.
they're like an aircraft carrier and a battleship at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like naval battles are kind of like a thing of the past. It's all like airborne.
Yeah, you're
stuff.
not going to be like broadsiding another ship these days.
Yeah.
Ram into it.
Hey, that would be pretty cool, though. See, like with our discussion last night about going back in the past and being like reliving some
That would
nostalgia.
be, yeah.
Dude, let's bring back like naval battles.
Bring back old naval combat.
Yeah,
Let's go
dude.
back to hand-to-hand combat.
When
you know
men
what I
were
mean?
men.
Yeah, exactly.
You would like swing over on a rope to the enemy ship and just start just stabbing
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get all stabby. Yeah. Back when men were men and so were the women.
That's right.
Men would go to war and women would build bombs, Hardcore.
Wait, where is that aircraft carrier located again?
It's in the Gulf, like the Persian Gulf.
Interesting.
So right by Iran.
Yeah, isn't that near Egypt too? Is that near?
Yeah, it's all in that region. Yeah.
Interesting. Why it's just...
So what I was just thinking when you were talking about like replacing it and stuff is why wouldn't they send the USS George Washington over sooner unless we were worried about not having a carrier here?
That's what I'm saying.
That's freaky.
That's what I'm saying. So there's something. It's like Trump being in the box or whatever, having to be transported.
Yeah.
There is something going on that we don't know that is very
Not great.
serious.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
carriers aren't a defensive thing. They're an offensive thing. Like they're so that you can park your Air Force because jets can only fly so far on a tank of gas.
Yes.
So you park them close enough, but
then it's not
we
ready
have
to go to like.
airfields.
But then it's not ready to go to like Taiwan. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
that's what you mean. That
That's
it's like
what
staging, ready to go
yes,
somewhere
yes,
else.
yes. That's what I mean.
okay.
It's
Yeah.
like not for us to defend
Right.
the U.S. We have airfields.
Yeah, we
here.
have airfields.
Yeah. No. I'm
Okay.
saying for like another
I see.
issue.
I see.
Yeah, there's something going
That's
on.
freaky.
There's something going on that we
Yeah.
don't know. It's like there's a reason why Trump was in a box. Like there's
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
a reason why. Like, and it's more serious than them just saying like there was concerning threats. Okay, that's what they're saying.
If that's what they're telling us,
Yeah.
it's way worse than that.
Yeah, yeah. And
It's
I
way
heard
worse.
theories too that like Israel's pretty pissed off at Trump. That was a potential scenario. So I don't know, but I've never even heard of a president being stuffed in like a storage locker for like hours. Like there's something going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually have a decent memory of like weird things like that, but I don't know. I don't think so.
There are 11 active nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in the United States Navy.
So why was that one sitting there though for that long?
The rest of them are parked in other oceans. Like
That's what I'm saying.
you know?
For other
Yeah.
other possible war.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have like by far the most too. Like China,
yeah.
I think only has like 4 or something.
Yeah,
and
it's
we're
not many.
our next one that we're currently building is like by far the most advanced. China's building another one, but they take literally years upon
China has
years.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, China has 3.
And the aircraft carriers are just by far the most valuable. It's not even close.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, yeah, and Tim L. T-Bird brought up that thing where it was rumors of it being hit. Well, that was that fire that we talked about. It's like
Mysterious fire.
and they were like, "Oh yeah, it was just a fire. It's just everything's good. It's just a grease fire in the kitchen, But it's like somebody forgot to like empty the oil trap, or
blew
something.
a hole in the side
And
of
it's
the
like,
deck.
Yeah, I think it was actually a drone attack. It literally hit the ship. So,
Yeah, they literally had to like run away
Yeah.
and go get like fixed.
yeah. So, that might be part of it too. But I don't know. It's kind of freaky. It's weird. The stuff that we think that we know is like nothing.
What we
It's
need to do,
actually, like,
and what everybody has to do, is listen to the information and come up with your own reasoning for why like they're saying what they're saying, because obviously what they're saying is a lie.
Yeah.
So try to translate it from like their language into the actual reality.
Yeah, use your own God-given common sense and brain and like spirit to like discern what's actually real.
Yeah.
Because like everything that you're told is a freaking lie, whether it's Obama, Biden, or Trump. Doesn't matter. They're all the same.
Yeah, just think like we're a first world nation. Why are we having to like keep an aircraft carrier there for 200 days? And it's falling apart.
Yeah.
There's something going on.
It's not great. It's not great. Well, check this out. Talking of war machines, the UK has these naval drones that, okay, so maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe you guys will have to like chime in here. We have almost everything, whether it be technology, military. It's not everything, but it's almost everything.
Yeah.
We have China make it.
Correct.
So when you have, again, like an iPhone, like I have, okay, that iPhone is produced in China. It might be designed by Apple in California, but it's made in China. Okay, so then China has the specs of the iPhone, so they can easily, because they don't care about intellectual property rights, they just steal it. They just steal the technology. So now you just hand it over your technology to China. Well, the UK has naval drones that essentially were created by China. They're Chinese.
Really?
As
Yes.
are like every electronics.
Correct. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like all of our infrastructure, our grid, it's all run off of technology that was made in China.
Yeah.
So, okay, we worry about like, oh, well, they can hack and they don't have to hack. You paid for a device that was made by them.
It's either that or it's made in Taiwan, which, is arguably not that much better.
Not necessarily. Yeah, it's not controlled by the CCP at least.
Yeah.
But
it's still a foreign agent, though.
correct. It's like, why are we not making stuff here in the United States? That just pisses me off.
We're not set up to do that.
Oh, I know that.
Like we can't even make
The fact,
microchips.
though, the fact that we allowed ourselves to get to that point, though, is so
I
beyond
know, that's
retarded,
crazy.
so beyond stupid, and like no one having foresight to go like, maybe this is actually a national security concern.
Right.
That all of our technology is being created by a foreign and enemy country.
Well, didn't our like literal economy change because we were like originally like a productive
Yeah, we were a manufacturing hub.
Now
yeah.
we're considered like a consumer.
It's like
based-
services and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is like our Silicon Valley and stuff. Like what we produce for the world is like Facebook.
Yeah.
But China is now the manufacturing hub of the world. But we actually used to be a huge manufacturing hub. It's the reason why like Detroit, freaking Motor City, okay, that's where like cars were made, baby. There were so many car plants there. Now it's just the headquarters for these car companies, but all the cars are made in Canada,
And
Mexico.
they're all electric.
Yeah, well, yeah. Don't even get me started with that. But they're like made in Canada, Mexico. A lot of the parts, all the tech is made in China. It's all over the globe. And so we're like propping up everybody else's country's economy because we're exporting all of these jobs. Okay, it all used to be done in America. But
I'm a fan. Give me a Cybertruck, baby. I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me.
is that fully made in America, though?
No, but I just
Exactly.
want one.
Okay.
That'd be sick.
I think they're ugly, though.
I love them. It reminds me of Blade Runner, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I don't know. What do you think, Joe? Ugly?
Cybertruck?
Yeah, you would hate it.
Hideous.
Yeah, Joe would
Yes.
hate it.
It looks like a doorstop.
I like respect it for being like super crazy and weird, but like visually, it's just hideous.
Dude,
Yeah.
I would love to pull up
Like-
like anything. in that Cybertruck.
Like driving behind a Cybertruck, I'm like, gosh, this is
I
so
love
ugly.
the blackout version. That's like literally like it's so black. I don't even know how people would see it at
Vanta
night.
black.
Like it's
Yeah.
like it has to. I don't even know how it's street legal, but I
you
want
watched
that
the
one.
the Whistling Diesel durability test of the Cybertruck?
No, how bad was
You
it?
should watch it. They like basically explode it by the end. It's great. They put it through such hell.
rigorous trials.
Question: how good are they like in crash tests and stuff?
I think they're
think
like
they're good.
decent in a crash because they weigh like 1 billion.
Yeah, I feel like
pounds.
I'd be unstoppable. Like I feel like I'd fold like
Yeah.
like a Ford F-250
but get out
in
of it
half.
before it catches on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because,
yeah, yeah.
A
Yeah.
battery fire like that, they don't go out. You have to have special extinguishers for that.
That's what's funny to me is like when people say like cars don't actually explode or like electric cars don't explode. I'm like they 100%
The
do.
batteries
Like,
cook off for
yeah.
sure.
But
Yeah,
even
oh, yeah.
like gas cars can explode. Like people act like it's impossible. It does
It's
happen.
like unlikely
yeah,
because
does
it's
happen.
not gas that's exploding; it's the vapor.
correct.
So maybe a car that had like less than a quarter tank of gas left could like potentially
all just gas
explode a
vapors
little
in
bit.
that.
Yeah,
It's
Dude,
like a
I saw
bomb.
I
Yeah.
saw a car like engulfed in flames on the Skyway one time.
on
Like,
the Skyway.
Yeah, on the top of the Skyway Bridge
Oof.
in Tampa, and it looked like it exploded. Like I know it didn't. It probably just caught and then like slowly, but
Yeah.
it was like literally a ball of fire, and it took up like one whole lane. I'm like driving by. I'm like, my car is close to.
I would
like,
not want to share a
inferno.
bridge with a burning inferno.
No.
I don't know.
No.
And I'm like 300
Get
feet
me
in
outta
the
here.
air
Yeah, get me
over
outta
the
here.
dark ocean.
Oh, it was night.
Yeah, it was at night.
Oh, that makes it 10 times
yeah,
worse.
yeah.
Terrible. Well, so these UK naval drones are sending signals back to China. So
Yeah, to
these,
no one's surprise.
yeah, British MOD discovered cameras on naval drones were sending data to a Chinese internet address. Came from a component inside of the cameras. Officials say no sensitive data was compromised. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Don't be
sure.
surprised if you see a country like the UK go to the Belt and Road Initiative,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
deep
yeah.
in the future.
Yeah.
Do not be surprised by that.
They found this information in a routine cyber assessment, highlights heavy Chinese dominance in drone components and broader military supply. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's like all of this stuff is made by China, but they're your enemy. Like I just don't understand. I don't know.
They're not though. Not the UK.
No, well,
Absolutely
I
not.
know that, but for us it is, but it's the same story. We get our drone stuff, like a lot of our tech and stuff from China. So what's the difference? Like what? I just don't understand. I don't get it. Like they want to take you over, and you're voluntarily having them create your technology.
Well, we can't survive without them currently because we have no manufacturing. It's like what Joe said. We actually don't have the capability.
Oh, yeah,
to.
we're not set
So
up
we
for
have
it.
we have to buy from our enemies until further notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's just crazy. It's like, man.
I mean, we don't even really make our own oil. Like we get the oil and stuff, but we don't refine it here.
No, we
Yeah.
can't because of liberals. They freaking won't let us build more refineries.
Yeah. So
Idiots.
we are so limited in our capability now. Basically, all that we do is either produce like good entertainment or build
Yeah.
like Tomahawk missiles. That's like all that we have
For Israel. Yeah. Yeah, we sell all of our missiles and all that kind of stuff to Israel. So we make money off of that, and then we give the world Hollywood and Facebook. Awesome.
Well, the iPhone's pretty useful though. Apple being built here.
Oh, for sure.
That's pretty useful.
For sure. Our technology, again, it's being built and manufactured in China though, so they have it. But like if we were able to, and I know this is ideological. I know it's not possible right now. But if we were able to create all of our tech here, okay, then we'd be truly unstoppable. Because now, not only are we creating the tech, like just inventing it and all that kind of stuff, but we're also manufacturing our own tech. So we don't have to rely on any other country to manufacture it, and we keep our intellectual property.
Yeah.
So it is here in America, created by Americans, for Americans, and the rest of the world is just like in the dark ages. That's fine.
Yeah.
But that won't happen because we're sending all of our tech and all of our specs and blueprints and all this stuff to China to make and manufacture. So now they have it too.
And part of it too is because there's a lot of red tape here and like even EPA stuff. And it's like, but if we just buy them from China for like 1 cent per microchip, they use slave labor and they just pollute into the atmosphere, and it's not our problem.
Yeah, it's the reason why I'm buying what's it, Shein, not Shein, but like
Shein,
where you can
clothing.
buy in bulk or whatever for super cheap and stuff. It's like
like
drop
Shein.
shipping. It's
Yeah.
like
and like Wish.com.
Yeah, it's just way it's way easier.
And
like
Baidu and Temu and
Temu
like all
is
that.
the big one. Yeah.
You bought like a product that you said that was actually useful and it cost like 94 cents or something. What was it?
It was a little spirit bell for my buddy's motorcycle. And
Spirit
on
bell.
Amazon,
Oh my gosh.
it was $20. And then I checked it on Temu, and it was like 90 cents with free shipping. And I'm like, there's no way it's going to show up. Or if it shows up, it's going to be like a tenth of the size.
Or it's plastic or something.
No, it's the real thing. It's a cast piece of like die cast. Like it's perfect.
See,
it's
why
exactly
can't we
$1.
do that? Why can't we do that?
I don't know, but I'm a believer now. I might go back on Temu.
Oh,
I have.
Don't do
I
it,
bought
Joe.
stuff on there, dude. I was gonna buy because I wanted to buy. I wanted.
we're literally just talking about how we wish America could.
I
like,
wanted to get for like a temporary amount of time. I wanted to get like some like geckos and stuff, or leopard geckos.
Okay.
So I wanted to get like multiple leopard geckos, and I was gonna do like a drop shipping thing. I was just gonna buy like container after container after container because I was gonna have like little shelves.
Of geckos.
Yeah, of leopard geckos, like a
Whoa.
variation of colors. I wanted to breed them a little bit, do things like that.
Oh, the Temu illegal breeding
Yeah,
operation.
well, it wasn't that. It was something else. I can't remember what it was. It was like some sort of Middle Eastern name. And I could have bought...
Alibaba?
Yes,
AliExpress?
that's what it was, Alibaba.
Yeah.
I could have bought...
That's Chinese, though.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's
I don't know.
Chinese,
I don't
isn't it?
care. Their
Indian.
prices were amazing. I could have bought
Indian.
like a shelf
Indian.
for like $80,
Indian.
and it would have cost me like $1,000 here. I was like, screw that. I'll just buy it on here.
I know what I'm
so
doing
I'm
when we get
contributing
home.
to the problem, but
Oh my
you
gosh.
lower the expenses, and then I will not.
We vote with our wallets, okay?
Yeah,
That's why Temu is winning.
dude.
Yeah,
Temu.
somebody probably died making that shelf that I was buying too, like legit.
Some child. Yeah. Temu is literally like the TikTok of purchasing. It's just like cancer.
Well, the TikTok of purchasing is the TikTok shop,
Well,
which is basically Temu.
yeah.
It's so funny too when you
I
log
hate
into Temu, it makes you like do the wheel like
Spin
40
the wheel,
times.
and you always win like a free $100 every time.
I had one where it was like,
I hate you both.
dude, it was like $1,000 or something. It was so much. It was like $300, and I was actually like checking things out, and it was even like playing the game like, oh, this is free, and then I just ignored it.
Yeah,
and then
Carly
like,
said she got scammed by that. She actually believed it when it spun the wheel and she won.
Yeah, I'm
she
not
like
that
bought
dumb.
stuff and it.
Unfortunately, sorry if you're
She
watching
didn't
this, Carly,
actually
but-
win.
Yeah, I know. Of course not. I actually logged out and then logged back in so that it reset me because I'm like, there's no way this is free. Like they're gonna scam me.
So funny.
I can't stand it, dude.
Yeah.
I'm seriously, and again, I could be, I'm just, call me like old or unk or whatever, but get me out of here, dude. I don't want to live here anymore.
No,
I
Alibaba's
hate it.
fun, dude. You're missing out.
No,
I
I
actually
hate
like
it.
scrolling through there and seeing all like the cool like
I hate it.
equipment that you
Aaron,
can buy.
tell them about the wood paneling you're gonna buy. For
Oh, yes. Okay. And then we're going to cover our next topic, and that'll be it. But this is just fun part. Okay. I'm
you
going.
like knew what would make him happy.
Yeah.
too.
I am going so old school, guys. So old school in my nostalgia and my like childhood that I am going to buy the old school 1980s style wood paneling to put up in my man cave so that it looks like I live in like the late 80s, early 90s.
That's cool.
and I'm gonna make it so warm. It'll be so sick that see, I was right. Alibaba is headquartered in China.
Yeah, show that. That's cool.
Oh, can you put it up on the? Yeah, there it is.
That's awesome.
I am making my man cave look like that.
You know what? I support that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's soak it in, everyone. That is,
dude. You got to get the shag carpeting too that it has right there. I want my house to be like that, Joe. I want my house to.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
I got.
You got another one?
I got one more here. It's really good. This one's really good. Where did it save to?
Just take it in, everybody. Take it in.
That right there. That is so warm and inviting.
It's like a weird version of like ASMR. It's like making me happy.
Yeah, that's
Just
what I'm
looking at
saying.
the
Oh,
image.
dude, there it is. That is it.
Dude.
That wood paneling right there. That's what
So
my
good.
man.
That's a
cave
little
is
bit
gonna-
creepier. That kind of gives me like Courage of the Cowardly Dog vibes.
Well,
but
that's because there's like one chair in front of a tiny TV.
Yeah.
But
it's very ominous, but
Yeah.
it looks comfortable.
okay, but like my. All right, they got it. You can go back to you guys too. I don't care. But so growing up, because obviously here in Florida we don't have basements, but my grandma had her garage turned into almost like a basement, and in the garage it had that wood paneling, thick brown shag carpeting, an old tube TV with it didn't even have a remote. You had to get up to change the channel and stuff like that, and a refrigerator in there full of like glass bottle IBC root beer. I'm like, take me back to those days. Take me back to where it was like, oh, wow, a new album from Linkin Park just got released. It's 2004, and I'm hanging out in my grandma's garage with the wood paneling. I'm going back, guys. I'm going back.
Wouldn't it be great if you just woke up on that couch and everything had been a dream, and it was still 2004?
Dude,
I think I would give everything.
2000, actually. 2000.
Shout out to Every Eden.
I
got a Monarch butterfly pattern cardigan from Sheen Fight Me. Yeah, let's get it.
Oh, I hate all of you.
I thought you meant shout out to her for the cuck chair comment.
Oh,
that's funny.
That too.
Yeah,
That
Ever
too.
Eden. Yeah, saying that's a cuck chair. Yeah.
Shout out to Ever Eden.
Yeah.
Cuck chair.
But yeah, no, I'm going back. Just take me back. I wanna like go to sleep tonight and wake up. See, here's the thing that sucks though, is like if I woke up and it's 2000, then I don't have my wife and my kid. So I don't
That
want
hurts.
that
That
does
hurts.
hurt. I don't want that. But if I could just magically like wake up and it's that time period and I have my wife and kid, I'm
You know what you
golden.
need to
We're
do,
set.
not Joe, Aaron? You need to create that. With doing this,
That's what I'm working on.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what I'm saying. Just
creating an
create it.
alternate reality.
Yes.
Where like 9/11 didn't happen.
We are men of action.
Yeah.
Well, you're the master of your universe.
Yeah,
You're a
exactly.
man.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
go
yours.
out there and create that.
I am going to live my truth, 100%.
Well, dude, it'll be fun. Sunday night football in your man cave like that.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
shag carpet with the wood paneling.
Oh, dude,
that like gets me like.
And you know, you're
I'm
a
getting
product
excited.
of your environment.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I will live a better life.
Yeah,
so good.
Yeah, USA Abbey Girl. I love IBC root beer as well. IBC root beer and Barks. That's the best root beer.
Yeah, remember when you laced Joe's with caffeine using Barks root bear?
Yeah, it's the only root beer that has
Oh, yeah.
caffeine in it. And Joe comes over to my house like late at night just to hang out and stuff. And he's like, I'm like, hey, you want a root beer? And he's like, does that have a? Oh, he doesn't even ask.
No, he didn't
yet.
even know.
Yeah, he didn't even ask yet. And he's like, oh, well, it's root beer because he knows like most root beer doesn't have caffeine and stuff. And he's like drinking it and stuff like that. And I just start kind of like laughing because he's like halfway done with his root beer. And I go, that's like loaded with caffeine. And Joe cannot sleep if he drinks any caffeine.
back then,
Yeah, back
yes.
then. Like could be 7 p.m. And if he drank
Yeah.
caffeine,
I'd be like ruined.
he would be up until 2 a.m.
Oh, 4.
Really? It was
Yeah,
that bad?
It was bad.
I don't know why it was so bad.
Yeah, and it was so funny because it was like midnight, 1 a.m. something. And he's
On a work night.
Yeah, on a work night. And he's chugging a Barks root beer,
was
the
like,
only
dude.
root beer with caffeine in it. And I'm dying laughing. He's like, I hate you. You suck. I'm going to be up until tomorrow. Yeah, you're not sleeping tonight. You might as well hang out and watch
Yeah.
TV with me. Yeah,
It's like the most Aaron move of
Yeah,
all time,
100%.
dude.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I will trap you to be my friend.
Captive audience.
Yeah. You're captive, all right.
Yeah.
You're like strapped to the radiator in my in my man
That's
cave.
funny.
We're gonna watch a movie tonight. And you're like bound and gagged.
Aaron is hardcore. Like he's like the kind of guy where you could watch like a full movie, and then Aaron's like, "All right, let's watch the other one."
Yeah.
Aaron
Let's
is
watch part
like-
2. Yeah.
And you're like, "Well, I wasn't expecting that, but I guess we're here."
I know.
See, here's the difference between Joe and Tommy. I am the guy who will like push it like beyond the limit.
Yeah.
So we'll like watch a full movie. The movie ends. It's 1:30 in the morning. And I'm like, dude, you know what's really good? The second movie. We should watch that. Joe would be like, absolutely, no way, dude. I'm going home. I'm freaking tired. I got to work tomorrow. You know, Tommy's like, he doesn't want to, but Tommy will be like, all right, I guess we can.
Well, no, you like coerce me because even if I say no, you'll be like, come on,
dude, come on. It's a great movie. It's
You're
better
like,
than
I'll
the first
get
one.
popcorn right now. I'll get popcorn.
Let's go to Wawa. We'll go get some like some Swedish fish or something, some root beer, and like maybe a sub.
Yeah.
And we'll stay up till like 5 a.m. watching another movie, and then Tommy's like, all right, let's go.
It really is like that. It's like quiet for like a second and a half, and then I'm like, all right.
He has to ponder it. It's like I'm like drive up to Tommy's driveway. I'm like, we're driving to Argentina tonight, and Tommy's like, all right, let me grab my stuff.
Well, it's like clicking like the accept button. Like it's like literally, it's like I'm just my finger is moving closer, but I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I'm like hardcore like that because I have this this living in the moment kind of mentality where I don't want to wake up for tomorrow. I just want to like not go to sleep.
Yeah, it's living for the now.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm going to stay up as long as possible until I physically can't keep my eyes open anymore.
Well, that's actually how me and you are both like. That's
Yeah.
like a personality trait that me and you both share.
Oh, yeah.
Where that's the reason why we're actually like really good friends because it's
Yeah.
like, let's just keep going, baby. Let's keep driving. Let's see what happens.
Oh, after the podcast, guys. Okay, I've got a face for radio right now because my you can see it's like red and stuff. I got this stupid skin thing that you can't treat it and stuff. It's just over for me. But it gets really bad if I don't sleep. And last night after the podcast, Tommy and I stayed here at the church till like 5 a.m. talking.
Yeah.
And so it made my face way worse because I didn't sleep.
And they'll probably do it again tonight.
Oh,
Nah,
100%.
well, yeah. I mean, there's always a possibility. Usually, though, we're still like we're still like. Well, actually, we're not that smart. I was gonna say we're smart. but
No, we're not.
Plus, tonight is my night with Aaron. You had him last
That's
night.
true.
That's
That's
true.
true.
It's true. But that means it only lasts till like maybe 1.
Well, then you can, come back.
Yeah, then I'll text Tommy and be like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
When
Joe
I
just wants
tap
to
out
sleep.
at like 2 a.m., then he'll be calling you.
Then I'll be
Yeah,
texting
exactly.
texting Tommy, "Hey, you want to go longboarding on the island?" It's too hot for longboarding right now, but
yeah, well, Talia's gone right now, so she'll be like, she'll be jealous if I were to go with you tonight, Aaron. She'd be like,
hey, listen,
in the back seat.
it's all about the boys, dude.
That's true.
It's all about the
It's
boys.
true.
Yeah. But all right, let's go to our final story for tonight. It's not a huge story, so it worked out that we kind of like rambled on and on. And hey, if you guys like our rambling, we actually gained viewers during that, so that's cool.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, but hey, I'll take it. It's because I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong. You can correct me, chat. But I feel like people want to experience that kind of lifestyle a little bit.
Yeah.
Because most people, and again, I'm not trying to be like mean, but most people's lives are pretty boring.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's sad.
You work all day, which obviously you have to. You got to provide for your family. You got to pay your bills and all that stuff. But then you come home, maybe you watch the news or some TV. Maybe you watch a YouTube video or something. You tune into the podcast, all that kind of stuff. And then when it's over, you just like go to bed and wake up the next day and do it all over again. It's like boring. But we kind of like live an alternate lifestyle here. Maybe we can give you a little piece into that that lifestyle. Maybe excite you a little bit. Maybe we'll do like a live stream from my man cave when I get the wood paneling.
That would
up.
actually be cool if we did like a almost like live like football night.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah, see, because again, I feel like people would.
Aaron,
would
you
enjoy
need to
that.
just start like vlogging in between the podcasts so we have something to play, of just like your life.
Here's
that
the
would
thing,
actually that could potentially get reckless though because like we would be like intentionally trying to make the vlog entertaining.
true.
Yeah, you gotta up it.
I
Yeah.
would. I
We'd
would
be like crashing cars.
I would definitely break like another bone.
Okay.
like 100%. Like
So-
I would.
But here's the
I would
thing, though.
die.
Here's the thing: is if we did record,
Alternative lifestyle. Yeah, that's funny.
See,
that
I
you
said
really said that.
I said alternate. So different.
We live an alternative lifestyle.
Yeah.
We all have mustaches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're-
and then we start the podcast like shirtless.
We were actually all born women, but
Yeah.
we're men now.
We're
so.
a throuple.
But here's the thing, though: is if we were recording, I mean, like when I drifted my Miata and crashed into a curb, like That would have been good content.
That would have
been good
we
content.
have
especially
the
when I was
video.
like screaming at you to like keep doing it
Yeah.
over and over again.
And my clutch was like burnt out and slipping and stuff, which is why I crashed. Yeah. Got a new clutch though, so maybe we'll record that.
It
You
was
never
crazy
know.
watching your rim fall off. Like
Oh,
when
it
you hit
literally
when you
shattered.
like cracked the rim.
Yeah.
Like it was insane.
It was sad. It was sad. But luckily those rims weren't super expensive, so I just bought another one and we were good to go. We're ready. We're ready. Got a new clutch, got a new rim.
I felt so bad for that. I do feel like I share part of that.
Oh,
night.
you were partially responsible because you were egging me on. And it was like a parking lot where the road wasn't
It's because
very
you were
slippery.
getting close. You
I
were
know.
like almost doing like perfect drifts over and over again. And one of the times you did. So
I did once, which is actually impressive with a clutch that is
Yeah.
glazed over and slipping the
Yeah.
entire time. So pretty impressive. But but yeah, we did that, and then you longboarding down the Skyway Bridge.
Yeah.
At like 3 a.m.
I've risked. It's not like I say things that I wouldn't do.
No, we actually do it.
Yeah, and I like put myself in extreme danger at times
because it's all for the gram, dude.
Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
for do it for the vine, you know.
Yeah.
It's a good time. But all right, so last story for tonight, we've got 2 lawsuits. One is a lawsuit, one became a lawsuit, but it was an act, and it is the Trump administration sued Harvard over anti-Semitism stuff. But again, whether you agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. It's free speech. You should be able to say whatever you want. If you want to call people the N-word, you're able to call people the N-word. Now, am I saying you should? No, I'm not saying that. But you should be able to say whatever you want.
100%.
If you hate women and you want to talk about how much you hate women, you should be able to do that. If you hate Jews, you want to talk about that, you should be able to do
And you
that.
should have a platform to do it so that people can hardcore.
Correct. And people will correct you
Yeah.
if that is against society.
Yeah,
and
society
societal norms.
polices itself.
Correct. But so because of the Harvard situation there, Trump's administration sued them for anti-Semitism. Judge Richard Stearns dismissed the Title IX case, or Title VI case, sorry, not Title IX, that's women's athletics. The government failed to prove an, quote, ongoing violation. Most incidents from 2023 to 2024. Later ones ruled isolated and episodic. So just brief episodes of anti-Semitism, I guess. The DOJ disagrees and is assessing its next steps. So the Trump admin lost that, which honestly I agree with, because you are trying to police free speech.
100%.
So,
and I hate Harvard. Like
Me too.
The faculty are garbage.
Liberal bastion, woke ideology, trans, whatever. It's like, okay, no. But I am glad that they lost.
Well, me
that
and Aaron were
lawsuit.
making this joke last night after the podcast. People will think like people like us are, almost like nice to the DSA, and like we give them like almost
like kudos,
like
or
the
something.
benefit of the doubt. We do. I hate them more than any normal rhino Republican. Like,
true.
We are more extreme than, I don't know.
Yeah, people think that we're actually soft, but if we were unbridled, then
we would be worse than the rhinos or any Republican that you know. It's more about understanding your enemy. I'm trying to figure out how I can destroy you. It's not so much like, and to understand our enemy, we have to think like them. And we have to know that, like we were making the joke last night, hate and love are 2 very like similar things.
It's both passion, baby.
Yeah. So
it's a fine line.
And we're both on each extremes. Like I would say we're more on like far right or, conservative right, one of those 2.
I'm extremely far right.
Yeah. And they're extremely left. So the bounds of those are actually not that different, but they are different.
Yeah,
and I'm
correct.
trying to figure out how I can destroy you. So I need to know how you behave and how you work.
And if there's a way that we can destroy the limp-wristed middle ground together, then I would be okay with that. The problem, though, is that you usually can't work with these people because they're so extreme left.
There's no way.
No,
there's no way.
No. But you can also say that a certain ideology that maybe you agree on is still, it's like this. It's the Trump administration suing Harvard. Okay, well, if everything was black and white, then you would be on Trump's side because it's Trump.
100%.
And you hate Harvard, so you should be against Harvard. But in this scenario, in this case, I'm glad that Trump lost. I'm glad. Well, the other one is actually in Florida, and we had basically a speech restrictions bill that is the Stop Woke Act, which again, I agree with not having like woke ideology, but this was to stop you and basically make it illegal to criticize Israel. Okay, and that was a DeSantis thing. I like DeSantis overall, But that's no. It's free
Florida
speech.
is more woke than people think.
Correct.
It is.
Correct.
On
And
certain topics.
Correct.
Like anti-Semitism.
Exactly. Well, and it's because we have places like Miami that are like huge Jewish hub.
Yep.
Massive.
Yep. Also Boca Raton, where Ben
Also
Shapiro lives.
Sarasota.
Yeah, Sarasota too. Yeah.
Like major.
Oh yeah, very much so. Well, that got struck down, which is another win. So
Beautiful.
we actually got 2 wins on that.
Beautiful.
The 11th Circuit affirmed the injunction against the higher education provisions of the Stop Woke Act. Court called the state's classroom speech controls, quote, breathtaking assertion of power that violates the First Amendment. Good.
Yep.
Good. You should be, because they tried to disguise it as, see, they're making fun of me again.
No,
You know, it's
no,
like,
no. I did this.
No, he's literally
I was, like,
clapping you
clapping.
on.
I know. I'm just kidding. No, last night they threw me off because they were like laughing at something,
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and I like said something to them. You guys, if you watched it last night, you probably saw. I like look over for like a response, and they were just like staring at a screen laughing, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I must have said something stupid or something.
It was like a
mocking me.
comment from YouTube or something.
Okay, yeah, and I'm like, it threw me off so hardcore, but they disguised it as like stopping teachers from teaching like woke ideology and stuff. And there might have been parts of that bill that were for that. Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
But then they always slip in the anti-Semitism thing.
Yep.
And it would be the same thing as slipping in something that's anti-BLM. Oh,
Well, you
well,
remember
you can't
the,
talk against BLM.
Remember the trans surgeries if it had parental permission?
Yeah.
Like they just tried to slip that one in there.
Yeah, and that was a Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was a Trump thing where it was, at first, it was no mutilation on minors for trans surgeries. That was the original that we all agreed.
Yep.
Good. Then Trump slipped it in without parental consent. And we're like, whoa. So you're telling me that you're for mutilating minors as long as their mental insane parents go, yes, we want to mutilate our child. That was a Trump thing.
Dude.
Was that in the Big Beautiful Bill, or what was that?
It was, I don't know if it was in the Big Beautiful Bill. I think it was, no, it was in the SAVE Act. Because what he did is, so this is what pisses me off about Republicans.
He even like tweeted about it or put it on his truth.
Yeah, he put the full stack of what is in the SAVE Act. Okay, you want the SAVE Act and you want it to pass. If you actually wanted it to pass, you wouldn't put anything about trans operations in there. The SAVE Act is literally supposed to be for election integrity. But then Republicans have to like slip that in there because they know Democrats won't vote for it. There are Democrats that would be all for election integrity. There absolutely are.
Yeah, they need to really have single issue bills, but the whole part of the
100%.
scheme is that they don't.
Correct.
Like,
that's
literally
why they do it.
Yeah.
So then what they say is, we voted against the SAVE Act because of the trans part.
Right.
Okay, well
so
then
they always have a little alibi.
Yep, exactly. So then you can't say, see, Democrats voted against the SAVE Act because they don't want election integrity. No. They have a way out to say, no, it was for the trans part.
As long as we have bills that have all that different stuff jammed in that makes no sense to be in one bill together, as long as we have that, I will believe that we are like totally occupied and everything is corrupt.
Correct.
Like, literally.
Correct. No, it's true.
Because like honest people don't do that. Like, why would you do that? Why are we putting that into the SAVE Act?
Yep. 100%. No, it's true. It's true. Well, that's our show for tonight. I know we've got at least one Rumble rant I saw in there. Put in your Rumble rants if you want them to be read out. I tried to do it during the show the other night, but only one popped up, so it was like kind of lame. But I figured you guys would actually like to be included in the show while the show is going on.
Well, they keep passing around the subs.
Yeah, I guess not.
So they're not into the Rumble rants, but they're into the subs.
No,
so
yeah,
we'll take what we can get
we
around
appreciate
here, you know?
that, yeah, because it does fund the podcast and stuff like that. Totally appreciate it, but then you don't get your like sub read. It just doesn't read.
You know what we need to do is just do like $1 so that we get like 1 million of them. You know what I mean?
yeah. $1 to make it.
Well, yeah, do it. Okay, so right now I'm gonna stall for a second because there's a delay. If you want a Rumble rant read, donate $1, and we will read all of the Rumble rants. So I'm going to go on a little dissertation about this weekend, tomorrow night, all that kind of stuff. While I'm doing that, put in your Rumble rants, $1. We'll read them all. We will read every single one.
You're setting yourself up for heartbreak.
Yeah, well, no. Here's the thing.
We're putting ourselves out there. We're being vulnerable.
I am being vulnerable, and I am putting us out there and stuff like that. And listen, if you don't want that, then we won't ever say it again.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm okay. We'll always do $1. You know, we're like one of those slot machines. You know what I'm saying?
$1 slot machine. Exactly. Okay, well, while we're waiting on any more rants to come in, if you guys want to do that, great way to support the show. Excuse me. make sure to tune in tomorrow night for the Bible podcast. That will be hosted by Hope Lively at 8 p.m. That's on TikTok and Instagram. If you don't have an Instagram or a TikTok, make sure to get one. I know I'm, again, sounding a little unk here. I will never get a TikTok, but I will use Instagram. So it's up to you. You either use Larry Ellison's platform with TikTok or you use Mark Zuckerberg's Instagram. So
Yes,
totally up
sir.
to you. But it will be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. on TikTok and Instagram. And then we also have, obviously, Sunday morning church. That is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stream it on all the platforms that you're watching right now. We stream it on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble. Again, X has been stupid and not allowing us to go live for whatever reason. It is making it to where when we try to go live, it's like, oh yeah, it's getting the feed, but it will not actually push the feed out. So I have to then go after the show and upload it. So that's why we're not streaming right now on X. It's not my fault. It's X's fault. I blame Elon. But tune in on Sunday morning. Again, you've got worship, great preaching and stuff like that. And if you're not a part of a church, you need to be. You need to be a part of a church because, again, we can talk about politics all day long, all night long. We can talk about our fun, adventures and stuff like that. But if you don't have Jesus, you literally have nothing, and there is absolutely nothing to live for because the only hope that you have in this world, in this life, is Jesus. He is our hope. He is our future. He is our home. He is the gift that we've been given from the cross. So make sure to tune in on Sunday morning for that. I'm starting to see Rumble Rants pop up, so let's go ahead and start the Rumble Rants.
Skunk71 donated $5. Thank you, guys. Prayers continue for Tom, Hope, family, and team. I'll miss you Fry and Son live, but I'll leave a comment when I watch later.
Thank you, Skunk71. I appreciate that. Yeah, continue to pray for Tom. He's working on getting better every single day and stuff like that. And again, I can't replace Tom on the podcast. That's why I don't even try to be him because I am me and he is he. but we're trying to cover all the bases and stuff. Keep this train rolling on the podcast, on the Bible podcast Sunday mornings. So we appreciate it. Yeah, definitely prayers for Tom and prayers for Hope.
We're just like placeholders.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
right now, this is like just a different podcast, but that doesn't mean like we're just here until like he comes back. So just enjoy.
So shout out to everyone who's like sticking with us. Like,
yeah,
Skunk
exactly.
always in the
exactly.
chat.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it because again, we're here to keep the train rolling. We're not here to replace. And listen, I'm looking forward to when he gets back.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to not having to host the podcast, not because I dislike you guys are hosting, but it's just easier to produce the show. It's easier to sit in that chair over there.
You got that right.
Yeah, it's easier to sit over there and just be like number two. I'm a great number two. I can be a good number one. I can be a good number one, but I'm a great number two. I'm a great deuce.
You ready? You ready
Yeah.
for the next one?
Yeah, hit it.
TIMLTBERDUSAF donated $10. You
Thank
guys
you.
rock. Love the topics and the banter. Keep it up.
Appreciate it, Tim L. T-Bird. Really do.
I'm blushing.
Yeah, I know. I love that. I love that. I want to make a good show to where it's entertaining for you guys. It's still informational. You still get the facts. You get unbridled truth. Again, whether it's Trump being good, not being good, whatever. We're going to cover it all. So appreciate that.
Jules 21 Hours donated $1.
$1.
You guys make me laugh. Thanks, Aaron, Joe, and Tommy.
Good. I'm glad that we try to bring the humor. So thank you, Jules. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you very much.
Yeah.
Nas_Jaeger
Hey, it's my
donated
wife.
$1. Say hi to Caleb. He's still awake. Kid is practicing somersaults.
Hi, Caleb. That's my son. Hello.
What up, Caleb?
You guys got to say hi too. Yeah. Tommy doesn't say anything. Well, he's got to hear
peace
your
sign.
voice.
Tommy went nonverbal.
Yeah, I know. He went nonverbal.
Yeah.
So
sign language.
hi, Caleb.
Looks like
Hi,
we got
buddy.
Some more rants.
All right. Yeah, hit it.
Will Gilbert, 2, donated $1.
Will.
I can't wait to be back.
Yeah, Will's not here right now because Tom's not here right now because the show is completely different. So there wouldn't really be anything for him to do here. So, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is like get back to the normal kind of routine of things. I'm like a routine person when it comes to work. When it comes to like outside of work, I have no routine. I'm like undisciplined.
You're alternative.
I alternate.
An alternative lifestyle.
Yeah. I am alternate.
That was so funny.
I'm like alt right and alt life, you know. But I look forward to getting back to the normal routine of things. So thank you, Will.
U.S.
All right.
Abby Girl donated $10. I'm still rooting for you guys to do this same style show on Monday nights at 8 p. and Pastor Tom Bible study at 9 p.
Oh, on Mondays. Oh, okay.
Maybe. Who knows?
Oh, so you want what Tom was saying, the bookend Bible study, where it's Bible study on Mondays and Fridays, but on Mondays we do our show and then it goes into Tom's.
Yeah, maybe.
Honestly, listen, if we do enough content stuff, we just make like a TV channel. We just have a show going all the time, you know?
Yeah.
Just create a lineup and stuff. We'll have like the Us show where it's all three of us. We'll have like just a Tommy show, just a Joe show, just a me show, have a Bible podcast, have a Hope Hotline.
That's too much.
We'll just do it all, baby.
That's too much.
It's every single day.
No.
4 shows a day.
We have
you know?
our own set, everything.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, everybody's got their own set, you know? That'd be crazy.
We'd be like CNN. We'd be going like 24 hours.
Yeah, 24-hour news cycle. Yeah, exactly. And while the other person's show is going, we like quickly drive home and take a nap, shower, maybe eat like a sandwich, like a gas station sandwich or something. You know, keep us rolling. Yeah. All right, hit the
Expo donated $20. At Expo Tommy and Aaron are like domesticated rambling men.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's definitely true.
Yeah. Thank you, Gavin.
I'd say
Appreciate
in some
the $20
ways not domesticated, but
I was gonna say I don't I agree with the rambling men part, but the domesticated part,
I would say like we're not. I don't know. I was gonna say we're not illegal, but in Minecraft,
in Minecraft we do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we're undomesticated in Minecraft. We're wild.
Yeah, wild people.
When the vlogs come out, we'll have to like edit it, and then you'll know. We'll have to.
Yeah, I don't.
I'd say overall, like, you know, you have like a family, and you know, even I have a girlfriend, so there's some domestication, I guess, but I don't know. There's outlets. There's definitely outlets for sure.
Yeah, you gotta have a release valve, you
and
know
like
what I mean?
always on the edge, like
That's
always
what our show
teetering.
will be. Is just a release valve.
We'll just call it the teetering.
Yeah.
Call it the brink.
Yeah. Ooh, that's
a
good
great
name.
song.
Yeah,
It's a great song too.
We'll do.
I just stole that from the Jezebels.
Doesn't matter.
No, that's good though. We'll name our podcast that the brink.
Brink.
Welcome to the brink.
Yeah, the brink.
And then our intro music would be the brink.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
all take turns getting Baker acted.
I was gonna say copyright strikes, but you know, yeah, I guess that's one way to go for it. Yeah. Yeah, dude,
Shaylin04 donated $1. I would definitely watch that show. LOL.
Yeah, thank you. That's Linda. Thank you, Linda.
She pulled some of her
Appreciate
Target
it.
money out. You know?
Yeah. Heck yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't. That's the thing that I think like. Oh yeah, those Jesus people. Yeah, we're coming up on the 1,000th show. Isn't that crazy? We got 4 more episodes and we're hitting episode 1,000.
That might happen. If we hit the
No, that's
hits the
gonna
1,000
be-
episode, we're gonna have to do something. I'll do something for the 1,000th episode. We'll think of something.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, what do we do for that? Because that would be not
like-
this upcoming Tuesday. That would be the following Tuesday. So
I
we
like
got
backflip off the desk or something.
we gotta do something cooler than that. We gotta like.
No, that'll be like the starter, the intro.
That'll be our pregame.
Yeah.
But you have to injure yourself because that would make it funnier. Because just a normal backflip is like.
He's already injured, dude. He's limping.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good content.
Yeah,
We gotta
I could
push
like
it.
longboard with like you pulling me with the Volkswagen.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
go
yeah.
like we'll put like new tires on it or something.
Mm.
Go like try to hit 30. We never hit 30 miles per hour.
Oh yeah,
I'd have
that's
to
right.
get geared up.
Okay, I will just before we finally end the show, I will say when you think the fireworks, heck yeah, we'll just shoot fireworks off inside the studio. But you think going down the Skyway Bridge in the Tampa area and stuff like that, that's a very tall bridge.
Yeah.
That you would get some crazy speed. You only hit like 26 miles an hour.
No. I mean, enough to be scary.
Oh, there
but-
was some speed wobble starting.
Yeah,
That's why
yeah.
you used my board.
Yeah.
My board
I had
was
to
a little
switch
more
out.
Yeah,
because you had bigger trucks.
yeah, and the wheels were like grippier too.
Yeah.
But you'd think that you'd get like some real
Wait,
speed.
did you go down the Skyway on a
Yes.
longboard?
Yeah, I did.
Are
Yeah.
you serious?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
literally went down, like bombed it.
Oh, yeah,
I
we-
had to like not stop either because there was cops. So I like literally, I mean,
And the scary part was
Whoa.
those metal strips.
yeah. So I had to like, I was
Da-dunk,
going like 20,
da-dunk.
and then I'd have to like get ready for every like metal
Was that just you and Aaron?
Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah,
you guys are crazy.
Yeah, it was like 2 in the morning.
Yeah, we threw his and my longboard in the back of the Miata, and we drove up to the Skyway Bridge, and we recorded it. We had
to
video
make
of it.
sure, though, when I was going down that we were going southbound so that we could just take off afterwards, not going northbound.
Yeah, I pulled over
back.
real quick,
Yeah.
grabbed him, and then we just took off.
Yeah.
And it was actually like 5 a.m., if you remember, because traffic was starting. People were starting to go to work. And so we had traffic starting to like come behind us, and I was like, all right, you got to go now. Like, this is it.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. So,
oh my gosh, there'd be so much editing. Do a best of Tom yelling video.
Oh
Well,
my
actually, maybe
gosh.
there wouldn't be that much editing now that I think about it.
Yeah, just pick random clips.
Just random sections of every episode. Yeah. It would be, it's like the best of Frasier kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where you literally just edit. The whole show is just clips from every podcast.
Yeah.
That actually might be kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, that could be a cool idea.
That would be very hard, though.
Yeah, that'd be a tall order.
Yeah, we'd put that on Joe. That would be,
We'll probably just have like a little cake that says 1,000 on it, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of boring.
No.
It's kind of boring.
I'm not letting, like, you're not ruining the moment here, Joe. We're going to do something better than that.
Yeah, but all right, so that's it for tonight. Again, thank you for everybody who was watching. Thank you for all the Rumble rants. Again, tomorrow night, Instagram and TikTok, the Bible podcast featuring Hope Lively, and Sunday morning, Sunday service, church, 10 a.m. Make sure you're there. We love you all. God bless you. See you then.
This podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Justified in questions. Justified in getting answers. Matt Palumbo and Booker Scott are justified. This is the PB&J Podcast.
And just like clockwork, the U.S. Senate has left for the August recess. And guess what? They left a lot of work undone, including the SAVE Act. But don't worry, the House of Representatives, they're going to be back Monday to pick up right where the Senate left off and do absolutely nothing. That's what we can get used to these days. Coming up this hour, we're going to get into a conversation with Judd Saul. He's the founder of Equipping the Persecuted. And I don't know if you know this, but there are over 50,000 Christians that have been killed since 2009 in Nigeria. Nobody is talking about it, but we are. I'm Booker Scott, and this is the PB&J Podcast. Our co-host here for this hour is Matt Palumbo. He is a best-selling author. He is also the former content director of the Bongino Report. And right now, he's not in his studio as he normally is. Matt, where are you?
I'm in Cape May, New Jersey. As you can tell, I've been getting my tan on. So
you look great. Yeah, it's a good tan you have there.
Yeah, it's been quite a lot. Yes.
Well, we're going to get later on into the conversation about the Christians that have been murdered and kidnapped, and that has to do with Muslims. And I think we can tie it back into what we are seeing in this country in some ways. That is Sharia law that's taking place down there in the central belt of Nigeria that is where all the murdering and kidnapping is going on of Christians. So we'll get into that here in a few minutes. But before we do, I think we should probably talk about Tuesday night and the elections that took place. We talked about Michigan last week between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. And El-Sayed won. I think we both said that he would. I was shocked at how close it was. It was less than a point. It was about 17,000 votes. Were you surprised by that?
Well, no, because it seemed like the uber progressives were loving him, and they're the ones that have been the most eager to vote. So I guess I was expecting that, but it's good news for us in that the odds of a Republican beating him, I think, were far higher than that of a Republican beating Haley Stevens. And, unfortunately, and this is something we've talked about on the show a lot, when your party is in power, for some reason, that's the side that has no enthusiasm in off-election year elections. So Democrats have an advantage there. But there are a lot of Democrats, at least hopefully, that, while they're not going to cross over and vote for Mike Rogers, will at least not vote for him. And the reality is, when you're on a ballot, if a voter does not know the names and they see Mike Rogers and then they see Abdul Muhammad bin Osama bin Muhammad, they're going to go, I'll go with the normal sounding name. And that even happened recently in, actually, I feel like I had it in the show notes, where there was a Trump endorsed candidate in a Republican primary, and Trump rallied for him the week before the election, but his name sounded Muslim. He was not, but it sounded Muslim, and he lost to a guy with a generic white guy name who dropped out of the race but was still on the ballot. So my point with this being, just having a normal name actually gives you an advantage of a couple points. And in an election like this, when it's a swing state like Michigan, that actually could turn the election. And I know it sounds so inconsequential, but you have to realize, like, the people watching the show, the average person has no idea what's going on in the world at all, especially with local politics. And you, by watching a show like this, probably know more than at least 90% of people. So when things like in a local election, things like the order of which the names are displayed makes a difference. If you have a two-man race and they have no name recognition, no one knows who either candidate is, the guy who's first on the list will usually outperform by 10 points. It's not a coin flip. So just these little things, where you are on the ballot, your name, what your name sounds like, will make a big difference. And it's bad news for Abdul bin something.
It's El Sayed, is what it is.
Not really his name, by the way.
You didn't even wear pants, did you?
Yeah.
You're wearing shorts. You're really on vacation. That's nice. Can we get a shot of those legs again?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a close up. Thanks. I appreciate you doing that. Well, let's go to Donald Trump. He had some words to say about Abdul Al Sayed. Here he is.
Every time this has happened, and you do that, you go through squalor and add the word again: filth, crime, death, destruction, embarrassment. You lose your home, you lose your apartment, and that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
And he calls him Abdul. I guess they're on that type of terms at this point. But
before, that's great.
Have you seen it? Yeah, interesting how he did that. But you were talking about his name. I've got a clip here of Abdul talking about his name here. Let's watch that together and pay attention to how you're supposed to say this, Matt.
The allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the odds. You're already watching on TV. Started today. They think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'll be happy to.
Would you like to give that a shot? You want to try that, Matt?
No. My number one rule of immigration is part of assimilation is making it where I don't have to learn how to pronounce your name. So if you're from India and you want your kid to be named like Van Kush, no, Joe. Just go with Joe. Something simple.
Yeah,
I don't want to have to learn, and it'll make people way more accepting too.
We have a Joe later in this.
His name. I saw a video on X.
We've got a video.
I saw a video.
We seem to have a little delay here tonight. It's probably because of your vacation, but don't worry about it. I'll try to give you enough space to go ahead and talk. So go ahead.
Why don't you go ahead?
I was just going to say that we have a Joe. We have a Joe coming up a little bit later in this program that actually died, and he won a race. And you were talking about that a couple of weeks ago. So pay attention to these races.
There was one in Nevada where it was a Republican running against a Democrat. The Republican died and then won in a blowout. So
This was
it was
Thursday.
the first time that oh, I'm talking about years ago.
Yeah. No, this was
Either way.
Thursday. It happened again, Matt.
That's awesome. It's funny because normally the dead vote Democrat, but the dead can also win elections as Republicans. So their deader voters are deader the winners, I guess.
That's correct. I've never looked at it that way. Let's look up here on this video right now, because I think there is something really important that came from Tuesday with Al Sayed and Haley Stevens, and that was who was voting for who. If you look where Al Sayed got his support, it was from the Muslim communities in Dearborn and other places, and it was the working people. It was the black voters. It was the Hispanics that showed up and voted for Haley Stevens, and that's why it was so close. And I have paid attention to a lot of people that were talking after that election on Tuesday, and they said they would not vote for Al Sayed. I even saw one Democrat say that he was going to go across the line and vote for Mike Rogers, the Republican who now is leading in that race in Michigan and could be a flip for the Republicans coming in November.
I had seen a video to that effect as well, where they were interviewing black Democrats, and it was the name issue. It was just, I don't want to vote for a guy with that name. And you know what? I think that, because he's the opposition, I'm totally fine with that logic. Good enough for me.
Well, let's go to Tennessee. I mentioned the mayor that ran in Claiborne County, Tennessee, and it's not a big county, but there he is. His name is Joe Brooks, and he is a Republican. He ran Thursday, even though he died in a motorcycle accident and a crash about a month ago, and he's on the ballot, and he literally won that election. And as you were talking about, it happened years ago in Nevada. Here is another Republican. Well, he's really an independent, but he won the vote. There's not a lot of people in Claiborne County, as you can see, but he still won. And now what that means, Matt, is there's going to have to be a special election.
Second.
Yeah,
what
correct.
flavor of Jack was?
I was going to bring that up. Jack Daniels came in second. What are the odds Jack Daniels in Tennessee of winning? Did you happen to see the governor's race Thursday in Tennessee? The Marsha Blackburn, the senator from Tennessee, she won the Republican nomination for that, so she will move on into November as well. You know, the Senate left on Friday, and they did not pass the SAVE Act. They didn't bring it for a vote. That was disappointing. Todd Blanche did not get through, but let's have a conversation about Todd Blanche real quick, because you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins in Maine. Both have come out and said they will not vote for his confirmation. You have Mitch McConnell, who, by the way, we do have some news about Mitch McConnell this week. They say he has left rehab and he is home recuperating now. So for everybody that thought he was brain dead, and I think, Matt, you and I both said that's not the case. That was too much to cover up for his staff, and they would have gotten in trouble at some point had they continued to try to cover that up.
Although we had both agreed that being brain dead does not exclude you from being a senator, so he could still hold the job. It's been done
or
before.
He's been brain dead for a while.
One of the
also,
two.
Yeah. But they say he is home now, and so I guess that's good news for Mitch McConnell. But he's not going to be there to vote for Todd Blanche to have him confirmed to become the full-time and attorney general. So you have Murkowski, Collins, and now McConnell not there. That's all you can lose. And, you had John Cornyn and Tom Tillis came out earlier this week and said they would support him. And it came down really to one guy, and that was Bill Cassidy. And he is the Republican that did not get Donald Trump's endorsement. He was really anti-Donald Trump the entire time he has been in office, and he lost his race, and he's not going to be there anymore as of January. But he did this on the Senate floor talking about this vote for Todd Blanche. Let's watch this.
This is not a referendum on President Trump. It is a decision regarding Mr. Blanche in very specific circumstances. All considered, I will vote for Mr. Blanche. I'll be criticized for this vote. What's new? But people of Louisiana can be assured that I worked hard to understand the issue and to make the right decision. With that, I yield.
And he yielded his vote to Todd Blanche. is what he's going to do. So I guess that puts us at 50. We should be able to get a confirmation for him, I guess, whenever they come back from vacation. I think they're gone for 3 weeks. The House is coming back. One thing the Senate did pass was a continuing resolution, which I never thought that they would pass, and that will fund the government from October 1st until December 11th. But it now goes to the House, and when the House comes back into town, they are going to have to take that on. There was something very interesting that the Senate put in there, and I have said for a long time that that continuing resolution was never going to be passed by the Democrats. They would prefer the government be shut down, put that on the Republicans, and it was going to hurt the Republicans in the midterm. However, the Democrats passed it, and it made me curious, Matt. Why in the world would the Democrats go along with a continuing resolution to keep the government open? And when you look into it, it's what Susan Collins and other Republicans and Democrats added to that continuing resolution when it came from the House. And the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought is his name, you probably know him. He, on May 29th, 2026, he changed the regulations on DEI and grants that could be given to organizations, and he stripped all of that out of there from the Biden years. So what the Senate has done is stop that from happening. So they cut the legs out from under Donald Trump on DEI and wokeness by doing this continuing resolution. Chuck Schumer is calling it a big win for them and the Democrats. And unfortunately, the way this may work is you go to December 11th, and then you don't have the reconciliation passed, which is 12 appropriations. That's for the budget for 2027, which is due by the end of September. And if not, there's a government shutdown unless there's a continuing resolution, which is what this was. So now you go to December 11th. If they don't have the appropriations passed at that point, you're still going to have a government shutdown. So the Democrats could assume that they're going to win the House of Representatives. They then would have control. They'll let the government shut down. They'll wait until a new Congress is sworn in after the 1st of January, and then they have all the control and the power and the leverage at that point to keep DEI and wokeness out of the Trump administration. So I wasn't happy that the continuing resolution was done the way that it was in the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, it's tremendously disappointing. I guess we can hope that, they've made enough progress on stripping DEI that this is, minor relative to everything that has been undone. But, it is obviously very unfortunate. I did like, too, that Cassidy needed a script to read about 2 sentences out loud. Get great leaders.
He was upset. Yeah, he was crying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you picked up on that. He was quite an emotional thing for him, I guess. I don't know. Having to help Trump is what was emotional for him. And he's afraid that the people of Louisiana are going to be mad at him for confirming Todd Blanche. I don't think that's the truth.
No. I don't think so either. I think they're going to be fine with it. And I think it would be more detrimental to him if he voted against. So, yeah, weird to see.
Yeah. Let's go back to Tuesday real quick and talk about some other elections, because we're talking about the Democrat Socialist of America all over. And El Sayed really, I guess he tries to distance himself from that label. But if you look at his the things that he stands for, he's right in line with everything of the Democrat Socialist of America. And we have seen them win races in New York and Colorado and other places during this primary season. But I took some encouragement from what happened in Virginia. I don't know if you paid attention to that, but the Democrat Socialist of America, they lost every race they were in Virginia to another Democrat. So the people of Virginia, they're not going for it. Maybe it's because the approval rating of Spanberger is so low as the governor there. And she kind of came in saying she was a moderate, and she's doing gun grabs and everything else in Virginia. She is no moderate. She is also a socialist. And I think the people of Virginia said, no, we're not doing the Democrat socialist stuff here.
Yeah, the Democrat socialist phenomenon is in places that are, Democrat plus 40 or plus 50. I mean, places where Democrats are getting 90% of the vote. And even then, with Chevalier, Valdez, etc., they're winning with, 55, 60% of the vote. So if we were going to be generous to the average Democrat, we could say, well, at least 40% of you aren't voting for a socialist as your first choice. That being said, they're obviously going to fall in line and vote for them anyway. But overall, the polling suggests that about 1 in 3 Democrats does identify as a socialist. So it is a very real phenomenon within the party. It is a faction that is growing. But so far, they've only been able to get elected in places where, you know, a cat would beat a Republican or a dead person would beat us. So that's good news. We're going to see another test as well in Wisconsin, in that Francesca Hong, who is completely insane, if you don't know anything about her, that's all you need to know, but is a DSA bat candidate. And it seems like she's on track to win the Democrat primary, in which case we're probably going to have a Republican governor there, hopefully.
Yeah. Tom Tiffany would be the governor for Wisconsin. He's a good candidate, and he's a good member of the House of Representatives as well.
Like
and he was a state rep earlier.
Like she's called for, you know, we've always thought liberals were crazy for calling for abolishing police, which she has. She's also called for abolishing Thanksgiving. She criticizes white men all the time, which is standard on the left, but I guess her husband is white, and she didn't want to mention that. So during an interview, she almost let it slip out. She's like, "I have a mixed race kid," and quickly pivoted from "I have a white husband" to "I have a mixed race kid," because I guess she thought that would be damning to her base or something. But no, she's all over the place. And then one thing too that I thought was funny, she had a restaurant that no longer exists. I don't know if it failed or she just closed it down. But in one of her campaign ads, she rented a restaurant to shoot an ad from and pretended that it was her restaurant and was talking about all the time in the industry. She no longer is a chef. So a total fake human being. And I think I might have brought this up last episode. Her parents recently had to pay off $40,000 worth of her credit card debt. And listen, I get there are people struggling in this country. I'm not trying to make light of that. It's just that those aren't necessarily the people you want running a state budget.
No, you don't. And by the way, Bernie Sanders, he ran from her. He's not even endorsing her. And when they questioned him about it, he was like, "Well, I really don't know much about that race. So I don't know. I think
he knows a lot about that race."
He is just staying away from it, isn't he? Let's go to the FCC and a rules change that they came out with this week. You want to talk about that, Matt?
Is that the one where they're going to change, like they're targeting The View? Or am I thinking something else?
No, I don't think they're targeting The
I know
View.
there was oh, no. There was talk recently with the FCC regulating The View as a news program because of the political bias. I didn't know if I had seen that in the headlines. I didn't know if that's what you were referring to. I see now in front of me that is not at all what you're referring to.
No, it's not, which confused me. But what it is that they changed the number of television stations that can be owned in a market. And a lot of people are.
I pitched the story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, so this will, the overall summary is just that this will help smaller broadcasters expand their market share. And we all know that national news is left-wing with, you know, the exception of Fox, which is, center-right, I guess, or Newsmax. But the overwhelming majority of the networks and the total viewership is left-wing on the national level. But the right does control certain media outlets. Radio has been dominated by the right. It's just not as mainstream a platform, I guess, or as listened to as television. But local news, Sinclair is a right-wing news organization, and most local news is owned by Sinclair and has a right-leaning bias. So that's a fact that a lot of people on the right, I don't think are aware of, but this will be very good for us in that this is one way right-wing views actually will be able to get out there.
And that is a concern by some of the Democrats that this was done. When you go back through the history of broadcasting and television and radio in this country, if you go back to 1987, it was the FCC at that time that took away the fairness in broadcasting, which was a regulation there in the FCC. That was when Ronald Reagan was president. And then Congress tried to change it and put that back in, the Fairness in Broadcasting Act. It had overwhelming Republican support. It passed, and Ronald Reagan vetoed it at the time. And then you go into 1996 and the Telecommunications Act, And that was when they allowed more than one radio or television station to be owned in a market by the same ownership. And that is when a lot of these conglomerates came about, like iHeartRadio as an example, and Town Square Radio, CBS Radio. A lot of these, about 4 or 5 of these, ended up owning all of the radio stations in the country, and television was the same way, and that was the result of that 1996 Telecommunications Act. A lot of people, they like to talk about the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, but I don't think it has as much to do with what we see in a Mockingbird media than the other two things that I just mentioned. And maybe this new FCC rule may help things for the conservatives and the right side of broadcasting.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, if you look at trust in national media, it seems like it's always at an all-time low, which I guess it's getting worse and worse every year. But yeah, hopefully, I know people do tend to trust things that are local to them more than those that are not. I mean, we sort of see this in politics where everyone thinks that Congress is horrible, but they trust their congressman, or, they think schools nationwide are horrible, but they like their school district. And it's kind of like the same with news. They might think, well, the nationwide media is lying to me, but my local network would not. And fortunately for us, that local network is more to the right, and they should hire us soon.
Well, let's get into the story about Duke University and the way that they admitted students in. And what they did was they admitted everybody but white students and Asians. They were harder on them. Yep. And the Department of Justice has come out and written a letter to the attorneys there at Duke.
So this is a continuation, really, of what we've already known is happening, and it just gives us new data on what it's like in a certain school. But for decades in this country, studies on affirmative action have shown that being Black and Hispanic and just signing your name is the equivalent of getting a boost of over 200 points on the SAT when it comes to their calculation of your likelihood to get in. If you're Asian, it's a huge drag on you. And if you're white, it's also a drag. And then being a man also doesn't help you very much either. So college has been rigged like that for quite a while. There's a lot of polling on sort of the psychology of the left's support of it. Or I shouldn't say a lot of polling. There's one that comes to mind where they asked liberals, they explained affirmative action. Of course, they know what it is. But they said, it hurts Asian people. Do you still support it? And most of them then said no. But then they said, okay, actually, it's not Asians. It's white guys. Do you support it? And all of them say yes. So it's also this part of their whole racial, I've heard the term race communism used a lot lately, that, the values of the Soviet Union exist within the American left. It's just not class that is the dividing factor. It's race that they're using to latch onto and create, classes of oppressor and oppressed. And it's a new mock-up of that. But, universities are probably the worst offenders with affirmative action. And that's just speaking of the school, the students that come in. When it comes to hiring, there is overwhelming evidence of discrimination, and that if you are a conservative and they know, you're not getting hired. The only way a Republican is getting hired at a university is if you are, quote unquote, one of the good ones, which means being registered as a Republican and not believing a single Republican talking point. Now, some people could say, I'm sure a liberal would say, no, the professors are all liberal because they're so much smarter. And I would point out, we know, for instance, that almost everyone who majors in economics is a Republican. It's an overwhelming, students who study economics are overwhelmingly Republican. Yet, most economics professors are liberal. Well, how is that possible that almost everyone graduating in a field is a Republican, but then the only people getting hired at universities are liberal? That, to me, that points to evidence of ideological discrimination, or just the fact that Republicans maybe would rather make money than teach. But there's a million other points of evidence, and that has a gender studies department in the history of Western civilization ever hired a Republican, or a sociology department? And obviously, the answer is probably no.
Yeah. Matt, do you know much about what is happening in Nigeria with the killing of Christians? Yeah, it's been going on for a couple of decades now. We're going to get into that here in just a minute. We're coming up on a break. Also, just to continue on about that story on admissions. There's a Newsweek story 2024 at the University of Washington where they were discriminating against Asian and white professors the same way as Duke University is doing. And it's not just Duke. We know this is happening all over.
Everywhere.
It's happening. It's in the news right now because the Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, the civil side of the DOJ, they have done an investigation, and now they are moving forward with the University of Duke. We'll see where this goes. Is there going to be accountability? Probably not. There never is there?
The problem, well, the thing is, like, we've the administration has gone after DEI departments in colleges, and the way they've been getting around it is they just don't call it DEI. They just rebrand it. Okay, we're no longer the DEI department. We're the social equity department. We're the advancement for blah, blah, blah department. And the curriculum is identical. The values are identical. They just change up the titles from DEI officer to chief whatever officer. So that's the problem in regulating it. Is it's very difficult when you can just have DEI and not call it DEI.
We want to thank everybody for watching tonight on WD Americans Facebook Live. They have a great content throughout the week. If you're not following them, please do that. They have about 3.5 million people that follow them. So thank you for watching. We're watching the comments, so please continue to make the comments. And if you're watching on any of the TalkRed platforms, thank you very much for doing that. This is the PB&J podcast. I'm Booker Scott along with Matt Palumbo. And we are Palumbo Booker, and we are Justified. We have a very important guest coming up next. His name is Judd Saul, and we're going to talk about Nigeria and the persecution of Christians.
Tired of struggling with low energy? We get it. That's why we created Organic Energy Juice. You'll have natural energy all day, and you'll never struggle with low energy again. In just 2 minutes, you can restore your natural energy without chemicals, without stimulants, no toxins, and there is no crash. You shouldn't have to struggle with low energy, and with the Organic Energy Juice, you won't. So if you're struggling with low energy, buying Organic Energy Juice is the right decision. Go to chemicalfreebody.com, use the discount code PBJ, and get your Organic Energy Juice today.
In Nigeria, in Africa, thousands and thousands of Christians have been killed. Many have been taken kidnapped. And we're talking about an area here in Africa that does Sharia law. We're talking about Boko Haram and other factions there in Nigeria that have been doing this. They demand that you convert to Islam, is what they do. In the meantime, they have wiped out thousands of churches. They have killed thousands. I don't know that we really and truly know the real number of how many they have killed, but we're going to try to find out some of this information now. And unfortunately, you don't hear about this very much. Nobody is talking about this. Judd Saul is an award-winning documentary filmmaker. He is dedicated to the mission in Nigeria. He witnesses firsthand what happens to Christians in Nigeria as he visits there many times throughout the year. It has become his life, and he is now joining us. And, Mr. Saul, thank you very much for making the time to come here and talk to us about this important, it's really sad what's happening to the Christians in Nigeria. It's very important, but we don't hear about it. Why do we not hear about it?
Well, the reason I think the West doesn't hear about what's going on is because the Nigerian government has this wonderful partnership with Al Jazeera, which is the main news source that goes out to the rest of the world about what's happening in Nigeria. So, for instance, let's say that there's a instance where 200 Christians are killed, and that's the actual number killed. Well, by the time, and it's done by Muslims against Christians, done by armed Muslim groups killing Christians. Well, by the time it gets to the mainstream press, the numbers like 75 villagers were killed by unknown gunmen or bandits. And that has been the news coming out of Nigeria for the last 15 years. And finally, through our work and some work of others, people are starting to pay attention and kind of ask the question, well, how come it's always unknown gunmen or bandits killing villagers? What's actually going on here? Well, we come to find out that it's well-armed, well-funded, well-orchestrated Islamic groups.
What is first of all, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. What is the status of Boko Haram and ISIS's presence there? And that I remember, and this must have been a decade ago, there were reports that Boko Haram and ISIS were merging into one group. I didn't know if that was still the case today, if they had fractured. And I guess my question is, is it both groups that are attacking these Christians there, or I guess what is the situation with them?
So I'm gonna clarify a few things and kind of set the record straight here. Is that so? You have ISIS, you have Boko Haram, and then you have what we call the Fulani ethnic militia. Now, the Fulani ethnic militia is the group that's responsible for the lion's share of Christians being killed in Nigeria. ISIS and Boko Haram have done their part. They've wreaked havoc up in the north, but nothing is compared to how much the Fulani ethnic militia has killed Christians. And so the problem is that the United States government is working with the Nigerian government to essentially defeat ISIS. ISIS is the group that the U.S. government's focused on. But ISIS really isn't the one killing Christians right now. The ones that are killing Christians are the Fulani ethnic militia. And unfortunately, the Fulani have control of Nigeria's security apparatus. So essentially, everything that the U.S. government's been doing is fighting the enemy of the enemy. The Fulani hate ISIS. Boko Haram hates ISIS. They don't get along with one another. So right now, the U.S. government is assisting Nigeria into getting rid of their own enemy, but it is doing nothing to stem the tide of the killing of Christians in Nigeria.
What is their objective? Why do they want to kill the Christians?
They have stated openly that there is no peace unless there's a caliphate, unless they wipe out all Christians out of Nigeria and take over the land. They believe Nigeria is theirs for the taking, given to them by Allah. And what we've seen is just, I call it a death by 10,000 attacks. It's not like one force that's coming in and just taking over like a front. It's just, we're going to go after this village this time. We're going to go after this village over here. And before you know it, they've taken over half the country. Nigeria used to be 70% Christian. Now it's 50-50. And the Islamists have wiped out over 1,000 Christian communities away from the map in the last 30 years.
How many Christians total do you believe that they have actually killed? If I threw up the number earlier of 52,000, and a lot of people in the mainstream media would push back and try to debunk that, say it's not that many. What do you think?
Well, that's because of the misinformation that's being put forth by the Nigerian government themselves and the propaganda arm of Al Jazeera, because they always underreport the numbers officially. And then it's always unknown victims, unknown gunmen. They never talk about who's done it. But according to our research and our on-the-ground reporting and documenting for the last 5 years, it's safe to say that on average, between 7,000 and 9,000 Christians are killed every year, especially over the last 5 years.
So since 2009, that 52,000 is probably pretty accurate, isn't it? I always think
it's
so.
more. It's more since 2009. Since 2019.
Yeah.
Since
2019 is 50,000. Wow.
Yes, it's been a lot more. It's been a lot more since 2009. And then what no one is accounting for, and this is very frustrating, is that that's Christians that have been killed by bullets and machetes. That does not account for the Christians that have died from malnutrition and disease because of the aftermath of those attacks. When you add that, the number is exponentially higher. Because what you're talking about is Christians that have survived these attacks have been completely removed from their homes, their farmlands, and they're shoved into camps where they have no resources and they're left to fend for themselves. And we have people dying of malnutrition and disease on a higher rate than the actual bullets and machetes.
You mentioned earlier that, most of the time the press will say, well, there was 60 killed or there was a gunman. And I recall the Easter massacre. That's a perfect example of that. It's hard to really find a number that, that agrees with each other. Some of them are 25, some of them are 50. But the point is that Christians were killed on Easter and then they're put in mass graves. And that's the way they do things there, isn't it?
That's if they're lucky enough to bury their dead properly. These Fulani ethnic militia will on a regular basis attack the funerals, and sometimes they have to throw them in a shallow grave and get out of town so they're not killed.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is our organization, equippingthepersecuted.org, is my organization. We have been tracking. We have been issuing terror alerts for the last 2 years. We gave advance warning. We had information that they were going to attack on Easter and where they were going to attack, and we sent that to the U.S. government, the Nigerian government, and I warned about it. I said they're going to attack, and here's the places they're going to attack. And the Nigerian government did nothing. The U.S. government's not even paying attention to what's going on in the middle belt of Nigeria, and these massacres could have been avoided because we had the information that they were going to attack. And when I say we've issued 200 terror alerts, we have issued 200 terror alerts with 93% accuracy.
What's the answer, Judd? How does this solved? Is it solved at all? Short of Christians coming out of Nigeria, what else can be done?
Well, what can be done is a little bit of willpower from the U.S. government. For very little, we could set these guys back 50 years. The problem is I believe our government's playing games for mineral leverage at this point because they are ignoring the entire area where Christians are actually being killed. There is no focus. It's on ISIS, the shiny name, the shiny group, but there are no assets on the ground dealing with where the Christians are being killed.
And you believe that's something that America should do? Does that take boots on the ground? Is it special forces? What happens? What does that look like?
I have to be very careful about what I say. I'll just say this. With a little bit of willpower and creativity, I think things could end for the terrorists very quickly. The problem is that the Nigerian government is laying cover for those that are killing Christians. And our U.S. government is trying to do business with the Nigerian government while focused on ISIS when the other, like I said, Boko Haram and the Fulani both all hate ISIS. And we all agree ISIS should be eliminated. But if we're using it under the guise of protecting persecuted Christians, we have to focus on those areas. And if the U.S. focused on those areas, I think things would change very fast.
Judd Saul is our guest. He is an award-winning documentary filmmaker, and he mentioned his organization. I put it up there on the screen. I'll do that again. And Matt, I'll come to you if you have any other questions. But there is the organization. You can go to that website. You can donate to help their work. It is called Equipping the Persecuted, and it focuses on prevention of Christian murders and also the aftercare of persecuted Christians, because a lot of them are not murdered, are they? They're kidnapped and then they're returned, and you help those people as well, don't you?
Yes. So, look, we have a humanitarian side of our mission, which responds to the attacks within 24 hours. When kidnapped victims get released, we're there to help them recover, rebuild. And unfortunately, it's just endless. If the Christians aren't being killed one day, they're being kidnapped another day. And then the people have to cough up everything they own to try to get their loved ones back. And it's extortion, it's crime, it's all done by Muslim groups. They've implemented full Sharia law, and Christians have no rights. They're second-class citizens, and they are being extorted to death, and they are being massacred.
Matt, I'll come back to you, and then I have a couple of more questions, and we will let Judd leave for this hour. Really appreciative of you being here on the program, but go ahead, Matt.
I've it's embarrassing to admit, but I myself have never heard of it was Fulani, the militia group. You and I, Booker, follow this kind of news. I was not familiar with them. How large are they compared to groups like ISIS or Boko Haram in raw numbers, if we know that?
In raw numbers, there's more Fulani than there are Boko Haram and ISIS.
Oh, man.
And they are planted all throughout the country of Nigeria. And what we do know is that they are gearing up, they're arming themselves, they're building settlements around Christian communities, waiting to do attacks. And here's what my argument is: if something isn't done soon, if an intervention isn't done soon, it's not going to be thousands of people that are killed. It's going to be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if something isn't done soon.
Interesting. When it comes to Sharia law, do you think the states in America are being smart when they pass laws to make sure that Sharia law does not come into America? You're on the ground in Nigeria. You see what it is. What do you think?
Yeah, because what happened in Nigeria in the northern states is they moved in, they gained a population, they got involved in politics, they implemented Sharia law, and now the Christians in every one of the states that have implemented Sharia law are second-class citizens. And Sharia law trumps Nigerian law every time. There's mob justice. If somebody thinks somebody blasphemed the Prophet Muhammad or whatever happened, mob justice, they go kill them, they burn them alive. There's no trial, there's no court date. And if they think a Christian's offended them, they'll go after and kill them. No justice. These people are never put in prison. If you kill a Fulani cow, they think they have the right to kill 10 people if you kill one of their cows. And if they kill 10 people, none of them ever go to prison because they're practicing Sharia law.
So what you described there, in some ways, it seems like that's what's going on here in America. At least a lot of people perceive it that way. Do you see it that way as well?
Oh, 100%, because this is how they've conquered every country since 640 AD. They move in, they are nice, they populate, and they start, we're friends, they do commerce together. But once they hit that threshold, once they hit that majority, the killing starts, but they also have the control of the politics and the power to lay cover for their killing and rinse and repeat. And the same thing is happening in Europe. The same thing is happening in parts of the US where they move in, they get a population, they get the police force, they get the local politics. Now there's no-go zones, and Christians are not allowed to walk freely in certain areas of the country. This is what they did in Nigeria. And if we allow this to continue in the US, Nigeria will eventually happen here.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, and
Matt,
I think
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I was going to say too. I know there are certain states that have very, very minuscule Muslim populations that have passed anti-Sharia bills. And a lot of people have looked at that and said, well, what's the point if there's no Muslims there to begin with? And they're missing the fact that it's preemptive, because the average Muslim, I think by age, is the lowest of any religion. They have the most kids, and they have the highest birth rates. So they can, within a generation or two, become a very substantial percentage of the population. And, if Muslims are 1% of the population and you see them being mistreated, it's very easy to view them as an oppressed minority. But that minority, when it becomes, and I think it's only 10 or 15% of the population, then you're going to go, whoa, wait a second. You're treating me the way I saw you get treated. And it's how it ends everywhere it happens.
Yeah, it's very frightening. I just got back from London recently, and I was talking to some folks out there, and the top 4 names, baby names, the new baby names in England are Muhammad, but they're different spellings of Muhammad. It's the top 4.
I was going to guess that. Jeez.
The top 4, there's different spellings of Muhammad, but it's in the top 4 of new babies, new births in England. Wow. And like I said, they believe in population. They don't kill their children. They believe in strong families, but they also believe in multiple wives and creating multiple children with multiple wives.
Yeah.
And that's how they spread and dominate.
And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know, too, that they already have Sharia courts in the UK. I think there's actually hundreds of them. And they're, the talking point I hear from liberals is, well, they're voluntary. You get to choose if you want to do Sharia or a regular court. But I do not believe for a second, if there's a dispute between a man and a woman, the female Muslim has any say whatsoever. I mean, they would be the first ever.
Oh no. They don't have rights. They don't have rights at all.
Think so.
And for the left to just be completely ignorant on this, it just boggles my mind. I believe what Elon says, it's a woke mind virus. Yeah. It is a mind virus. It's not healthy, and it's eating away at their brains. But like I say, I go to Nigeria frequently. I've seen the dead bodies. I've talked to the witnesses and survivors multiple times. They all say the same thing. They were kind to us. We moved in. They moved into our community. We did commerce. We did business. Our children played together. Then the one day, the killings came, and their neighbors partook in the attacks and slaughtered their next door neighbors, the children, the women, the elderly. It didn't matter.
That's a warning take that warning from Judd Saul there. Judd, thank you so much for coming on the program. We really do appreciate it. He is award-winning documentary filmmaker, and the name of his group is, or his organization is Equipping the Persecuted. Please Google that, find it. If you'd like to support his work, please donate him. And Judd, thank you so much for coming on the program. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thanks, Chip. God bless.
Wow, Matt, what do you think? That it sounds like America, Nigeria was America, I don't know, 40, 30 years ago, and now they are to the point now where they're killing Christians, and I think that's the fear that many people watching this program tonight have about Muslims in America. And when you see people like El Sayed running and his constituency there in Dearborn, this is what we may be coming to. Don't think that it can't happen.
Back when I was in high school, I remember in the news seeing Dearborn cited as an example of a place where Muslims and Christians could exist in harmony. And if that's the best case scenario, it's a totally irredeemable screwed situation, because that is not at all what's happening there. Their mayor is a psychopath. There was one guy, I think we probably played this on the show at one point, where he went to a city council meeting and the Muslim mayor was encouraging him to leave the city and saying he would throw a parade when this Christian guy left the city. So they are openly hostile to the people who live there. And it's just the same story pretty much everywhere you go. The only real exceptions to that rule are countries that are sort of Muslim in name only, where people might identify as Muslim because it's their family tradition, but don't actually practice it, or they go for holidays but drink alcohol and do other behaviors that are un-Islamic. So the only scenario it really works is when you have people who are sort of Muslim in name only but don't actually really seem to believe it, which is obviously kind of rare.
Well, let's shift gears. Let's go back to little Fauci. Fauci was in the news again this week. We talked about him last week, and that's when he did 111 times take the Fifth Amendment. And we mentioned last week that contempt of Congress was going to be coming, and it did come this week. There was the vote that was taken by the committee there that was run by Rand Paul. They have now referred that to the Department of Justice, and it's going to be interesting to watch. Rand Paul says, we would just want to find out, is he actually able to take the Fifth, is what Rand Paul is asking, and then, or is he in contempt of Congress because he was not compelled to answer the questions? You and I both talked about this last weekend, and so now they're moving forward with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing actually wrong with pleading the Fifth, in that I think if you're ever in a position where you're being questioned by law enforcement and you don't have a lawyer, that's what you should be doing until you have representation. And the cops the interrogators are probably going to be smarter than you are, and you don't want to confuse yourself and accidentally contradict yourself. So I don't think pleading the Fifth on its own is a crime, or is even proof of guilt, I should say. However, Fauci is in a position where he is pardoned. And the whole point of pleading the Fifth is protect yourself against incrimination. Well, he can't incriminate himself because he's been pardoned. So what exactly is he protecting himself against? And it's good we're going to finally get an answer to this. But I think the answer is he did something wrong, and it's going to come out, and it's going to be reputation destroying. And even if it's not legally actionable, it would still be damning to the point where it destroys his whole legacy, perhaps even in the eyes of his sycophantic followers. So it's good we're going to get an answer to that legal question. But, the Fifth itself, listen, Trump has pled the Fifth a million times. I would plead the Fifth. I don't think there's a problem with that. It's this specific context that's the problem.
Well, I think there's another question too, Matt, and that question is, does the executive branch, Joe Biden in this case, does he have the right to do a preventative pardon? I mean, I had never heard of that before. Right. He's pardoning all of these people in case there is a crime. Well, how do you do that? And is that legal? Yeah. And I think that's another question that we're going to have answered here. But let's go to the vote here in this committee on whether or not to move to a referral to the Department of Justice for little Fauci.
Motions. The question is on reporting of an original resolution regarding contempt of Congress. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Langford.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Yes.
Senator Hawley.
Aye.
Senator Moreno.
On behalf of the millions of people harmed by Anthony Fauci, resoundingly yes.
Senator Ernst. Aye. Senator Moody.
Okay, so there you have all the Republicans. They were all yes. Now let's go to the Democrats. Pay attention to John Fetterman because he is here. He's going to vote. Let's see how he votes. Is he going to be voting yes or is he going to vote no?
I don't think
Matt
so.
and I both. Yeah, Matt and I both say this all the time. Pay attention to how he votes. He will vote with conservatives 2 times on Israel and a continuing resolution to keep the government funded. Other than that, he votes as a Democrat.
We'll go on Fox News and be like, yeah, Fauci's a really terrible guy. And this is 5 minutes after that.
Yeah, right. Well, here's the Democrats.
Senator Peters.
No.
Senator Hassan. No. Senator Blumenthal. No. Senator Fetterman. No. Senator Kim. No. Senator Gallego.
No by proxy.
Senator Slotkin.
No by proxy.
Senator Paul.
Yes.
And that was it. That was the end of it. And so we'll see where this goes in the Department of Justice. And I just took you off the stage there, Matt. I didn't mean to. well, I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. Welcome back to the program. I removed the wrong one.
Good to be back.
It's good to have you, even though you're on vacation. We're coming up to the end of the hour, but let's stay here with Fauci one more time and also include our sports here. I know you always look forward to the sports segment. I think you're going to like this one, actually. This is Aaron Rodgers. He's always been a little bit outspoken. Have you seen this video, Matt?
No,
because
you've been too busy with all the WNBA drama.
All right, well, here we go. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
This year, last rodeo, and you talked about your wife saying, hey, have another year. Mike McCarthy being here, obviously a big deal. Can you tell us about the mindset of coming into your last season? Like, that's a real thing, it feels like, because is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year versus maybe the years of the past?
I'm going to plead the 5th.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Gotta love that guy.
Okay.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Aaron's back, baby.
I thought you would like that one, Matt. He called Fauci
That's
a coward.
awesome.
He's not done. He's not done, by the way.
Oh, good.
Kidding me?
Yeah, 111
You got a
times.
pardon and you're in front and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House? What are you scared of, Tony?
Yeah.
I thought you were the science.
Yeah.
I thought you were I am science and you get up there and you can't answer a question?
Yeah.
What are we doing? And how much time did the network spend at that? How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding?
Yeah!
Did they do even a minute? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think I've heard
Nah,
anything.
I bet they didn't.
And, of course, we know that they didn't spend any time on Tony Fauci. But there's Aaron Rodgers. He's in his final year this year. I think he's 42, 43 years old now. Go ahead, Matt.
I mean, if they did give it a minute, it was exactly 1 minute, and probably nothing more.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. So, by the way, with the NFL, they came out. Roger Goodell, he is the head of the NFL. He came out and told Aaron Rodgers to watch it because we have to be careful. And then, if you remember, it was the NFL with Colin Kaepernick that took a knee in the national anthem that kind of started all of that. And then we went through crazy with the NFL putting things on their helmet that was woke and DEI and. I think a lot of people got turned off by it. That's gone now, and we see Aaron Rodgers is the only one with common sense, I think, in the NFL.
Remember when they wrote in the end zones, like, end racism? Like, there's going to be one racist watching the game, and he's going to be like, oh, man, I really never thought of it
I
that
should
way.
stop. I should stop this. Yeah, I need to stop this. Thank God it was in the end zone. Right. Thank goodness I saw that. So what do we look for this week? We got the House of Representatives are back.
Well, I was going to say we need right-wing reparations, which is we get a whole century where every celebrity opinion is Republican. just to pay us back this week. Sorry. I guess we'll see what goes on with Fauci. We'll see the advancement of the contempt charge. I am curious to know, can you really plead the fifth after not being convictable? I think it's an interesting legal question. I'm going to continue to pretend to care about Iran updates, and that's pretty much it.
We made it through the hour without talking about Iran. I don't think there's much to talk about with regard to that. It's the same thing. It's a Groundhog Day when it comes to Iran and a ceasefire and a deal, and we'll just wait and see when it happens. It happens. Until then, we'll just probably not talk about it a whole lot. Donald Trump on Friday, he signed an executive order about birth tourism. So he's going to try this again, and the birthright citizenship was turned down in the Supreme Court, but on Friday he signed an executive order, which I believe is the way he should have done it from the beginning, Matt. He should have really just done birth tourism, not birthright citizenship, and maybe there was a better chance. So he's trying that again. That came out on Friday, so we'll watch that. I'm not sure what we'll see next week. We have some more elections that are coming up. You have Florida coming up, and you have a governor's race there with Byron Donalds that appears to be leading, but he's going to have an interesting challenge coming up for him in November with David Jolly, a Democrat that used to be a Republican only about 18 months ago and used to sit in the U.S. House of Representatives as a Republican. So now, 18 months later, he's become a Democrat, and he is going to be running against Byron Donalds once the election is over. So we'll see how that goes. So we'll watch that and the other primaries coming up. Matt, enjoy your vacation. How long are you staying there on the Cape?
Thank you, sir. Just till Sunday, but
just a weekend.
Short
okay.
vacation.
Yeah, well, enjoy your vacation with your wife and your beautiful little girl. She's so pretty. You brought her on before we started the broadcast, so it's great to see her. She's such a beautiful little girl. And thank you for watching us, the PB&J podcast, Palumbo Booker Justified. Thank you for watching, whether you're watching on WD Americans Live or any of the TalkRed platforms. Thank you so much for doing.
You have been watching a no-budget production, the PB&J Podcast.
When the sky's gone dark and the wolf's at the door, and you're locked in a battle with yourself on the floor, when the man with the power and the dollar says you ain't worth a cent, and your wings won't fly and your words won't flow, you can't force a smile and they won't leave you alone. I see the light in you, let it shine again. 'Cause you were born for the fire, raised by the storm, braver together, loud and in fun. Heart full of country, soul full of grit. We don't run, we rise, we don't quit. We don't run, we rise, we don't quit. I know a woman with a lion's heart and a pretty blue dress with a shopping cart. Head full of dreams, gonna change the world. Got a body of work they say won't sell, and a way with words that she won't tell. I see the light in you, let it shine again. 'Cause you were born for the fire, raised by the storm, braver together, loud and in fun. Heart full of country, soul full of grit. We don't run, we rise, and we don't quit. We don't run, we rise, and we don't quit.
We don't. Welcome to Out of Pocket Live with
And then
Ellen.
out of pocket for a while, and then like we're just like, oh, maybe we should like invite them in. I don't know.
Thank you so much for joining. We appreciate your time.
And your support.
Yeah.
And thank you, TalkRed. And make sure you guys follow us on all platforms. Out of Pocket Live and Real Allie Lachey at Michelle Posey. Where's my voice?
I don't know. Mine's missing too. It's fine. We're yelling at too many liberals. and too many people that are on the right that are so far
Listen.
right they're left.
Listen.
Took a left hook off the cliff.
Crazy cliff.
Off the crazy cliff.
Oh my gosh. Well, Allie, today we're going to talk about your favorite topic, the WNBA, because another guy has come out. I can say guy has come out and said he's joined the WNBA.
Don't misgender him.
Oh my God. Plus, guys, in all seriousness, Charlie Kirk's Assassins trial, we're going to give you a little bit of information about that and how it's going. Plus, what? Secretary of State Marco Rubio talks Tupac?
Hell yeah. I'm so here for it.
Get your gangster coffee, turn the volume up. Let's open the mic
and get out of pocket.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
Listen, for those of you that are following us, from our viewing audience that followed us from open mic, where we had the desk, it was very newsroom looking, except we didn't fit.
This ain't that.
It's not that, but also there are some benefits
of having your own
being
home
your
studio.
own boss in your own studio. Oh my God, these things swivel.
Yes, they're the best.
They swivel like my emotions. It's too much info. Wait. Welcome to Out of Pocket Live. Thank you for the blanket, Allie.
You're welcome.
I could just imagine as we get into fall and into winter, like we maybe
make it more like warm lighting,
like a little snuggie.
Might get a candle that's shaped like a pumpkin.
Oh my God. Little Christmas tree.
Yeah. We'll make it nice.
We'll make it nice. But anyway, it is a little chilly in here, so I'm gonna put
We need to name our Mogwai.
What would we name him?
I don't
Is
know.
it a him? Let's properly
Can we
gender him.
gender? Is it a girl or a boy? How do you tell the gender on a Hey Siri, how do you tell the gender on a Mogwai? It's not gonna answer me.
I thought mine was gonna answer.
I thought mine went out too, but it didn't.
Oh God. Okay, no, seriously, let's do it.
Okay.
I want to know.
I want our audience to chime in. I
What
don't
would
know
you
if they
name
will,
our Mogwai? What
but-
would you name the Mogwai?
It's so cute in the little corner.
Oh,
All right.
clean, keep it clean.
Or
Allie-
not. I mean, it's out of pocket. It just
My God, but do we decide? Is it male or female? It's male.
yeah.
It's
I
gotta
mean,
be- you look awfully masculine.
well, and then he turns into a gremlin when we don't
But the transition from Mogwai to Gremlin does not change the
It's
gender.
I know. And we've already had a male gremlin. I mean, he had like a 12-pack. Remember that with his Leatherman's jacket and a cigar hanging out his mouth. We're like, bro, why does that?
Wait, we
But
gotta,
wait,
get,
why
we gotta
does
get
he-
another. We gotta get a out of pocket Gremlin, and we've got to get the one with the MAGA hat.
Yeah. Like, why does?
So guys, we're getting into Allie's top favorite subject. It's the WNBA. Listen, when they took NBA, the National Basketball Association,
It's like trolling.
a W, I think the rest of the sane Americans and people like-minded understood the W meant women.
Mm-hmm.
We understood that was a biological difference, but
And the pay was different.
I mean, so
And the viewership was different. I'm just
Sponsorship
pointing
were
out
different?
Right. I'm just pointing out, the facts here. Don't come for me.
or do.
Whatever at this point.
Dwight Howard says
Stand in
he
line.
wants to join the WNBA. Take a look at this. Dwight Howard has just announced that he's declaring for the 2027 WNBA draft alongside
his chest press. I mean, how much weight?
Wait, put those arms back up again. Is that Michelle Obama?
Ooh,
I said it.
Dwight Howard.
NBA player Ennis Cantor. However, unlike Cantor, Dwight's announcement does not appear to be political in nature, I guess. I don't know. Oh my God. Well,
Doesn't appear to be political. It's not political. To say that men should not participate in women's sports, regardless of whether or not they quote unquote feel like a woman,
like Shania Twain,
right? Is not political. That's not it's not a left or a right like annotation. That is.
Do you hear that, Democrat Party of Sarasota? Stop messaging me.
It's not political. It's science, right? Well, Fauci pled the fifth, so science isn't real, apparently. I don't know.
It's not about science, it's about who bought the science.
Know that part. I know.
But XXXY, it's not just like the DNA doesn't distinguish race. It absolutely does. Your chromosomes absolutely do distinguish sex. So there you go.
1,000%. And this is insane. I mean, I love the trolling. I know there are some people that are like really tired of this. They're like, it was funny the first 2 times.
Nope. It's still funny.
But it's still funny.
Still funny.
Only because like they're trying to force an issue. They're trying to force an issue. They're trying to listen. This doesn't make any sense. And since you won't make a move on it, we're going to force the issue.
But here's what I love about this. It is extremely masculine men that are standing in the gap and forcing the issue. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
I mean, I did not have Royce White with a wig
On your bingo
doing interviews, joining the WNBA on my bingo card. I just did not.
Like before we join 2027, I want to see the terms and conditions because
these are facts, bro. Because absolutely you are coming in. Listen, you will be duct taped and hand tied. I'm not playing 27. We're not doing this.
We're gonna get a Velcro wall. Start Velcroing,
bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
We're not doing this.
I'm not participating.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Well, if you want to hear something about like a nice little gender debate, I don't know if you guys are following Katie Hopkins.
I love her.
They call her an extreme right media personality, whatever. I think she's just hilarious. But she did have a heated debate on gender identity with an entrepreneur, Rob Moore. And we just have a little soundbite for her. Let's play it. Put your coffee down so you don't spit it out. Here we go.
How many genders are there?
2.
And they are?
Male, female.
But what about someone's right to tell you what their gender is?
No problem at all. So it's you're going to tell me what your gender is. But in the world is less fucked world, I don't have to believe it. But I'm thrilled for you. You're a lampshade. I'm so happy. Let me put a light bulb up your arse. Brilliant. Don't require me to think what you think.
I love English people. I love English people. They just say what's on their mind.
But it comes across nicer because of their accent.
But it's not.
It's congratulations, you're a lampshade. This is to all the haters out there that are like, wow, you're just like this raging, hateful person.
It's not hate.
Don't care what you are or what you do as an adult.
I'm not going to call you a lampshade.
Leave the kids out of it and don't try to mold my language.
If I'm corrected on actual legal documentation at a hospital or when I'm filling out paperwork for the DMV or whatever it is, and I put in that I am American, because it says other, I can cross the box and put American because race is a social construct.
That part.
I put American on there and they change it and have changed what I've put down to either be black or something else. I think at one time they said I was Italian, and I was like, "That's."
I mean, you do have a temper.
But no. Yeah, and then don't forget that olives come in like 4 different colors. They do. They're brown
and different flavors,
black
and different flavors,
and green. I've never seen a green person.
The darkness of the olive. I'm not. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm just gonna take that.
Whoop. So yeah,
that's behind a paywall.
Yeah, no. I think the only person that was green was Joe Rogan with CNN's filter that they put on him to make him sick after using ivermectin. You remember that?
Listen, I love Joe Rogan. I love him.
That was AI, everybody. These filters that everybody uses. That's, all you girls and guys out there.
Ouch.
I don't like AI. These flat cameras. Do you own a pair of Meta glasses?
You are the flat camera.
Does your phone open when you look at it? You the
Facial
flat camera, sir. Go sit down
Do you
somewhere.
drive down the interstate and let them, obviously they get your license plate because, it's tolls.
Are you speeding in a school
Either
zone?
Listen, either you're Amish and you write all the shit off, or you, to some extent, you have complied. And I don't know. And I get this all the time when we talk about
Do you
school
drive a
systems.
Tesla? Your car's the flock camera.
Do you have a kill switch on your car? You know that freaking thing when you're driving and you get to the stop.
The auto shut off.
God,
I can't. I hate that button.
car go ding 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 when you don't have your seatbelt on. Commie car.
Yeah,
There you go. To some extent, you have complied. Allie, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking. All those Democrat socialists that are trying to primary the not so crazy Democrats, I guess. We now have a word from Wisconsin that Democrat socialist Francesca Hong lost her primary for the governor. So who?
I need like those pop things that like pop and it's like
Where's
confetti.
the palms?
They're right there, but I'm not grabbing that.
Oh. Did you just hear that? She's like, get it yourself. She is my sister, and she can get away with that. But so we're sorry, Francesca Hong. I'm not. She's probably coming to a CNN show near you.
Oh God, she'll probably be the next person on the View after they get rid of whoever else they're getting.
Or
rid
she'll
of.
be like DNC. She'll be the DNC will put her to work. I mean, maybe.
Maybe she can go on a mission trip to Iran.
Do you ever notice that all the no kings people never go to territories where there are kings and oligarchies to protest?
I like asking them if they were this vocal during the civil rights movement.
No, because the Democrats were fighting to keep slaves.
I'm just asking. You look old enough.
Inquiring minds would like to know.
Like, are you on Medicaid?
Oh, we have a surprise next. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me put this down because. All right, I'm told our producer Zach has a surprise. I don't know if there's a language warning, so get out of your feelings. Let's see what we've got. Go, Zach.
You, the people out there, get to choose. There is no, thank God, dark room in Washington where people sit around and they decide here's who the nominee is going to be. Typically, that's not how it happens. It's not how democracy works. And I think we both remember well when party leadership really selected the nominees. Now, you would never say it that way exactly, but they would.
But you can now.
Now we can. We're free.
Is
she related? Is she related to Mark Zuckerberg
or Kamala Harris?
No,
They do look
they
alike.
look alike. So wow.
Wow. So the first one clip was from in May. and
May.
The other one was from. Well,
That's only 3 months.
Does she not remember that that's exactly what they did when they decided that Biden should not be the front runner? They didn't have a presidential primary for you guys to choose Kamala Harris.
Nope.
They just selected her.
Yeah. What is she talking about? Like, honey.
I mean, when you don't know the truth, your story changes a lot. Do you ever notice that about people?
I mean, you could also have really good liars that know the truth,
Like
but
narcissists.
able to keep up with their lies. Because
It's a lot of energy. I had somebody tell me that one time. They were like, I would never date multiple women. It's too exhausting. He went on to date multiple women, so just scratch that.
But you're not dating. How are you dating? Actually dating. Taking time to date someone is different than just screwing and sleeping around.
Oh my God.
Because you could sleep around with multiple women because that's not really a problem. That's easy to do. If I'm in this neck of the woods, that's my girl. If I'm in this state, that's my girl.
There are people that do that.
Because you can do this all day long. I'm texting you all day long.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And when I get a free minute, maybe I'll call you, maybe I'll FaceTime, and then you think that you're the person because you're FaceTime. Who else is he FaceTiming? Who else is she talking to? Right? But actually taking time to date someone requires access, requires time. You're taking them out to dinners, you're sitting around watching movies, you're talking, you're having conversations. That's dating.
This is really difficult the second time around.
Well.
And we do cover all the topics on this show. I know this wasn't on the agenda, but
we might get a little spicy.
It's hard this time around because the 24-year-old me is like, I know how to do this. the blah 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 me is like, what the, like, it's difficult because, and then what what do I share?
It's not that kind of podcast.
But it could be because I think we, you know what, we do have a segment later.
Yeah.
Where we are going to talk a little bit about dating.
Okay.
So,
oh Lord, we haven't discussed this topic in a minute.
No, because I didn't want to lose the contract. Feel
Shut
like
up.
we get more comments though when we talk about dating. So maybe we'll get
Maybe
back
we
to
should get. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should transition and only throw in politics every now and then.
maybe. Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
What do you think? Comment below.
Or
I'll tell you what, Zach got some really good footage. We didn't know he was taping. That should have been the show.
Always
Zach.
assume you're till we're on tape. That's just
We can never cross Zach because he's gonna have like blooper reels for anyway.
I don't even know how we got on this tangent, but my point with sake is which sounds like Japanese alcohol.
Sounds like a really good drink.
It's Japanese alcohol.
It's dangerous.
So with her is there media is forever. Right?
Yeah.
Recordings are forever.
I'm remembering that.
So like this was only 3 months ago where she's saying one thing and then she changes her mind 2 days ago. Like how are you incongruent with your own thought process? It's crazy to me. I don't know. But yeah, no.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And
Wow.
to say there aren't selections is really that's not honest. I mean, do we want people to believe and do we strive to have free and fair elections? Yes. But as somebody who's worked closely with the head of the Democrat Socialist of America Democrat Party across the nation, Jen Psaki, of all people, should know they have definitely had selections in the past.
Yeah.
And like it or not, I'm not saying it's right, but that has definitely happened. So it's disingenuous for her to try to say otherwise. I love this next clip because we actually get wow. We get Greg Gutfeld and Charlie Kirk
in
the same
one clip.
Yeah, what? Roll clip.
The issue with socialism is they always believe that it's, it just hasn't been perfected. Well, that was the whole point of capitalism. Capitalism doesn't have to be perfect to work. The only way socialism can work is if it's perfect, and that's not possible. It's not possible. The thing that kills me is they keep talking about, he's really hit the chord on affordability. You cannot find one example in history where socialism has made anything affordable. It's only made things awful and good things more scarce and therefore more expensive.
On his grocery store plan, to his credit,
I love that.
I will say, New Yorkers will lose 15 pounds in like 6 months on his grocery store plan.
I mean,
there'll be no food.
The only thing that can make the Department of Motor Vehicles worse is if they sold food. I mean,
get your number, wait for 2 hours for bananas.
And so that was Charlie Kirk talking about, because he had done his research about, he knew about Mandami's plan to bring the grocery stores into government. And so I found that very interesting because here we're seeing it play out in real life.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's socialism doesn't ever work. Communism doesn't ever work. It's just not done right.
When's the last time you've gone to the DMV and gotten a number and thought, you know what, this is so damn efficient. I want them to run every part of our life.
Not ever. Not once.
Now, contrast that. I know we've got other clips out there that we've had. Contrast that with the Chick-fil-A drive-thru.
Very different. Yep.
I would let them run elections.
That's more efficient. I wouldn't let them cook for me.
Wait, why? What do I not know about Chick-fil-A's chicken?
It's I still eat it, but it's not great. It's definitely not Maha.
It's not Maha?
No.
Oh, wow.
No. Mm-mm. Their ingredients are not there. I mean, there's like soybean oil all over that. There's palm oil.
Stuff for me right
they
there.
they like their chicken is dipped in all kinds of things. That just no, it's not. Not great.
When you find out that actor and that favorite show is like so adorable, and you find out they're married, and it just ruins it for you. You know what I'm talking about? Not as an adult. I'm talking about when you're like a teenager. It's what you just ruined part of Chick-fil-A for me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You're still gonna go eat it.
I am probably on the way home.
Yep.
All right, guys, we are going to take a quick commercial break to let you guys support your out-of-pocket ladies with a Liberty cigar where you can smoke the history. Use promo code Open Mic, save 10%. We'll be right back with more Out of Pocket after this.
From the heart of Marietta, Georgia, comes a tribute to the spirit of liberty. Liberty Cigars, where history meets craftsmanship. Each cigar tells a story. The Founders Collection honors the visionaries who shaped a nation. The President's House Collection celebrates the leaders who steered it. And the Naval Series salutes the heroes who defended it. Handcrafted with precision, each blend mirrors the essence of its namesake. From the boldness of George Washington to the elegance of Thomas Jefferson. Indulge in a moment of reflection. Light a Liberty cigar and savor the legacy. Discover your story at libertycigars.com because every great nation deserves a great cigar. Liberty Cigars, smoke the history. And don't forget to use promo code OpenMic for 10% off your order.
Well, welcome back to Out of Pocket Live, where gremlins are loose in the studio. I'm blaming the Mogwai, who we have not named yet. We still need help naming the Mogwai. Welcome back, guys. I don't know where my voice is. If you find it, let me know.
No.
Well, guys, let's get right. We just left you with that clip of Charlie Kirk. So I want to talk a little bit, Allie, about the trial that's going on with his assassin. This I thought was just... This is ironic. Take a look at this. Tyler Robinson, who, of course, is the one that's standing trial for the murder of Charlie Kirk. His defense has filed its probable cause brief, focusing heavily on the effort to remove aggregative factors. So what they're saying is he only took out Charlie Kirk. He didn't intend to do massive harm. It's not like he opened fire and made this a mass casualty event.
Yeah.
So please take out the aggravating factors because he doesn't want the death penalty. So Tyler Robinson does not want to have the death penalty in his on the table.
He should get it anyway.
I don't think Charlie Kirk went to Utah thinking, I'm not returning home.
Yeah, I'm gonna get shot today. I mean, but because a lot of us that have that,
I mean,
but
listen,
regardless, he needs to have the death penalty. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
And I think it's still by firing squad in Utah. No,
I think so.
I mean, what I like about this trial is that as hard as this has been for those Charlie Kirk's loved ones and family and friends to be there, is that there has been so much documentation, video and otherwise, that even Tyler Robinson's attorneys have talked about the amount of proof that's on that they have now. And you look at people like Candace Owens and others who have really rode this gravy train at the expense of the Kirk family. And I'm not saying we shouldn't ask questions.
That's like supposed to be her best friend. What? I wouldn't do that.
Dude, like you're my bestie. And if I get shot like this and you pull some shit like that, I'm coming back to haunt you.
Good.
I'm rattling some chains.
That's all right.
I don't know. Like there's a fine line between asking questions and really wanting to have a dialogue and saying, I don't know if I believe this or if I trust this, but she came out and just like fell short of actually calling Erica Kirk responsible for this. And I don't know how you do that. I don't know.
I have no idea. I think she's not well. So when you said aggravated, I was just like, oh, well, that's definitely got to be Candace. But no, yeah, how do you?
My advice to everyone out there is no matter how much you hate people on the right, if you don't want to die in prison, with the
Maybe
death
don't
penalty,
shoot them.
Don't shoot people, and that won't happen.
And it's not the gun. It's you.
It's you.
Operator
error.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's take it to another level. Speaking of not liking people on the right, when you've been named by the Southern Poverty Law Center as somebody that's an extremist for going to school board meetings, you're not shocked when our Department of Justice and the FBI figure out that the SPLC was actually just funding the same thing that they said they were fighting. Let's take a listen to, who is this? This is, I believe this is the new Attorney General.
Todd Blanche?
Todd Blanche.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Good afternoon. Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering.
Wow.
According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. The indictment describes this conduct in detail, but one troubling example is that the SPLC was paying a member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of 1 person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years. In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front. Now, as the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities that the members participated in or contributed to. And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors it was doing.
So this was first laid out, I believe, by and it was spoken about in a congressional hearing. And now the DOJ has finally come out and made some charges, or has, no, I don't know if it's the DOJ, but other this, what do you say, 7 different charges, 8 different charges. That's amazing. I'm glad that they're being charged for their crimes of what they've been. Ridiculous.
We have always said, Allie, that the Democrat Socialist Party never has a new game plan. They regurgitate the same old one. And this is the same thing they did post-Civil War when they were trying to scramble to think of ways to keep their slaves. This is what they did post desegregating of schools when Governor Wallace was standing on the footsteps of the schoolhouse doors. They've always scrambled to try to find a way to keep a racial divide, any kind of divide amongst the American people, because you can only take down a house if it's divided. And that's why it doesn't surprise me that we find out that they are funding the same hate, Nazi, Aryan, whatever. They're funding it. They're funding it because they have to keep a divide. Otherwise, no country, no people would willingly choose socialism unless they believe that there is a demise in their own country and in their own nation. And I think this is why this is so sick, but it's so easily predictable. I saw that. Hold on. Yes, I sent it to you, Allie, because I was like, oh, we got to talk about this. Okay, so take a listen. Yes, there's a New York Post cover that says Nazi sex money scandal. Southern Poverty Law Center charged with secretly paying racist, including her lover. This sounds like what's that girl's name? Fannie Willis. Can y'all not find somebody to sleep with outside of your profession? I wonder. Maybe try a dating app. I don't know. This is a former Southern Poverty Law Center finance officer was charged for her leading role in having the left-wing nonprofit secretly pay informants to participate in white supremacist groups. Her name is Heidi Beerich of Palm Springs. Of course, she's from California. Made her initial appearance Wednesday in federal court in Riverside, California, according to her attorney. CNN reported she had been arrested earlier that day for, paying her Nazi sex partner. Don't ever call me a Nazi again.
Guys, sex sells. I know that,
okay. I like that.
It just does. I mean, you see a lot of the political, blow up. A lot of the time, it's salacious scandals, right, that are involving sex and relationships.
Yeah.
That's why TMZ is really involved with what's going on in DC, because it's a freaking cesspool. It's just nasty.
It's a sexpool. Not a cesspool.
I don't want to go
Flip
there
it.
because that's gross. But yeah, so it's weird. It's very weird. Again, double-minded, two sides of the same coin. You say that you want, we love, minorities and we're trying to do what's best for them, but at the same time, you're paying for people to be and cause harm and strife to the same people that you want to take care of.
And people died in that event that you're talking about. Where are all you all you people that screamed about J6? Where are you?
This is literally that.
This is literally only proven to be funded.
But this also proves that racism is
social
big
construct?
money. It's social construct, but it's also big money.
It's big money.
It's
just
they
like
make
sex. There you go. There you go. Well, speaking of sex.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Allie, I came across this guy and I made you listen to a little bit. And
Yeah.
and you're like, okay, he's kind of funny. His name is Zach Barber. And I love when these influencers or whatever find a creative way to talk about a topic. He's talking specifically here. He always talks about relationships and he's really funny. And his videos are heavily edited, but he always shoots them in his car. Well, not always. But so here he's talking about, do you or do you not take like a 3-day break? Are they healthy in relationships? Like to just, whether you're going no contact or I don't know.
No contact for 3 days?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. If we're in a relationship and you don't talk to me for 3 days, I might just show up unannounced.
Roll clip. I love this.
Just give them 3 days. What'd I say? 3 days! 3 days. No texts, no calls, no nothing. Don't twist it, pull it, or bop it. Do you hear me? Good. And then see if they come back. Uh-oh! What if you can't wait 3 days? Well, you see, the problem is you keep going back to them and they get off on that. That's like a dopamine for their brain. So if you keep going back to them, you're actually giving them power. And if you give them power, that's not good for you or them, because technically, that's not how a relationship works, sweetie. Dr. Phil will concur. What's that over there? See, whoever this person is, they know that you're going to keep going back to them. Why don't you just go ghost for 3 days and make them realize, oh, crap, this is getting serious. I'm going to lose them. Now, you might be asking yourself, what if they never come back? Jiminy Cricket. Why would you want to be with somebody who doesn't want you? Why would you want to be with anybody like that? Be smart, be smart, be smart. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Every dog for himself. Bark, bark!
Okay, so I think what he's talking about is situationships, or like in the beginning of a relationship. If you have not yet completely defined what you are, and yet there's games being played, which I don't like this game. I don't like this. We're doing 3 days communicate. I don't like this game either. But like, we're too fucking old for this shit. Like either you want me or you don't want me. Like going ghost is like your child.
No, I get it.
You are behaving like a child. You don't, and you need to go frolic and touch grass or go play in traffic. I don't care what you do with your time. Just leave me alone. Because honestly, like you could have left me alone.
Yeah. Oh.
We don't need to play games. And if I'm too difficult, go find less. Find something easy. Go play in the kindergarten pool, in the kiddie pool that you play in. Not literally, y'all. I'm not saying literally, but like go be with the gremlins you're used to.
Yeah.
Okay? Because I'm not that.
So if
That's
you're
wild.
in a so I think, and I was reading some of the comments, if you're in a relationship with somebody and you feel like you're constantly the one
reaching out,
who's reaching out and making the
yes.
effort, what he's insinuating here is that maybe you just stop making the effort for 3 days and see if this person naturally reaches out to you.
Yes.
Which I guess is a good litmus test. But what he's saying is that, and I've heard this, listen, girl, we've had some talks. Then the comment becomes, what if they don't reach back out?
Then they don't, and you have your answer.
But how many people out there really want the answer?
That's your problem.
But do you see what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that's part of what I was reading in the comments too. Is like people are like, but
that's your problem. And then you can't sit there and say, well, I'm high value if you don't even respect your own value. If you don't know what your value is, if you keep giving in keep giving in and allowing someone to short value you or to shortchange you, then you're being disrespected. You're allowing someone to disrespect you. With your father?
Well, and so what I love about this is that his channel is largely like he deals with topics
he's
from
hilarious.
women that are writing him in comments and saying, hey, what about this? What about that? First of all, I wouldn't go to an influencer for like relationship advice, but what I love about this is that I don't see influencers talking about this on the flip side. Like, do men go through this? Do men ever feel like they're reaching out too much and they wonder if the woman's really interested? So like, or is this just women that are in their heads about
I think it's both. I do. I think it is male perspectives. I think men do go through this.
I always forget we have a male perspective in our ear.
Yeah, no, I do. I think men do go through this, and sometimes they do give the effort and they don't feel like it's reciprocated. That is the worst kind of relationship to be in, is in an unreciprocated kind of relationship, unrequited love. I mean, it's written about in plays, Shakespeare, and so
you're right.
on. So,
and you don't have to put yourself through it. And Allie, I mean,
don't. And it takes courage to stand on your own value and to say, look, I will no longer be disrespected like this. I feel like I'm giving effort and I'm not receiving the same in return. Are you interested?
Why are you looking at me?
Because we're having a conversation. Are you interested? Are you not interested? You feel like where is this going? Where's this going? Because at the point, this is what I want in my life. Is this the same thing that you want? If it's not, it's cool. I'll go find somebody else. Or I would much rather
be alone,
pay my bills, and come home to an empty house and sleep alone than to deal with some of the BS that's out here. Honestly.
But what's the differentiating factor between BS and this is how dating is done? Because this is the thing, my bestie and I have had we've had many conversations about this. This is what makes it difficult coming out of marriage or long-term relationships, because dating is like just getting to know somebody. And that takes a while. Think about it. Like, you don't know this person at all. You finally meet this person. It takes time to get to know somebody. So
you see, but
because you told me, what did you say to me? You said you're not what?
What?
You told me. You said, bestie, you're not patient.
No, you're not patient. And I think a lot of people aren't patient. Honestly, I think a lot of people aren't patient because dating nowadays, we're going to skip the getting to know each other and we're just going to go and have babies. And now I'm stuck with somebody that, one, doesn't want a child, or two, doesn't want a relationship, but sold me a dream. And now I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Raising a child on my own. And that's not what I wanted.
Yeah. That.
Right. Or in a scandal. And I didn't want that.
Yeah. You thought you were getting the real thing.
Right. Or you're trying to date someone, or you're saying that you're dating someone, but you're in the bed with them. Like, you've given them all access to you anyway, which clouds your judgment. So how are you really getting to know someone if you're being intimate in physical levels, but you're not intimate with your heart? You're not intimate in your mind before you lead to that. And that confuses things. And so I think, honestly, you have to be honest with yourself.
You have to be honest.
You have to be honest with yourself. What is it that you want? What is it that you're looking for? And will you stand on it? It's difficult out here, y'all.
It's different. It's
ladies
difficult.
and men.
Yeah.
But stop playing these games.
Stop playing these games. Oh my God.
We're too old for this shit.
We got our last clip, guys. This is going to be a fun one. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's vastly becoming a favorite of mine.
I honestly feel like if we want to do more relationship conversations, you guys should write Dear Oop.
Dear Oop.
I don't know, maybe. Because you remember like Dear Abby, like in the newspaper? Wasn't that like a radio on the radio?
No, it was a column, and then they did a radio column.
I would do that.
Dear Oop.
Send us your things. We'll
oh
read
my
it.
God. We will listen.
Talk about it.
I might not be able to help myself, and Allie may not be able to help herself, but we help each other a lot.
Hallelujah. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited I think it's Katie Miller. Is this Stephen Miller's wife?
Yes.
Okay, she's adorable, first of all.
She's
And
so pretty.
she's allowed to ask these guys the questions, the out-of-pocket questions that we don't always get to ask on mainstream media. So let's take a listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Who's your favorite rapper?
Of all time?
Yeah.
I mean, just from an artistic standpoint, obviously he would never live long enough to know what he would have turned into, but Tupac was very, very talented at that. And he was actually very talented, not just, people forget, I mean, he was like trained to be an actor as well. I think he went to like that school in New York, or it was in Baltimore. I forgot exactly where he went to high school, but he went to an artistic high school, and you could see that later on when he played a number of roles in a number of movies over the years, including the one with Janet Jackson, that he was a good actor, he was a good lyricist in terms of the lyrics that he wrote. He left a lot of music, some of which has still not been released, that his family holds. So I thought he was a very talented person, primarily because I think he was a narrator more than anything else of a certain point of view and lifestyle or upbringing and worldview. So I think of all time, he's probably my favorite. There's a lot of other very talented people.
I mean, I would never have thought somebody would ask the Secretary of State who his favorite rapper was, and that he would have an answer.
I love that it's Tupac. So Tupac wasn't just a good lyricist. He was very well educated.
Yeah.
He had ties, his family had ties to Black Panthers, and he was politically affluent, but also culturally aware. And he really did want to have some change in LA where he was, Inglewood maybe, but around in California, the inner cities of California.
Yeah.
And he was very well spoken. He was an amazing personality. And then some things went down in his life that changed his perspective on people that were close to him. Betrayal does very, very weird, crazy things to a person. Betrayal is deep. Betrayal cuts deep. It is a wound that festers. And I think we were talking about this, and this has kind of been on
before the show.
Yeah, but it's been kind of like on in circles like over the last couple of weeks. Betrayal is a wound that if you don't provide forgiveness for, it is a wound that will fester, that the enemy can use to change your character, change your thought patterns, change your actions.
And before you know it, you don't recognize
what
you're doing or yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's wild. Betrayal is nasty business.
And how you get to, and I don't know how we got on this from Tupac, but how you get.
Well, because he said Tupac, and like the first lyrics that pop into my brain, I can't say because it's F your B and the click you claim when he's talking about Biggie. But we know that it wasn't Biggie, it was P. Diddy. I mean,
all his baby oil.
Betrayal.
Yeah, betrayal. It cuts. It does. And it makes it hard to forgive, as Allie was saying. And we were just talking about this before the show, which I think was recorded, but we're going to keep that blocked someday behind a paywall. But it was, talking about just how you kind of got to rise above that. And so many of us are in places where we're like, I'm working on it.
Yeah, but guys, it's important for you to get people around you that, one, understand you, that two, know you, three, love you, and can approach you in a loving way and still provide grace. And there's a reason why you need to have godly people around you, godly friends, good close friends that you can confide in, that will show you who you are in a loving manner and not take it.
I said to you today when we were having that discussion before the show, I said, I don't think I've ever had anybody tell me what you've told me about myself. And I needed to hear it.
It's been the same. It's been the same.
And
It's been the same.
And then it's because we don't for as honorary as we can be, we never like that with each other.
No,
like,
I mean, we have been a few times, and we'll leave each other on red for a little while. I mean, like, I know she didn't mean that, but I'm gonna take my frustration to the Lord, because come get your daughter, sir. Come get her. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know who she thinks she's talking to.
And then she's like,
but then we're like, I'm so sorry.
You're right.
I love you. But what I also thought was,
because when you were saying that to me earlier, what she was saying, and I'm not going to tell you because it's very personal, what she was saying to me, and then she'd go, I love you. I love you, sis. I love you so
I'm like, I know you hate me right now. I know you got some feelings in there where you like cussing me out in your mind. I know. I feel it. It's okay. It's okay. I'm still here though. I'm gonna hold your hand as we walk through this fire and on these coals.
Yes. Oh, and this season together because holy crap, it's a season.
Good. I'm done. Like, nope. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. But no, what I loved about this is that you're getting to know. I like these kind of intimate conversations because you get to know who these people, who they are really.
Yeah.
You get like an inside view, and I liked that one of the questions that Miss Miller asked Secretary Rubio was, "Who's your best?" That he said that like his best friend was JD Vance in the administration. So I thought that was really interesting. No, it was really cool.
That is very cool.
I was like, "Aw."
Well, they also asked him about they said something about his diet or how do you feel about JFK?
Maha, are you Maha?
RFK Jr.'s sauerkraut and whatever that he's got to travel with because he brings a cooler with him everywhere. Yeah. And he was like, I'm not bringing a cooler. And it's funny because his wife was like,
I was like, bro, she outed you? That's messed up.
That's a Latino wife right there. She's like,
for
I'm just
sure.
gonna say it. Your
for sure.
meal comes from a
like, why are you lying to these American people? You not Maha. Are they organic Pop-Tarts? They got organic Pop-Tarts. All you got to do is go to Sprout, okay? Or Whole Foods down the street. Mira, don't put those down. Should probably smack his hand because you know we do that. Anyway, we love y'all so much.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and let us know. Do you like some of the relationship talk? I know it makes some people nervous, but then that just makes us do it more. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, TalkRed. Thank you, Zach and Drew and the TalkRed family. Thank you, Allie.
Oh, thank you.
I love you, sis.
I love you.
And we love you. Until next time, guys, keep the mic open.
And stay out of pocket, y'all. Stay out of pocket.
And out of prison. We'll see you guys next time.
Two queens, no filter. Say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today. We got some more stuff that you're just not going to believe. The first thing, Jay, that we got to talk about is apparently the Mexican cartels are now telling the United States what to do. The United States is apparently afraid of the Mexican cartels. And I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. So apparently what happened is there's this big avocado industry. I don't know if you know, Jay, but every douchebag eats an avocado. You know, I mean, that's avocado ice cream like a Tom Brady. You know, I mean, when somebody says I'm going to eat avocado, you know, immediately they're a douchebag. But let me tell you that apparently it's a big industry because, you know, the Mexicans down there, the cartels control the avocado industry, believe it or not. And the U.S. Goes down there to inspect it because it's such a big industry in the U.S. that we go down there and inspect the avocado plants, I guess you would say. But the cartels actually threaten the U.S. not to come. The U.S. halted export inspections because the cartel threatened them. That's what happened. And that happened about a week ago. We just now started doing partial inspections again. I guess because the cartel gave them the green light.
Or, all right, I don't know. Maybe is it because maybe they wanted to increase security around the people doing the inspections since the threat? Maybe they wanted to take a pause and figure out a better way to protect these people. Is that possible too? I don't know.
I don't know because they didn't say anything about extra security or anything like that because these are all Customs and Border agents. They're already, you know, they are the security. But the thing is, they can only have so many people because it's an agreement with Mexico. It's not something that they just allowed to do. You know, it's an agreement with Mexico. So there's only so much they're allowed to do. And you know how the cartels run Mexico. I mean, when you elect a Jewish female to be president of a Mexican nation, you know that the cartels are running the nation. I mean, I mean, you're Mexican. You're in Mexico, right? I mean, first of all, Jewish people and women do not become president in Mexico.
Right.
So there we are. Now you got a Jewish female.
Yeah, unless they're being installed.
Absolutely.
Right. And she's horrible. She sucks anyway. She's terrible. We can't stand her.
But I think that's on purpose too.
Probably is. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, I mean, yeah, it's an agreement. Obviously it's not our country. We can't just send our personnel into Mexico, right? Just like they can't send theirs. Well, they send their
absolutely.
They send the worst citizens into the United States, but well, not
yeah,
anymore,
they do. They allow them to come. We had to force them to stop letting them come in.
Yeah, exactly. So, but maybe I'm hoping that this was because, all right, let's reassess things before we just go back in. Now that we have a threat, maybe we'll change the way we do it, or we'll change our procedure. I'm hoping that was it. And I was like, oh no, the Mexican cartels are threatening us. Maybe it was like, let's take a step back. Let's see how we can do this more safely. That's what I'm hoping.
Isn't that kind of the same thing?
Not really, because if
they're threatening you and you're scared, you're going to step back and you're not going to see if they continue doing the operations and just brought more men in, then I'd be like, okay. But when you halt operations and step back, and it's not guess what? They didn't bring any more security. You know who brought in the security? The Mexican National Guard. And if you're smart, I'm not being protected by the Mexican National Guard. That's like being protected by the federales.
Well, at the same time, it's not our country. So at the same time, maybe that's what it was. We need the Mexican National Guard. We've worked with them
trust
before.
them.
I'm not saying you trust them for sure, but at the same time,
most of them are the cartel.
Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, you got to say, like, I'm going to reevaluate how we do this. We have a threat because, Jack, if one of our people gets killed by a Mexican cartel member, that changes a lot of things. So, and that could escalate. There's actually
multiple cartels.
So what I'm saying is maybe
not even just one, just multiple.
Maybe it wasn't a bad idea just to take a step back and kind of just reevaluate for a second and figure out how we can do this better. That's all I'm saying.
I never said it was a bad idea, but it's a bad look.
It might be, but
it's a bad look. Bad for optics when the U.S., when the cartel says something and the U.S. halts inspections. That's a bad look.
Listen, if it was me and I had no consequences for making the decision, I would just say go and blow them all up. Is what I would say.
Yeah,
but
either that or send more men down there, but don't just stop. Don't just don't stop the inspections. That's the bad look, is the stopping. And they said,
how long did they stop for?
A week, a full week.
All right. I mean,
time.
All right. I'm not going to go crazy about it, but it is a bad look. Yeah. But I kind of maybe understand why they did it. But sometimes even though you do something for a good reason, it doesn't look good. I get that.
No. I can understand why they did it. But I mean, I wouldn't want multiple cartels, cutting my head off and hanging it from a bridge. But at the same time, it is a bad look. If I'm the head of the USDA or whoever the hell does the inspections, I send either more men down there or I say, look, you guys need to get more men up here, but I don't halt the inspections for a week. That's the bad look part. But it's okay. All right. Let's say happy birthday to Christian Radio Media. Happy birthday to him. Apparently it is his birthday, so that's wonderful. Happy birthday, Christian. We like to, if anybody ever has a birthday, that you want to celebrate, put it in the chat. We'll be happy to say happy birthday to you. We love all of our fans, all of our listeners, all of our viewers. So
happy 21st birthday. You're old enough to drink now. Congratulations.
Absolutely. And speaking of people that enjoy the show, I got a couple things I want to show people. First, Jay, I want to show them this right here. Take a look at this, guys. Okay. So someone bought one of the signed copies of the book by Design, my novel, and what they wrote is something that I really appreciate. Okay. So I took out her name and address and all that because people don't need to know that. All it has is a first name and nobody's going to know who that is. So it says, I am not really articulate in public due to being a nurse in a very liberal state. And people, we can all understand that. The pressure you have from liberals, especially if they're the majority, horrible. But she said, I listen to Secret America to enhance my political understanding of our republic. Thank you for the research-based structure you give to thousands every day, Vicky. And I want to thank Vicky for her kind words. That was excellent. Thank you for purchasing the book, obviously, also. But thank you for your kind words. We really appreciate it. And Jay, you got anything you want to say?
No, that's awesome. I mean, the fact that somebody would listen to us for that, it's great.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely amazing. Thank you. I mean, we do our best to bring you the truth every day. So
the truth
to hear
absolutely.
To hear that is very rewarding. Thanks, Vicky.
Absolutely. And I got one more, actually. One more. I want to thank the Beast. You know, the Beast. Look at the Beast right here. He actually he's a friend and a mega viewer. You know, he said he's got the whole complete combo. He's got Jack Danger's By Design book, which he says so far is an excellent book. He didn't say it was excellent. He put the word so far.
All right,
you hear that, Jay?
Being honest with you, so far you're doing okay.
You know what? I should have whited out the so far part, but it's okay. But anyways, yeah, he got the hat, and he actually just bought the audio book for his wife. So, you know, thank you for all that. I think it's awesome to see people that enjoy the show so much that, you know, they want to represent the show. They want to support the mission. So, you know, I appreciate that. I think it's awesome, you know, really cool stuff. So, you know.
Yeah, and he said he might buy a few more hats for his nephews, I think he said maybe.
Yeah. If he gets picture, I think it's his son-in-laws, and if he gets those, I want to see pictures of all three of them wearing the hats. I told him he said he's gonna have to catch them outside of work though if he wants to get all three of them together. So
yeah, I remember when I wore the hat, he said I got to get that hat, and he did. He got it.
Yeah, it's a great hat.
Yeah,
great stuff.
Other people, you could all buy that hat. That hat's available now.
Absolutely. And I'm actually going to mention that stuff right now. You can actually, first of all, go to maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You get 10% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. But for Secret America viewers only, you can get 20% off your order. That's double what everybody else gets. All you have to do is type in the code SECRET20 at checkout. That is promo code SECRET20, and you will get 20% off your order. maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you guys check that out. Also, I want to make sure you guys know that By Design, the first Black president, lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold. From the moment the CIA gave their project a name, all the way to the swearing in at the White House, through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audio book or to grab you a signed copy with a personal message. Check it out at secretamericalive.com. And then the gear is also at secretamericalive.com. The stuff we just showed you, the stuff Jay was just talking about, also secretamericalive.com. Shirts, hats, mugs, phone cases. I mean, we got everything you could possibly think of. A nice vanilla candle. You know, our faces are on a vanilla candle. Check that one out. I like it. Anyways, just wanted to mention the vanilla candle part because that's my favorite. All right, Jay. So we have a lot to get to. That obviously, you know, the cartel thing was interesting, but do you remember Curtis Sliwa?
Oh,
anybody remember Curtis Sliwa?
I just talked about this in my space. It's losing my mind.
This guy, Jay, and I don't know what he was thinking here. I don't know. He ran for governor. He was the only Republican candidate to run for governor.
Mayor of New York
City. Excuse me, mayor. Yeah, mayor. He was the only Republican governor or only Republican candidate to run for mayor of New York. He ran against, you know, Cuomo and Mamdani, and he lost. Obviously, you know, he lost. But you know, he was for a fleeting moment. He was the hero of Republicans because we had to have him win. He was, you know, he's got the red caps, the people that keep people safe on subways. But he just pulled a Mike Lindell. And when I say he pulled a Mike Lindell, I'm going to tell you why. This man actually called out the 9/11 families, demanding that New York City, Zohran Mamdani, stay away from the ceremony. The families were demanding that. He called them out and told them to stop being sore losers, that he is your mayor. And see, the thing is, Jay, The problem is he's talking of what he's saying, and he didn't mean it to the 9/11 families in general. He meant the New Yorkers, the city of New York. You guys voted for him. You get what you vote for. But the problem is he chose the wrong time and the wrong place to do it. Okay? What he said makes sense, but he chose the wrong event, the wrong moment. That was a big mistake. It's like Lindell saying amnesty. You don't ever say anything negative when it comes to 9/11 families and survivors or first responders. It's just stupid. It's political suicide. And even though he meant it as a thing for all New Yorkers to live with what you voted for, he said he did it at the wrong time.
But here's the thing. Well, as a 9/11 first responder, it really pisses me off what Curtis Sliwa said beyond words. Curtis Sliwa is one of the Guardian. He's the founder of the Guardian Angels. That's the red beret he wears. They were the guys on the subways who would.
They are awesome.
In the 70s is when he started it, when things were really bad in New York City crime-wise, real bad. And they would be on the trains trying to keep people safe, or around the city trying to keep people safe. If people saw somebody with the red beret, they knew it was somebody that was there to protect them.
Absolutely.
Besides the police. So that's who Curtis Sliwa is. He's been around forever, for a long time, and he's run for mayor
not a
few
bad
times.
person.
It was
just
stupid.
It was stupid.
And it's stupid. And he's been around forever. He's run for mayor a few times. This is the first time he got a lot of notoriety because of who he was running against.
And he was the only Republican. Yeah, he was the only one.
Yeah. This was a national race because it's New York City, and you had basically a jihadist communist running for mayor who
and
had
a grandma
very good
killer
chance of winning.
Yeah.
And the grandma killer and Andrew Cuomo. So this race got a lot of attention. And Curtis Sliwa, I remember shortly after he lost that race, he did this event with Zohran Mamdani, basically doing this kind of Saturday Night Live skit with him. And right there, it really gave me pause. I'm like, why are you treating this guy like he's normal? Like he's just some other candidate. He's not.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it was strange. It might have been, they might have played it at Mamdani's inauguration, to be honest.
Really?
It might, yeah. And it was just very kind of just like, what are you doing? Like, he's not like some buddy. He's not. This guy's going to try to destroy New York City and this country, to be honest. So
already has.
He's already done a lot of damage now, and things are starting to unravel because what happens when you can't keep these promises and things are going sideways for Mamdani, as we all knew they would. But anyway, that's beside the point. For him to come out and say that you're being sore losers, and Jack, here's the thing: no 9/11 family, whether if they live in New York City, voted for Zohran Mamdani.
That's why he wasn't speaking. That's why I said, even though it was a terrible moment, he wasn't speaking directly to the problem is he chose the wrong event to do it.
If you're going to comment like that, those 9/11 families, those first responders, myself included, are going to assume you're talking to me.
That's why it was a bad choice moment.
And for you to do this, if I see you, Curtis Sliwa, you're going to hear it right in your face about what you did. And now you're calling it Islamophobia. You're calling what Sid Rosenberg, who's a radio guy in New York, when he interviewed Andrew Cuomo, Sid Rosenberg made a comment basically that said, if 9/11 happened while Mamdani was in office, Mamdani would be cheering. And Curtis Sliwa made a big deal about that. I said, whoa, what are you doing? And he called that Islamophobia. No, it's not Islamophobia. It's just being honest. Because Zohran Mamdani, I guarantee you, probably didn't lose a wink of sleep, and neither did anybody in his family after 9/11. I'm telling you that right now.
What you just said is interesting. What if I'm going to, on a next episode, tomorrow's our last episode of the week.
Yeah.
After this episode, before we get to the next week's or tomorrow's episode, I am going to, I'm going to find a video from Mamdani from back then. I want to see how he was back in 2000, 2001. I'm going to see if there's a video of him talking about.
He's too young. He was too young. He's very young. He's
How
only
old is he
35.
now?
He's 34, 35 years old. He was like 9 or 10 years old. He was not. He's too
never
young.
mind.
But his father and
What about his parents?
His parents have made horrible statements about 9/11. And Mamdani, Jack, told the one of the unindicted co-conspirators of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, a sheikh, Mamdani said he's a great Muslim leader, and he takes photos with him. So we know where he's coming from. Mamdani doesn't belong anywhere near ground zero, ever, let alone on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. I don't care if he's the mayor of New York City. And what should happen that day is everybody there should turn their back on him and not turn back around until he leaves. And do not start that ceremony. Do not let that ceremony start until he leaves, silently, in protest, because you don't want to disgrace that place because you don't want it to turn into something ugly. But you have the absolute right to turn your back on him.
And the best, I like that some celebrities are even calling it out. I mean, you ever watch Everybody Loves Raymond? Who doesn't like Everybody Loves Raymond?
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, his brother was a New York City cop, and
the wife
in real life. Yes,
the wife, Patricia Heaton. She was Raymond's wife. She actually called to ban Mayor Zoran Mamdani from the 9/11 anniversary in New York City. I thought that was pretty ballsy because most, most actors and famous people are all pro, liberal, aggressive, or progressives, Islam, because they don't want to be kicked out of the inner circle. She came out and said, he should be banned from the 9/11 ceremony. I think that's awesome.
She's always been pretty outspoken, to be honest. She's been she's conservative. You've been and I think she's very pro-life. I think that's one of the things, if I can remember correctly, she's always been very outspoken about. She's always been conservative, and for a long time for her. So good for her. And I think she's probably at the point where she probably doesn't even care if she gets canceled, kind of thing,
And this is what we were talking about right here. This is Zoran Mamdani taking pictures with an actual terrorist from the 1993 World Trade Center. And by the way, for everybody that doesn't know, the bombing of the World Trade Center was supposed to do exactly what 9/11 did do. So he's taking pictures with somebody who tried to do exactly what 9/11 did. So that should tell you all you need to know about him and his thoughts on 9/11. That's him with an actual terrorist smiling, and that's not a fake smile. That you can tell when there's a fake smile picture. That is a huge smile on his face. Like, yeah, we just conquered New York City. First we bombed it, now we conquered it. That's the conquered smile.
You're absolutely right. The 1993 bombing was meant to take the building down, and it didn't. It failed, thank God. But there were people killed in that bombing as well. And then we know what happened on 9/11 to take the buildings down. They flew 2 planes, jets into them. So the whole thing makes you sick. It's kind of crazy to me. It's 25 years later, and we have we have a guy who I know in my heart would celebrate 9/11. I just know he would.
Okay. What if I were to tell you that a black woman was found hanging from a tree in Mississippi? What's the first thing you would think?
Yeah, you would think that it was a racial crime, obviously, right? That's what. Right.
That's the first thing everybody's mind goes to. Racial. But that's not what happened.
No.
It was her partner that hung her from that tree. And people immediately go to racial. See, the thing is, minus the partner from the headline, and you have a headline that's going to move papers. You have a headline that everybody's going to want to watch your news segment. That is exactly why they do what they do. It was her partner. There was no racism involved, but it looks like a lynching. And Jay, that's the kind of thing that every media outlet is salivating for. Could you imagine if they had a real live lynching to go film, to take pictures of, to write articles about? They would jizz in their pants.
The country would burn down, and they would want it to. They would encourage the country to burn down. But yeah, I think CNN is probably. I've seen clips on X about CNN with this one and how they completely leave out the fact of what you just talked about, that it was a domestic and he's black.
And that's why.
I mean, they completely don't talk about that. And that's irresponsible because if you just report on that, like you said, what's the first thing that people are going to jump to? Oh my God, she was lynched by a white guy. It's insanity. But because like you said, they want to sell, they want to get people riled up, and they don't care if things burn down. It's not going to affect them. The best, one of the, I should say, it usually doesn't affect them. One of the greatest things that I ever saw was, remember during, I believe it was probably the Floyd riots, where they started
breaking the building glass and shit.
They were breaking up CNN's headquarters.
Oh yeah, that was in Georgia. In Georgia,
yeah. I was like,
that was awesome.
Talk about justice and irony. You guys brought this upon yourself with all your garbage.
They were shattering the windows. I loved it. It was great. Yeah, it was great.
That was
all right. So Jay, you remember how we had an episode on the WNBA putting together a task force to define a woman? They wanted to debate a woman. Well,
yes.
Let me tell you that the WNBA, after their meeting, has failed to come up with the definition for the word woman. They have to meet again. they're going to need a few more sessions before they can figure out what woman actually means.
Jack, it's a difficult question.
It is.
You know, what they should do if they're having trouble, bring some, like, I guess, sixth graders or maybe third or fourth graders into the room who weren't indoctrinated into any kind of crazy stuff. And they'll be able to tell you, oh, you know what they should do? I've got it. You know the movie Kindergarten Cop?
Yeah.
You know the little kid who says boys have a penis and girls have a vagina? He's probably grown up by now. They should bring him in. And he can explain it to them just like that. Or maybe just play that clip from the movie and you have your answer. And you guys are done.
Jay, the craziest thing is these are all women and they can't define what a woman is. They're women. All of them are women.
Jack, it's a room full of stigma paralysis.
Absolutely. Stigma paralysis. Tell everybody what that means.
Well, that means that you basically, you don't want to express an opinion or a truth because you will get socially condemned for that opinion or truth. You will be called an ist or a phobe, whatever applies to whatever you're saying. So you're a transphobe, you'll be a
racist,
a homophobe,
sexist, yep.
a racist, a sexist, a misogynist. That's what stigma paralysis is. See, we don't have stigma paralysis on this show, and I certainly don't have it. I mean, I'm retired. I am uncancelable. I will say whatever. I will say it for you guys if you want me to say it, because I'll say it for you. If you have a job that you're worried about, I get it. Unfortunately,
and I just don't care one way or the other. So
I get it. No, but some people do, and
that's why I'm happy to say whatever.
Yeah, some people have to care. You know, I had to worry about it for 25 and a half years. Now I don't. I'm a free agent now. So, but some people, unfortunately, they have to watch what they say because they don't want to get fired. They don't want to.
That's why we do this show, though, for them, for those people that can't.
Yeah, we'll say it for you on this show. And what should happen? This is absurdity on so many levels, what's going on with the WNBA. This league, I mean, talk about not being able to get out of your own way when you have like a Caitlin Clark and you have a Sophie Cunningham who are making people actually want to pay attention to your sport.
Bro, the WNBA has one chance right now, one chance to be a league that people watch. With Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham, they're on the same team. Are you kidding me? You have these two stars on the same team. If you got out of your own way and actually protected those two players and stop doing the stupid trans bullshit, stop with stigma paralysis, you could actually end up with a league that has fans. I have been to one of those games. I never actually paid for a ticket and went inside, but I drove by and you can see there's no cars out there. Nobody goes to these games. Jay, they give these tickets away for free at rec centers. I'm telling the truth. WNBA tickets at rec. And Jay, even with the free tickets, people do not show up. They don't show up. Stigma paralysis. So we know that suicidal empathy is killing America. Okay, but stigma paralysis is just as bad because suicidal empathy is actively hurting yourself and others to help. To quote, help someone. But stigma paralysis is not speaking up. And the worst thing you can do is not speak up. That's how evil, the only thing you need for evil men to prosper is for good men to say nothing. And stigma paralysis, being unable to express an opinion due to fear of social condemnation, that is a term that Jay and I came up with right here on Secret America. And that right there it basically goes hand in hand with suicidal empathy, and that is what is causing the destruction of our nation. Jay, it's a mind virus. That's all it is, a mind virus.
Yeah, and it's infected so many people. And like I said, I get why people on the right are afraid sometimes to speak because they will try to take your livelihood from you for it. That's for sure.
Jay.
Yeah.
Is there a problem with our chat? All I see is Rumble. That's it.
Yeah, that is all I see. I don't see X on there for some reason.
There's no X. There's no YouTube.
I see X. There's a chat. People are chatting on X. I could see them right now.
Why is it not showing on here?
We're not showing it on StreamYard. We're not showing it. I don't know why.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we're on X. We're live on X right now.
Yeah, we're good on X, and the chat is active. There are people in there. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So for everybody that doesn't know, if you want to go to our Rumble channel, okay, and Christian said we keep skipping too. That's weird.
Yeah, on Rumble? He's on Rumble.
It could be StreamYard software. It could be Rumble. Who the hell knows? But let me tell you guys, if you want to get in the chat, for some reason, X and YouTube are not showing on the screen, go to our Rumble page, which is also Secret America TV. In fact, let me see real quick. It's rumble.com/Secret America TV. Go to our Rumble page right there, get in the chat there, and then we'll be able to see you on the screen. But for now, for some reason, it's only Rumble showing, which is very weird.
I'm going to go on the Rumble right now, and let me see. We're on there. Yeah, I don't know if it's skipping on Christian's end. I don't know why, but yeah, I see him. We're on.
Yeah, it's just X and YouTube. But yeah, anybody, rumble.com/Secret America TV. Follow us there and go on there. Just in case you can't chat for some reason, you can go there and chat. That's the one that seems to be working at the moment. Okay, Jay, you want to see something that is unbelievable? What they're finally doing, and I gotta say, this is a bad thing and it's a good thing. Can something be both bad and good?
Yeah.
This is bad and good. All right. Let me tell you what's happening in Yorkshire, in England, in the UK right now. They are wanting to take migrants, illegal immigrants, off the military bases, about 1,500 of them, and they want to put them in North Yorkshire, which, for people that don't know, is the affluent, rich part of town. They are extremely upset about it. And guess what? If they do put the migrants there, the number that they want to put there, migrants will outnumber women 6-1. 6-1. Illegal immigrants will outnumber the rich, affluent Yorkshire women 6-1. Imagine what's going to happen there. I'm talking robberies, rapes, breaking and enterings. I mean, the horrible shit. 6-1. Gang rapes are going to happen everywhere. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. The illegal immigrants that force their way into your country, they're criminals. So, and they cause a lot of problems. I could see gang rapes going up by 1,000% in North Yorkshire. But the good part, Jay, let me get to the good part. The good part is the fact that they are actually starting to distribute them into the rich areas. For right now, they've only been heaping it on poor women, on the poor areas. But the new prime minister, Jay, new prime minister said, we're getting them out. They're getting the migrants out. But while we still have them, we need to redistribute them instead of having them all on top of poor people. And I think that's wonderful. That's the good part. The bad part is what it's going to cause. But the good part is at least they're thinking about the poor people, Yeah,
they'll get a taste of the policies that they keep voting for.
Absolutely. So that prime minister's already better than Starmer, just for this one idea.
Yeah, but I guess he is. I don't know that he's good, but I guess this is a good decision.
This one decision is better than anything Starmer ever did.
No, that's for sure. We looked at what was that map we looked at yesterday with the
that was the map of England with all the Islamic mosques.
Yeah, exactly. So you might as well spread this around everywhere. And it's gonna. We should have had this on our episode the other day of what could possibly go wrong.
Yeah.
Because what could possibly go wrong when we do this?
This is going to be terrible, Jay. 6-1. 6-1.
What you brought up about people, countries that, when countries kind of let their people go to another country, they're not. And President Trump said this when he first ran, when he came down the escalator in 2015, and he said they're not sending their best.
No.
And people, oh my God, that's no, that's a fact. And that's a fact everywhere. These countries are not sending their doctors and their lawyers and their teachers. They're emptying their damn jails and the dregs of their society and pushing them off on you. That's what they're doing.
Did you see it, Jay? This is exactly, and I want to say Jimmy Carter was the precursor to this, because this is exactly what Fidel Castro and Cuba did with the Mariel boat lift.
Are you literally reading my mind right now?
The Mariel boat lift was the same thing.
Because I swear to God, strike me down right now. I was going to bring up the movie Scarface just now and talk about exactly that. When they dumped 25,000 criminals into our country.
All criminals, all of them taken out of the jails, out of the insane asylums, off the homeless streets, the drug addicts, all negative, all put on boats and sent. And Jimmy Carter, we welcome them with open arms. That's Jimmy Carter.
Yep, and that's how you ended up with Tony Montana.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
and that may not be a true story, the Montana
It's
thing,
framed.
but let me tell you,
It's
it's as
framed
close
around
to
it.
nonfiction as it can get. Yeah.
Yeah. The movie is framed around a real thing.
Oh, that not only Jay, there was probably, I would say, out of all those people, there was probably 1,000 Tony Montanas, not just the one. Could you imagine spread across the country?
Exactly. And if you haven't seen Scarface, you should absolutely see it. It's a phenomenal
Excellent
movie.
movie.
And as you said, it's framed around true events that happened
Mm-hmm.
in this country with Cuba. 100%.
And it's great how it starts. It actually starts, with the Mariel boat lift and they all getting off, and then they go to these makeshift detention camps, which was real. They built these underneath the freeways, underneath the bridges, with fence, chain link fence, and barbed wire. Okay, then they gave them cots and big tents to live in until they could either verify what was going on, but they just let them out on the street anyway. I don't even know why they had the detention centers. They just let them all out anyway, because they even said one day it was filled to the brim. The next day there's nobody in there. And they sure as hell didn't send them back to Cuba. So Jimmy Carter is the precursor to a Joe Biden. And Joe Biden was the devil.
Yeah. I think they called those detention centers Freedom Town.
Yeah, that's what it was called. Libertad.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's so funny because I swear as you said that, I was going to bring up the exact same thing from that movie because it's true. Exactly. That is true. What happened?
Whenever I hear illegal migrants coming over, or someone sending their migrants with, emptying their jails, I immediately think Mariel boat lift for two reasons. One, because of Scarface, but two, because of Cocaine Cowboys. If you guys have ever seen the documentary Cocaine Cowboys, it is about the cocaine dealers in the late 70s and early 80s in Miami, and the Mariel boat lift exploded that industry. So it was the documentary had a lot to do with the Mariel boat lift. It really exploded the industry. And so when I hear migrants, that's the first thing I think of, Mariel boat lift and Jimmy Carter saying we welcome them with open arms. He was a terrible president. One term, terrible president.
And that's what happened on steroids with Joe Biden's administration. Talk about emptying the prisons of all of these countries and just sending them here.
That's the difference. It was every country. For Carter, it was just Cuba. Right. But for Biden, I mean, you had El Salvador, you had Brazil, you had Cuba, Mexico, Venezuela, Nicaragua. I mean, it was crazy.
Name it. And there's so many of them that are still here, and we don't even know where the hell they are.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's Jay, there's something that is really freaking crazy I want to talk about. Okay. So we all know how Islam is taking over America. And hold on one second. Beast had something to say. He said, and Jack, I said, excellent book so far. LOL. Had a dog emergency, so I haven't finished. When I do, I will write a review on Scamazon, and my wife always does. Thank you very much. And yes, Amazon has scammed the hell out of me when it comes to royalties. I ain't making, $5 a book for a $30 book, but the reviews really help. Right now, there's 22 reviews on Amazon, all 5 stars. So that helps a lot for future publishers, possibly, maybe for the next book. But Jay, there's something that I want to talk to you about that we all know that Islam is taking over America. Hell, it's taking over the world. But you know how what they're doing is they're accommodating Islam now, with the washing stations at Dallas, the foot baths, so that way they can pray on the ground. Well, get this. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are now offering Sharia compliant home loans. Sharia compliant home loans. Listen to this. Fannie Mae uses a code for Musharaka Islamic finance mortgages, where buyers co-own the property and gradually buy out the financier's share. Freddie Mac backs products like Ijara lease to own models and others designed to comply with Sharia, avoiding prohibited interest through partnerships and leases. Under Sharia law, apparently, interest is prohibited. So I got to say, Muhammad, he must have been a genius. He must have known about interest thousands of years ago. I got to say, that's pretty smart. But anyways, it's ridiculous, actually. I'm being sarcastic. But avoiding prohibited interest through partnerships or leases, these options offered by providers like Guidance Residential, and Devon Bank since 2003 aim to boost home ownership for observant Muslims. with tax treatments. U.S. Director of Federal Housing, Bill Pulte, is reviewing the accommodations amid questions about fairness and religious accommodations. Jay, what the hell is going on? We're talking about mortgages that are designed to accommodate Sharia law by giving them less interest than you would get.
Here's the good news, I believe, Jack. I think that anybody, well, it's ridiculous. First of all, the whole thing's got to stop, because we shouldn't be making rules to accommodate Sharia law in this country. It's absurd.
No. And it's also discrimination upon religious basis.
Yeah, they're getting benefits because of their religion. That's against the law on its face. But apparently, Jack, you can apply for this, and they can't deny you. Because
it says observant Muslim, so I don't know what that means.
I'm observing. Prove that I'm not. You can't do that. I'm telling you, I'm an observant Muslim. Prove that I'm not an observant Muslim. Then, I want to test that one out.
I'm about to test it out. I'm going to ask Grok, actually, how do they stop scammers from doing it? I'm going to ask real quick. I'm going to say, let's see now.
I mean, to me, you can't. I'm telling you, I'm an observant Muslim. You're going to investigate me to see my religion? What?
Well, hey, if they're willing to discriminate based on religion, they're willing to investigate religion.
Yeah, let's see. Because
Grok says, now it's trying to explain it, but up there, you know how it says they don't. Applicants for Sharia compliant home financing products from providers like yada, 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 do not need to prove they're Muslim or declare any religion at all.
There you go.
Jay, you know what that means? Yeah. That means that it's not going to be counted illegal. It's not going to be counted as illegal. It's still going to be Sharia compliant, but it's not going to be able to be illegal. And Jay, get this. You know how they're going to get around it? I'm going to tell you exactly how they're going to get around it. You can look at someone and tell if they're an observant Muslim. Okay. Observant Muslims wear the garb.
I'm wearing it. I'm wearing it.
But Jay, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna base it on your race and your looks also.
I'm pretty dark. I think I can get away with it.
Jay, what they did was brilliant. I got to admit, they did it as brilliant. They made it to where it's Sharia law compliant, but they also made it to where you don't have to prove it, and you don't have to even say you're part of the religion. But what they do is anybody that comes in and does it, if they're Muslim, they give it to them. If they look at them and say, okay, you're Muslim, in their head, okay, you're Muslim. Yep, you got it. And if they say, no, you don't qualify. They can do that, and they're not being They're not being discriminatory. That is brilliant, Jay.
Okay, hold on. I'm playing devil's advocate here, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. They're going to tell me why am I being denied? Oh, because we don't think you're Muslim?
They don't have to give a reason. They don't have to give a reason.
Well, then here's what needs to happen right now. They have to look at who's been approved for these mortgages and who hasn't been approved, and find out if there's a pattern here now. Because
that's harder to prove.
It is harder to prove. But it's time to start looking at it. And I'm telling you right now, if anybody should be, wherever this is available, anybody should be going in there and applying for this mortgage.
Absolutely.
100%.
Prohibited interest? Are you kidding me?
And dress up like Nick Shirley did when he went and voted and in Minnesota, and he put on the full garb. Just go in there like that. What?
Absolutely.
I can wear whatever I want.
I'm glad you actually brought that up, Jay, because there's something else that I wanted to show people, or actually that I wanted to just tell you and others. Apparently now in Minnesota, Jay, and apparently in Minnesota now you can vote without a voter ID and also vouch for 8 other people to vote. You can vouch for them, any 8 people you want. But get this, Jay. There's one, let me find it real quick. There's one instance. Here it is. Get this. So if you're a registered Minnesota voter, you can vouch for up to 8 people that don't have ID. You do have to have ID, but you can vouch for 8 people that don't. But listen to this. Right. This is where it gets crazy. If you are if you are a employee of a resident facility, you can actually vouch for unlimited facility residents. So let's say, Jay, that you live at a Muslim compound with 1,000 Muslims who don't have ID and aren't registered Minnesota voters. You can vouch, that one person, for all 1,000 of them.
Yep. Same thing in a nursing home. Same thing in a nursing home.
Yep.
You can vouch for everybody in that nursing home, and you're basically voting for them at that point.
This is how you take over a state. This is why you take over a state, like they did Michigan.
Exactly. That law. Yeah. Oh, we have a voter ID law. Do you really though? No. You don't.
Not if you could vouch for 8 people.
It's not a voter.
One
ID
out of
law.
every 8, Jay, has to have a voter ID. 1 out of every 8.
I'd rather just make it none, and that
It's
I can.
insane.
How about just make it none, like I have here in New York, where I don't have to show ID when I vote. You know what they do? They ask you, "What's your address?" If you try to hand, Jack, when I go to vote, if I try to hand the person there my ID, they will not take it.
In California, they can be arrested for taking your ID, Jay. Did you know that?
I didn't know that
They
far.
made a law in California where if you show your ID, say, hey, I want to show my ID to prove who I am. If they touch it, if they take it, they can be arrested.
Insane. And in New York, I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is true here too.
It might be. I don't know.
It might be. Here's what I have to do. I tell them my address, and then they make you sign your name on the little like tablet with your finger, or a little pen, the little thing they give you, whatever, on the computer screen. And then they're looking at it like they're handwriting experts. And a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, one time he went, and the woman's like, that's not your signature. He's like, here's my ID. No, I can't look at your, not my signature. First of all, who are you? Are you a qualified expert in handwriting?
And you can't sign on a tablet the same way you can on a piece of paper.
You can't. Exactly. And by the way, what if I felt like changing my signature this year?
You can do whatever you want.
I can do whatever I want. But now you're going to tell me you can't tell me that's me. And if I try to prove it with my New York State driver's license issued by the government, you can't look at it. This is the absurdity. It's like the WNBA not being able to tell what a woman is after they meet for 12 hours.
Absolutely.
It's the same kind of absurdity.
Absolutely. All right, Jay, get this. And we're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I just wanted to mention it. China, has an experimental bullet train that just broke the world acceleration record. I want you to listen to this, okay? It went 0 to 497 miles per hour in 5 seconds.
That's pretty good.
That's 0 to 500 miles per hour in 5 seconds. That's what? How's that possible?
I don't know. That sounds like a rocket.
It's unbelievable. 800. It says 0 to 5.3 seconds in 800 kilometers, which is 497 miles per hour. That's incredible.
I gotta be honest. I'm not getting on that train.
No, hell no. How could somebody it's 4.3 G's. Okay. How could somebody withstand 4.3 G's of force?
You probably can't, right? What you have to have like a jet pilot has a mask on with oxygen.
Absolutely. Just like the astronauts. They can only handle so many G's of force.
Right. Yeah.
Crazy.
No, I don't know. But how does the structure of the train hold up?
How does it accelerate?
I don't know.
I'd like to know how it accelerates. But it's experimental, so they don't have the technology. I mean, huh?
I want to see do you have a video of this?
No, I'm gonna look actually. But while I'm looking, Jay, let's talk about something else. I'm gonna look for that video right now, actually.
All right.
But while I'm looking, I want to talk for a second about daylight savings time and Trump wanting to call to make it permanent. I'm gonna tell you why I don't like it, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I love the spring forward and the fall back. But second, did you know that in the continental United States, if we canceled daylight savings time or made it permanent, it would, in some places in America, it would be dark at 3:45 p.m. 3:45 p.m. it would get dark, and it would stay dark in some places until 9 a.m. And I just don't like that. Even if it's not in my part of the country, I don't know, but 3:45 is insane.
Where is it? Where would that happen?
Northeast part of the country.
Well, I'm in the Northeast.
Yeah, in your area.
What are they saying they want to do? Like right now we're in spring. Well, right now we're in spring ahead.
That's what they want to make permanent. The summer daylight savings time.
They want to make spring ahead permanent.
Why, Jay? What I don't understand is why is this on their radar? Why does this matter? There's so many other things. Jay, what the hell does it matter?
Let me go to my phone for a second and go to Truth Social because he posted about this last night.
I want to know why it matters.
All right. Let me see because he posts so much. Let me see if I could find it. Excuse me while I scroll on my phone.
No, you're fine. Why are they talking about it? Why is this legislation that they're considering? Why can't you do what we want you to do? Consider the Save America Act and pass the son of a bitch. But instead, you want the daylight saving. Jay, they don't want Save America. They want Save Daylight.
Well, the Senate doesn't want it. That's for sure.
Jeez.
Well, this
Well,
passed the House too. Let's see what the Senate does with it. I bet you. Listen, the Senate doesn't get anything done whether we like it or not.
Good.
So they'll probably screw this up too. But
on this, I am okay with them slow balling daylight savings time permanent. I'm okay with that.
Let me see if I could find it, man.
I want to find that video of the bullet train.
What he was doing today, he was like doing it, like endorsing a bunch of people, like he does, Congress.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
There's a ton of truths that I'm scrolling through right now. But last night he did post specifically on daylight savings, and he talked about a lot of the reasons why he liked it. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So he says, for many years, the vast majority of Americans have asked to make daylight savings time permanent, but no administration has been able to get it properly done until now. I am proud to announce that the House of Representatives has passed the bill, and it has now gone to the Senate for final approval. People are sick and tired of having to change their clocks twice a year. It is foolish and convenient. I mean, some people don't care. It was foolish, inconvenient, and in some cases very costly. For cities and states with watchtowers and hard to reach places, it costs millions of dollars. A recent case was made that it also is bad for your health and the anxiety it creates. Leading medical, crime, and economic studies have shown that ceasing the biannual time change, giving us 1 extra hour of natural sunlight in the evenings, will help decrease robbery and murder rates, reduce car accidents, especially those involving pedestrians. Lower risk.
Wait. Hold on, Jay. You just said making daylight savings time permanent will help to decrease robberies. That's what you're saying?
Because it's an extra hour of daylight.
So that'll save us from robberies.
At night. So there will be less night darkness. So,
but that 1 hour of daylight savings time will help stop robberies.
He's saying it will lower the number of robberies.
Yeah, so it'll help stop them.
What did he say exactly? Make it safer for, hold on, reduce car accidents, lower cardiac stroke. Wait, where is the thing? Decrease robbery and murder rates.
It'll stop robberies and murder.
He says decrease robbery and murder.
Well,
rates,
decrease it also means to not have as many, to stop.
Right, to not have as many.
Yeah, so that means that it'll stop them. It'll like that 1 hour, all the robberies that were going to be in that 1 hour are now not going to happen because of daylight savings time.
Because the theory, I guess, would be that it's not dark out and people commit less robberies and murders in the daylight. Which I mean,
it's just ridiculous that this is a thing. Why are we talking about this?
Let's read the rest. Let's read the rest of the reasoning.
Well, no, it's too long, man. Come on.
I'll do it fast. I promise. All right. So it says, lower risk for cardiac issues, stroke, and seasonal depression. Make it safer for children to walk home from school. Increase time with your family. Strongly support extracurricular activities. Be a big boost to sports, fitness, tourism, retail, and the restaurant industries and more. And save money on energy bills because everyone will be enjoying the extra hour of daylight. In other words, leave it as of now and never change again. This is an issue Republicans, Democrats, and independents can unite behind. I'm asking the Republican senators to pass the Sunshine Protection Act ASAP. There you go.
Jay, what he's missing is it's an extra hour of daylight at night, but it's an extra hour of darkness in the morning.
Well,
so it kind of cancels itself out.
Well, here's the reasoning. And I'm just giving you the reasoning is that in the morning, people are sleeping. More stuff bad happens at the nighttime or in the afternoon when everybody's out. In the mornings, a lot of people aren't out yet. They're not out and about. They're getting their day started. They're not in the flow of the day at that point.
But you're talking about robberies at 4 and 5 o'clock.
In the afternoon or during the winter? During the winter when it's dark at like 4 or 5 o'clock. I guess
it's insane. There's no reason that this should be a thing. Jay, we got way more important things to do. We're doing the Save Daylight Act now, not the Save America Act. Save Daylight. It's ridiculous. I like changing the clocks back and forth, to be honest with you. I like getting an extra hour of sleep in the freaking fall. I like getting the extra hour of sleep. I mean, let's enjoy. Why do we have to change everything? Jay, why can't we just have some American traditions stay true? Why do we have to change every single thing?
When did they start daylight savings time?
Oh man, it was actually started. Did you want to know the truth? It was started because back when people sailed ships, they used the moon to navigate. That is actually why they started daylight savings time.
Okay.
So it's been a long time.
Okay. Listen, when I was working, I really hated it. Because I worked overnights and I had to do the payroll, and it turned the day you flip the clocks back and forth. was a
You
nightmare.
also get off an hour early, though, on that one night. You get off an hour
Yeah,
ell still get
technically.
paid for the same amount of time. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, technically,
It's
but
nice.
it just made
It's nice.
it made the timekeeping such a pain in the ass. I'll
For
just say
payroll
that.
people, yes. For
I'll say
payroll
that.
people. But for people that don't do payroll, you
Yeah.
get off an hour. It's like having an extra hour of PTO.
Well, just look at it this way now, Jack. You got an extra. You're gonna have an extra hour of daylight for the rest of your life.
Oh, that's just what I want. An extra
There you
hour. I like it being daylight till 9 o'clock during the summers and getting dark at 5:30 in the winters. I want it to stay that way.
We're down to like here. I mean, it gets dark in the winter. You know, when you're coming up to the shortest day of the year, which is December 21st. In December, you're looking at 4:30. It's dark.
That's when it starts to. Yeah, for here, that's when the sun starts to go down. Yeah.
You know, I mean,
We're on the
now
same.
it'll
You
be
and I are on the same
5:30.
sun.
Yeah, we're in
thing.
the same. We're in the same. Yeah, same line. If you own, straight. Up
But
and
yeah,
down.
it gets darker early. But in the winter, I enjoy that because you're inside anyway. You know.
Yeah, but you're not even home from work yet. A lot of people, and it's dark out.
I just don't like the fact of we have to change something just for the sake of changing it. We do
I
that
don't
with
know.
everything in America.
Listen, he gave a lot of reasons there, Jack. Whether we agree with him or not is another story. but
It'll
there were a lot
stop
of
heart
reasons given.
attacks. You sold me at stopping heart attacks.
And anxiety. If you have anxiety because of daylight savings time, you got more problems than daylight savings time.
If you're having heart attacks because it's dark outside, you've got more problems.
I almost, if we had the time, I would like to look at the reasoning on the heart attacks. Like, how does that affect? Am I missing something? Like, how would that affect it?
I don't know. I don't know.
robberies
But I got the video.
Go ahead.
Jay, there
Go ahead.
wasn't actually video on the bullet train, but there was a rendering of it. And I want to show you guys this because it's really freaking cool, man. I got to say. So check this out. This is just a rendering of the bullet train that went, 800 kilometers in 5.3 seconds. Look how fast this thing would extend.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you see what it says? It
Yeah, the
floats on magnets, Jay. It actually flies. You know how you have two a negative and a positive side of a magnet, or two negatives. You push it together and you can't get it to stay on each other. That's the principle behind this bullet train. They put magnets under the train and magnets in the track, so there's no friction. There's no wheels on tracks. That's why it's able to go so much faster, because it's literally a flying train.
I mean, this is great, but could we put it at like 150 miles an hour?
How could you? I worry about controlling it. Jay, have you ever tried to push two magnets together?
Yeah, it's like this. You're like, yeah.
It's hard to control.
You can't.
No, so I worry about this.
And by the way, it's interesting that they only have a rendering and we don't have a video,
I know.
isn't it?
Well, I don't think they want people to see their technology, because I got to say, if they can keep that thing on the track, that's pretty damn impressive.
That's the key. Got to keep it on the tracks.
That's the hard part. Yes. We got just another minute left, another couple minutes. So I want to real quick, I want to see if there's anything that we left out, because I'm just going to say a few things real quick. 3/4 of every Gen Z adult still relies on their parents for financial support. Texas temporarily pauses a new data center grid because power requests have reached 474 gigawatts. More than 18 on 1,800 projects. Do you remember when Doc Brown said 1.21 gigawatts was an unbelievable amount of power?
Yeah.
Data centers in Texas are now using 474 gigawatts. We should be able to go back in time with that amount of power. So, that's why they had to pause some things, because that amount of power is unbelievable. Fauci reportedly scrubbed his entire contact list from his phone from the COVID era. Scrubbed the entire thing.
I think there was 3 contacts left, I believe.
Yeah, maybe. There might have been three left.
They could find out who they were. They'll have to search. They're doing a research. They can match them up. They can match up those. They can figure it out.
Let me ask you something, Jay. Have you ever texted somebody and say, you know what? I hope this text gets to them tomorrow instead of right now. Have you ever text somebody and say, hey, I hope this text takes 20 hours to get to me?
Never.
Never? Well, let me tell you something, Jay. A developer just built a messaging app that sends text at, quote, pigeon carrier speed, taking roughly 22 hours from Los Angeles to New York. But let me tell you, Jay, No pigeon can fly 22 hours from Los Angeles to New York. That is a 3,000-mile trip.
What's the purpose here?
I have no freaking idea, but he developed a messaging app that literally simulates a pigeon carrying a note, and it takes a full day for somebody to get your text.
Okay. How about I could do that myself? I'll put the text in and I'll set an alarm and then I'll send it when the alarm goes off.
Jay, they say there's an app for everything, and now there really is an app for everything. All right, man.
I can't wait to not download that one.
Yeah, me neither. I am, I'm thinking about not downloading it myself. Okay. Guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com. It really is the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Specifically for Secret America viewers, you get 20% off your order. Put in the code SECRET20. That's SECRET20 at checkout. Get 20% off your order. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, check it out. The book By Design. All right. It lets you experience life. It lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold from the moment the CIA gives their project a name all the way to the swearing in at the White House through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audiobook or to grab a signed copy where I will write a personal message and ship it out to you. Also, guys, Secret America gear available also on secretamericalive.com. If you enjoy the show, get yourself a shirt, hat, mug, whatever you want, phone case, candle. We got everything you could possibly want, and you can get it at secretamericalive.com. Guys, make sure you follow and subscribe to us, okay? X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's very important that you follow and subscribe because we're trying to gauge how much of an impact we make. That's why we do this show. We do this show for free. We don't charge anybody anything. We pay our own money. So, we do this show for free. In fact, we're in the negative because we pay our own money. So subscribe and follow X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. The screen name is Secret America TV for every single social media out there, okay? We are live every single weekday, Monday through Friday. So make sure you guys watch us every single weekday. We are live. All right, Jay, I think we've solved all the problems that we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share. Right. And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest about it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 3%. I think it should be 0. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have a spending problem.
Our city is dirty enough. We don't want to make more dirty.
Debates raged on for at least 3 hours at Hamtramck City Hall over the new ordinance of sacrificing animals.
Really ridiculous, catastrophic resolution.
If it's not passed, then we are ready to take it to the court for the religious rights. It is constitution.
This was the second debate of the new ordinance, and there was a crowd outside of the City Hall chambers filling out cards to speak, and they were watching it on closed-circuit TV.
No, it's not safe or sane or humane
because basements or kitchens or backyards are not suitable places for live animal slaughter.
Many people, including Muslim residents, were against it, citing sanitary concerns if the animals are sacrificed in a home and not in a sterile environment, especially in the tight-knit neighborhoods of Hamtramck. The ordinance that was passed on Tuesday night says religious sacrificing of animals can be done as long as it is done legally and humanely.
I think it's the best compromise. We don't want to restrict religious freedoms, and we don't want to keep it random without regulations.
Many Muslims pay a butcher to perform the religious sacrifice, but for some families, it's just not practical, says Nawar Ali with Care Michigan.
A lot of families will typically do it in the confines of their property, like in their backyard, their garage.
Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here with another episode of Scriptures in Wall Street. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't had a chance, please reach out. Go to Scriptures in Wall Street on Rumble, on Apple Podcasts, as well as YouTube and Spotify. We are there. I definitely would appreciate you giving us a like or follow. Anyways, my name is Carlos Cortez. I've been the host of this show for many years now, going on 5 years. And all we do here basically is just talk about controversial things when it comes to your money. More importantly, we talk about, if you're new to the channel, I am a retirement planner, and everything on this podcast is meant for education and information purposes only. I'm not giving investment advice, although I am a licensed financial advisor. If you would like financial advice, give us a call, 813-448-3446, or visit us at cortezwm.com. But on this podcast, we're simply just going to be talking about charts. We're going to be talking about things that your normal financial advisor probably won't bring up. You know, in business school, they taught us one thing, and I made a living doing the opposite. And that one thing was at the Thanksgiving table, at the Christmas table, at the Sunday after church table, don't talk about religion and money, right? Don't talk about politics and money. And that's all what we do here. I think if you get that out of the way, then you're going to be like to like. You'll be equally yoked and financially yoked, I would say, with people that you would like to associate with. So have those hard conversations. I think they're good. Who'd you vote for? Did you take the vaccine? Do you believe in late-term abortion? Is it okay? Is it okay to have same-sex marriage? Is it okay to have all these things? Like, let's get it out there, because chances are you probably not having those conversations with your financial advisor, maybe not even your barber, which I need to go pretty soon here. So if we're on the same page with the people that we like and trust, then conversations become a lot easier. They actually go on the same page. And so when we look at investments, are we funding what Boston or Massachusetts just relinquished? They banned the right to not have late-term abortion. So you can have a late-term abortion, you can kill a baby all the way up to birth. I mean, it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And these people are gathered, these demonic women are gathered and clapping like they achieved something. Like, why are you clapping on killing an innocent gift from God, a baby? It's disgusting. And they do it in the name of freedom or femininity or my body and my choice. It's disgusting. Well, it's definitely not your body. It's your child's body that God's blessed you with, and you stole it, and you killed it. So I don't want to even get involved in that, but it's disgusting to read that recently just passed, like this week. You know, what's also infuriating too is, and frustrating as a trader and a financial consultant, it's not just frustrating. And I say from a client standpoint, from a viewer standpoint, from a you standpoint, is that even with all the good news that are coming out, you know, you have inflation down at 3.4%. You have jobs getting better, even though the report came bad. You have all these news that come out, and actually they're somewhat good news, and it doesn't do anything to the market. We have come to a place where good news is a scam. Like, good news doesn't mean anything. We've come to a place where Wall Street basically is throwing a party because inflation just hit 3.4%. Prices are still climbing faster than the Fed wants. Energy costs is astronomical, especially here in Florida, and they're higher just from a year ago. We are at an all-time high record territory when it comes to the stock market. Long-term interest rates still remain elevated, and more importantly, they were stagnant this past rate decision, and they're probably, like, I'm 90% certain they're going to go up. And somehow this is being sold as amazing news. So welcome to the modern market where less bad actually becomes bullish and expensive becomes normal. And retirees are expected to carry risks nobody ever wants to talk about. So the last time we asked a simple question, what are you safe from? Today we need to just go further because the market is approaching record territory. And AI stocks are basically going through the roof. Inflation appears to be cooling off, and Wall Street is already looking for another reason to celebrate. But celebration is not analysis. You know, we go back to scriptures, Proverbs 14, the simple believe every word, but the prudent considers well his steps. I mean, how many times we spoke about the passive will pay the penalty. The passive will pay the penalty for not doing anything. So scriptures completely warned us about the market because right now investors are just plainly just asking several things simultaneously, like inflation is cooling, interest rates are fine, stocks are not too expensive, and AI will just justify today's valuations. But retirees can earn more income without assuming more risk. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in the 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. And sometimes those claims are true, but believing every bullish headline is not faith. It's financial gullibility. And gullibility becomes especially expensive when you no longer have a paycheck coming in. Like, are we being naive and gullible? The market just celebrated about all these factors, but what actually really did change? So just a quick market update. The S&P 500 closed around 77.48. It's up. The NASDAQ gained basically another 0.5% just the past 2 days as AI surges. CoreWeave just bounced 19%. Super microcomputer gained roughly 19%. NVIDIA rose 3%. And the market message was completely, apparently clear. It said, AI enthusiasm is live, well, and kicking, baby. But inflation looks manageable, and investors still want risk. But let's inspect the inflation report that helped fuel the economy. You know, this celebration, this fake bro investor party, consumers' prices rose just 0.1% in July. And that sounds good. But annual inflation earned only 3.5% to 3.4%. Core inflation declined to 2.5%. And it's also encouraging. But energy prices were still up over 14.5%. Still, a year later, they're higher than last year. And shelter prices, as you know, and gas is up 25%, but shelter up over 3%. Food Even though they say it's 3%, it's more like 25%. And all the medical care, right? All the medical care rose literally 6.60, 60 basis points just in July alone. And you know what the crazy part is? That Wall Street's celebrating this garbage, the direction of inflation. Retirees must live with all these crazy prices. So your grocery bill basically goes to $100, $120. Inflation slows. The bill does not return the same $100. It simply starts climbing more slowly from $120. Cooling inflation does not mean affordable living, guys. It means the loss of purchasing power may be happening at a slower rate. And Wall Street makes moves when this happens. The market doesn't need good news anymore, y'all. It just doesn't. Market does not appear to require generally good news at all. And so the fact of the matter is, it's only what is not being as feared. So is inflation still not being as feared as a Fed target? Fine. Is it falling? Great. The 10-year Treasury yield is near daggone 5%, 4% to be exact. And if it doesn't rise today, stocks are still trading roughly 20 times expected earnings. And as long as AI delivers years of extraordinary growth, the economy still grows, the market still grows, everything's all honky-dory. But you see the pattern, guys, here? You see how this is just propped up? This is just artificially and simulated, financially inoculated? Everything is at risk and is being exposed by the future expectations of it. So inflation will fall, rates eventually do decline, and earnings will catch up. AI spending will produce an ungodly amount of profits, and the economy will remain strong. But maybe, just maybe, like it says in Ecclesiastes 8:7, since no one knows the future, who can tell what else is to come? That is not a command to avoid investing. It's a warning against predatory forecasts that are just facts. The higher the market climbs, the more confident people begin speaking about the future nobody has seen. And that's when the spirit of discernment, this is when the Holy Spirit just gives you acknowledgement. He gives you power. He gives you the spirit of knowledge, the spirit of discernment. And the bull markets do not eliminate risk. They make it much, much easier to ignore. So this AI boom that everybody's talking about, no one wants to ask, but AI may be the most transformative economic developments in our lifetime. I totally get that. But that does not mean, y'all, that every AI-related investment is actually fairly priced. There's two completely different ball games here. A revolutionary technology, right, can change the world. Investors still will overpay for companies associated with it. The internet changed the world. Bitcoin is changing crypto. Many internet stocks still collapse. The railroads changed America. Railroad investors still experience booms, bankruptcies, as well as devastating losses. Innovation can be, in fact, real, but the price can still be wrong. Today's enormous amounts of money are flowing in like chips, data centers, cloud re-infrastructure, blockchains, computer capacity, you name it. The assumption is demand going to continue? And revenues will arise, and margins will hold, and the largest tech companies will even earn acceptable returns on that spending. But what happens if the technology succeeds to economic disappoint? What happens when AI becomes widely accessible, available to everyone, but increasingly difficult to monetize? What happens if the competition drives the prices down, just like in every sector? What happens when companies spend billions and billions of dollars on infrastructure that becomes cheaper or obsolete faster than expected? We've seen this in tech all the time. The car phone, the land phone, the beeper. Even in gaming, the Atari, the Game Boy, the PS5. Look at it now. Everything's streaming. They spent billions of dollars designing these things only for it to get featherweighted out of and squeezed out. Reminds me of the railroad conductor. You remember there used to be a person at the railroad crossing where they manually used to put the railroad crossing arms down so you wouldn't cross the street when a train would come. That got replaced by technology, sensors. So Proverbs 22:3 says that the prudent see the danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Notice the prudent, what they do. He sees, he doesn't panic. He does not even predict a date of disaster like these knucklehead rapture guys. Oh, yeah, God's coming or Jesus is coming back on March 23rd of 2024. And then I'm looking at my wife. I'm laughing. And here we are. 4 o'clock rolls around. Sunset's getting ready. And we're enjoying dinner. Oh, I guess we missed it. Guess we missed the rapture. Yeah. So we don't know the day, the time, or the hour. It's going to come like a thief in the night. So I say that because the discerning investor, the biblically based investor, the confident man, the confident woman does not panic. They already have everything in plan. They recognize exposure. They recognize a lot of things wisely. But seeing valuation risk does not require abandoning the market. It requires refusing to worship momentum. The Fed has not declared any victory here. The Fed is still holding their target to around 3.5 to 3.75% in July. But three policymakers, three Fed chairs, in the Fed chair, decided not to cut them, to raise them. I mean, that's huge. As we said in our last podcast, there's so much financial conversation remains obsessed when the Fed will ride the markets to rescue. There's so much talk about it. But that creates a dangerous retirement assumption. If something breaks, the Fed will lower rates and stocks will recover. Maybe. But what if inflation prevents the Fed from responding as quickly as investors expected? What if stocks fall and energy costs remain high? What if long-term rates stay elevated so long that investors demand more compensation for inflation, government borrowing, and uncertainty? A retiree does not at all merely face market risk. They face sequence risk, sequence of returns risk, inflation risk, basically a serious decline early in your retirement from income, damaging withdrawals and how you can maintain a portfolio without going down. The younger investor may want to be able to wait, but a retiree may have to sell. And that's why the markets always come back is incomplete. People that say, oh yeah, the market's always going to come back. Well, what stage are you in? Are you in accumulating stage? Are you in distribution stage, preservation stage, income phase? Like there's different stages when you invest, but your shares do not have to come back after you sold them to pay expenses is what I'm getting at. The time horizon matters. Cash flow design matters. A historical average cannot pay this monthly's electric bill. So Wall Street and the insurance side sell two different fears. Now, let's just say what the most financial programs will not say. Wall Street and insurance often capitalize on two different fears. Do not miss the upside. This is the Wall Street side. The insurance industry says, do not suffer the downside. One monitors fear of missing out. The other monitors fear of losing everything. A retiree gets trapped between greed wearing a growth chart and fear wearing a guarantee illustration. That does not mean investments are bad. It does not mean fixed income is not bad or green money solutions is not bad. It means incentives do not disappear simply because the presentation used the word retirement. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. A green money account may transfer longevity or income risk to an insurance company. That can be valuable, but the guarantee depends on the insurance paying ability, their strength, and the contract may involve some limitations like surrender periods and liquidity restrictions, caps, fees, other trade-offs. So there's two fears out there. So in red money, the fear is losing everything. Wall Street wants you to be in red money. The second fear is the insurance or the green money side, the green money solution side, the green money side, which I'm a huge fan of, and it has helped millions of Americans, and particularly thousands of my clients, is that they sell the guarantees. It's nice knowing that you have a contract protecting your principal. It's nice knowing that you can't lose in this account. It's nice knowing that you have an insurance carrier based on their ability to pay to guarantee your principal forever. That is a nice feeling, and something that is extremely valuable in retirement because you don't want to lose anything. So one monetizes fear, the other one monetizes safety. And for the life of me, I will not fear bait. I will not click porn, anything. I don't want to twist anybody's arm. I don't want to say doom and gloom. You got to buy this. I don't even want to say that silver is crashing and you got to buy real insurance like that. I don't even want to talk like that. But the fact of the matter is, it's just a tool. Silver is just a tool. Precious metals is a tool. Speaking of silver, we're going to be looking at charts here shortly. All of that is true. The bearish story is not automatically the intelligent story, though. Fear can be marketed just as aggressive as optimism. Anyone promising an imminent crash is like full-blown knowingly that they do not possess the actual date or time. Acknowledging uncertainty is not bearish, and refusing to overpay is not bearish. Maintaining liquidity is not bearish, and asking what happens if the popular narrative falls is not negativity. It's stewardship. And scripture does not teach maximum return. Jesus told the story of the rich man who landed produced abundantly. The land just produced a lot of fruit. But this man decided to tear down his barns and build bigger ones. And then he said to himself, you have plenty of grain laid up for many years. Take life easy, eat, drink, and be merry. But God called him a fool. You remember? Why? The problem was not that his land produced wealth. The problem was that he mistook stored wealth for guaranteed time. He treated abundance as certainty. He had full barns and a false sense of security or control. This is the spiritual danger in every side of booming market. We get our account grows. We start trusting the money. We start having this financial confidence that feels like spiritual confidence. And next thing you know, you make Jesus look like this. The small little cartoon character, put him in a cute little box and say, yeah, Jesus, I'll only call upon you when I need you, or I need to pet you or kiss you or just look at you and say you're beautiful. Your account grows, the confidence grows, and then quietly becomes presumption. And then we begin to believe that the strategy worked so well yesterday, it's got to protect us tomorrow. Scripture does not condemn preparation. If you remember, Joseph prepared Egypt for famine, and Proverbs praises diligence. The Bible repeatedly calls us to count the cost. But biblical stewardship is not maximum accumulation at maximum speed. It is a faithful management without making money our refuge. Psalms 27 says, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name and our Lord God. Today, we might say some trust in the S&P 500, some trust in guaranteed income contracts, some trust in just green money, some trust in the Fed, some trust in silver, gold, and precious metals and diamonds. Some trust in AI, Some are going to trust in the government, universal basic income, or social credit score, but none of them hold the spiritual weight of trust. A portfolio is a tool and is a terrible guide. But what I would ask anyone making any type of move is do not panic because stocks are near record highs. Don't chase them because they are near record highs either. Instead, ask 4 questions. Number 1, we're going to ask, if stocks fell today and down for the next 2 years, which expenses would force me to sell? Think about that. If the stock market collapsed, which stock positions would I have to sell in order to cover my expenses? And number 2, inflation remained above my assumptions. Which part of my income would adjust and align with being fixed? So if inflation was to continue to rise, what part of my portfolio would remain fixed and not grow with inflation? Number 3, if I buy a guaranteed income product with the lifetime income rider, also known as some type of income annuity, what access to my money am I surrendering? What conditions apply? And whose financial strength supports the promises and guarantees? And the last one is, am I making this decision from a discipled conviction, or is it because the headline triggered greed or fear? These are questions that you should be asking diligently with my office or any office, because we don't want to base anything out of fear. We want to base something that is a discerned, educated decision that fits our objective with diligence. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals, to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So it's important, guys, to understand that we need a plan. We need a plan that can cater us to retirement, that's not going to basically stronghold us. You know, I saw a Facebook ad recently and it said, if you owned an annuity, you should get out of that garbage and learn why this fund is going to give you 29%. And it was an oil and gas REIT. Are you freaking kidding me? Like if you're putting something in red, you're getting out of green money, you're going into red money. First and foremost, you got to be a accredited investor. A accredited investor is someone that has over $1 million liquid, or if you are married, you have to make over $300,000. If you're single, $250,000. You're considered a accredited investor. You know why you're considered a accredited investor? Because you can afford to lose. That's what an accredited investor is. You can afford to take the risk, and if you lose, you can't sue for market negligence or professional negligence. That's what a accredited investor does. You waive your right to sue. You waive all claims based on the performance of that account, and in exchange, you get higher returns. So I would be very, very cautious on those Facebook ads. And these guys are like smoking cigars. They look like they can't even run a quarter of a mile without dying. But look, this is what I do. If you want a place where your money could be secured, if you want a place where you can have principal protection, the ability to grow your account, the ability to have confidence in retirement, then give us a call. Give us a call, because we really, truly want to help everyone that needs our assistance. We truly want to help people that have the ability to invest in their retirement, that have a retirement. Maybe you have a 401k, maybe you have an IRA, maybe you don't even know what's going on and you need somebody to look at your stuff. Give us a call. You can call us 813-448-3446, or you can go to CortezWM.com. Also, just redid greenmoneysolutions.com. You can go over there, check it out. And I have these videos that are pretty neat. Talk about each and every option. If you don't know what I'm talking about, but yes, you can go to Green Money Solutions and watch all the videos. We have a new option, and each option you can click on each option, and it will tell you a little bit about that particular option. So go to Green Money Solutions if you want to protect your money and grow with the NASDAQ index. So right now, option 3 is extremely popular. So imagine getting a good 90% on option 3. And this is our performance, live performance, by the way. So here is a 5-year. We got a 17.5 return on a 5-year. Pretty phenomenal. A 1-year right now is at 8.28. So this particular index has ability to go in and out of the NASDAQ, back to treasuries, back to cash. Imagine having something like this on a day-to-day basis working for you and not even have to pay a fee, not even have to worry about the stock market crashes. The only thing that it does for you, it goes up when the NASDAQ is up. Pretty powerful. We can get this. Now we can get this with no bonus, no fees, no risk to your principal. You can move your 401k to this. You can move your IRA. You can move your brokerage account. Whatever money you would like to have principal protected in your state, you can get access to this. There is no cost to own something like this. All you got to do is give us a call, 813-448-3446. If you're doing the math, hypothetically speaking, your money should double within 4 to 6 years based on the strategies that we utilize, our 1 and 2 year methods, because you're simply going to make a good 80 to 90% of this index each and every single year. It's very powerful. So if I'm 40 years old, I put 100 grand, what that looks like in about 20 years, when I'm 60, you're looking at over $4.5 million. Maybe you're not 40 years old. Maybe you're 55. Maybe you're 56. If you allocated just 50% of your retirement to this account, wouldn't it be nice to have this account double in the next 4 to 6 years, hypothetically speaking, and then just take out 5-6% while your money is still compounding, and now your income is growing with inflation and without market risk, with just the all the risk that comes into retirement, healthcare, long-term care, food, groceries, gas, long-term care. I mean, there's so many things that happen in retirement that expenses can go up. Now you are preparing for your income while your money is growing, and all while you're waiting in accumulation phase, is still growing with no fees and no risk. This is a very, very popular option. It's my favorite option. Option 3 is what I'm personally in. My favorite is I don't want a bonus. I don't want the big bonus. Right now on option 4, it's 30%. You got to have 75 grand and be willing to pay 1%, and also have be okay with having access to 10% a year. And obviously all the claims and the bonuses and all the guarantees are backed by a A-rated insurance company and their ability to pay those claims and promises, as I said. But yeah, this is an amazing situation. Interest rates are going up, so it's a great time for green money holders, green money account holders. Bad for credit cards, bad for mortgages, bad for card notes, and bad for if you're borrowing money, but great for clients that have assets, that have retirement, and to refinance into a better earning, potentially earning account that will grow your retirement. Of course, past performance is not indicative of future results, but you get what I'm saying. You got to be in this equity-based index, because right now the bond market is going to be really iffy if they're raising interest rates again. Those bond prices are going to go down. We don't want to get caught up into that. And if you're a current client of mine, give me a call if you're interested in this, because chances are we probably can get you in a NASDAQ focus or growth-oriented focus account like this, to better refinance, so to speak, your portfolio. Maybe you have old money in an old 401k. Maybe you have money in the bank. I just spoke with somebody that has $250,000 in the bank, and I'm like, dude, you don't own that money. Like, you completely lost that money until you pull it out, because you credited your bank with this money. So the only option you do have is to request withdrawals and get the money out. That's it. You don't own the money in your bank. And that is not my words. That's Google words, ChatGPT words. Look it up. You don't own the money in your bank. And so don't go walking around with millions of dollars in a bank and beating your chest. Oh, I feel safe and secure, when you don't. When you technically don't. You don't own the money. Even the gold in the security box at your bank, you don't even own it. Well, guys, I'm going to be out of here. I got to wake up really, really early tomorrow, take my boys to school. We are starting school. My youngest is finally starting school. And wow, what a hectic week. What a hectic week. I'm pretty tired, but I still make time to podcast and talk to you guys because I love this. I love the ability to express my heart and my views on the market. But this is a long-term play, guys. Try not to get involved in the stock tips and the trades. And I wanted to talk about trades, but I'm just exhausted. I will do it this weekend, though. I want to talk about Hertz. I want to talk about silver. Silver's popping because the dollar is crashing again. Or not crashing, it's going down. So silver is being traded right now. You should see a pop in silver if you have silver, if you held it on. But be very, 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 very careful, guys, because they're not talking about it. And this is when the volatility happens. So, yeah, I'm gonna be watching a dollar and silver. So I'll be podcasting about that. I might even do like a live on it just so you can see what's going on. All right, guys. Love y'all. And don't forget to get your amazing peptides from Get Me Lean USA. You guys seen my weight transformation. I just see I'm looking a little thinner than you probably thought. Go to getmeleanusa.com or how you saw me. All I'm doing is just walking. I'm walking 12,000 steps a day. I'm eating 180 to 220 grams of protein. I'm lifting maybe 2 or 3 times the weight, and I'm playing hockey twice a week. But it's really simple, and I'm taking my peptides. The fat burners, which is called Lean. I'm taking Fit, which is an amazing orange drink that just builds muscle for you 4 times more protein synthesis than creatine. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Go to getmeleanusa.com. Get you the performance pack. I think it's $200 or $300. You can cancel it anytime. And if you go on subscription, it's 10% off. But all American made, all amazing products. And you get 10% off if you go on subscription. You can cancel anytime if you don't like it. No big deal. No pressure. It just helps the show. This stuff's very expensive, producing these podcasts. And anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. God bless y'all. And give me a call if you want to talk, 813-448-3446. Or you can email me at info@cortezwm.com. God bless. And don't forget to like and subscribe on Rumble, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube at Scriptures and Wall Street. God bless. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent, and we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural groundbreaking peptides what your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to GetMeLeanUSA.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable, and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.